Chapter 501, Forever Already Modified. I wish you all a happy new year. 3 days later, Alan was walking through the hall, and suddenly saw a small group of people gather around the bulletin board, reading the text on a piece of parchment that had just been nailed. Draco Malfoy looked very excited and squeezed him desperately after seeing Alan. According to what was written in the notice, they will send someone to pick us up on Sunday. We will pass the 10 pureblood wizards in the training class. Should we use the door key? Malfoy looked a little excited. Mr. Strong has always liked it. Is unsure about this. While there are still a few days left, he needs to quickly complete the final handover of some trivial things in his hand, such as the level leader, such as the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. In the Harris Tower, Alan was watching a video of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, and Hermione came to him with a few big titles. Leaving on the weekend, Alan, I found some books about Deemstrand and Scandinavian folklore. One day maybe you might come in handy. Hermione's arms. The pile of books fell heavily on the table in front of Alan. Alan looked at the books that had been wiped clean and nodded cautiously. Alan, who was about to leave Hogwarts for Distrom, received many gifts and blessings. Hermione took the initiative to organize and record these gifts for him, and ran before and after Alan. On the weekend morning, Alan, who had just entered the Harris Tower, saw a pale face, and Hermione with heavy dark circles stood in front of a table with a huge map. Alan, on the vast land of Deemstrand's school, has many magnificent landscapes, especially dark, spooky boats, anchored in the mountain lake behind the school. In summer, students can stay on the lake diving in the middle, but you certainly won't stay there that long, right? Hermione, who heard the sound, looked up at Alan, her narrow white front teeth looming in her mouth. Alan looked at the gaunt Hermione, thinking of her abnormal tension in the past few days. Her right hand could not help holding Hermione's chattering lips, and her left hand grabbed Hermione's shoulder. Hermione, don't you worry, although Distrom once held the darkest name among all wizarding schools of wizarding, but it is only a school, and I will not be in danger. And we can still meet in the tower often after school, right? Alan's sudden intimate action made Hermione stunned in place. Her long eyelashes blinked, and a few drops of crystal tears finally couldn't help but roll off her eyelashes and fall to the ground. Alan rubbed the top of Hermione's disheveled head, and then gently stroked her long hair, gradually slipping onto her back, holding Hermione into her arms. Hermione couldn't help sobbing slightly, her back trembling slightly. Alan hugged Hermione, kept her hands on her head for a while, and then her hands fell down to help her sobbing and patting her back. Hermione lowered her head and suddenly reached out and grabbed Alan. The hand was put on top of his head again. Alan chuckled and enchanted Hermione's head again. There was silence in the tower. For a long time, Hermione raised her head embarrassedly, and her reddish nose and watery eyes looked particularly lovely. Alan said softly, Hermione, step on my foot. Then Alan helped Hermione and helped her step on her foot. Hermione felt that she would never forget the feeling of she was so excited when she heard Alan's words. In this way, Alan supported Hermione's armpit and allowed her feet to stand on her feet. The two were close together, and their noses seemed to spill on each other's cheeks. The perception room on the top floor walked just boarded the last step, and felt the door of the room opened silently. Under the deep, non-stop starry sky, Alan took Hermione to the middle of the sensing room. Alan turned to look at Hermione head, leaning forward slightly towards Hermione, extending her right hand, and slightly bending her knees. Hermione was tense, her eyes shining with glory that Alan had never seen before. Hermione put her hand in Alan's palm. Alan hugged Hermione and felt the warmth in her palm. Her mouth gently hummed the tone of long past day. All the tables, chairs, and divination tools seemed to have been summoned by the wall, standing neatly by the wall, leaving the center of the room empty. Perceived that the lights in the room began to gradually darken and finally all went out. Even the starlight above the head was blocked by the dark clouds formed by the illusion. Alan embraces Hermione. The floral fragrance of Hermione's favorite soap is accompanied by Hermione's body fragrance like a small brush, gently shaking his heartstrings. Hermione was also driven by Alan and hummed along. In the darkness, the dancing two moved closer and closer. Hermione's long hair gently brushed Alan's cheek between the dances, and their warm breaths were intertwined in the darkness. Hermione only felt that Alan's palms around her waist were hot, and the heat seemed to pierce her heart through her clothes and skin, and hit her cheeks. Her voice became softer and gentler, and more affectionate. In the darkness, accompanied by the melodious minor key, there were two beating hearts, feeling each other's heartbeat, and the two were getting closer to each other. The singing stopped, the two stopped, but they didn't separate, feeling each other's heartbeat and breath. www.untitled.com. Although they couldn't see each other's expressions and movements in the dark, Hermione raised her head gently, closing his eyes. Alan also bent his head and puffed the two tenderness. Alan's right palm gently supported Hermione's back of the head, and her left hand held her waist to embrace Hermione. Hermione coordinated his movements, wrapped his hands around his neck, and the two were closer, as if they were to blend into each other. Hermione's breath seemed to have been taken away. Alan's hot breath rushed across her face, her warm and hot lips pressed her tightly, and she ran around to find an exit. Alan gradually increased the strength on Hermione's waist. She also deepened to see the strength of the fingers around his neck. Hermione only felt that her chest gradually became hot and hot during the lip and tongue movements, and the time seemed to be still. The inexplicable anxiety and agitation leaked through the silver liquid on the corners of both lips, and the sound of breathing in his ears became thicker. Suddenly, the bodies of the two people froze, and the message of the perception mark came. Mr. Harris was urging Alan to hurry to the Hogwarts lawn. The wizard who was responsible for the exchange student of Dimstrand was about to arrive at Hogwarts. The two separated, and in this dark silence, although they couldn't see each other's expressions and movements, they could feel each other's breathing a little quick. Hermione could not help turning around, trying to avoid Alan's direction. I should go. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, hello 2019. Looking back to 2018, when I opened the book, I never expected that I would go so far and meet so many friends. We are all running hard, we are all dreamers. As soon as we opened WeChat this morning, I saw the words in the circle of friends, and I was very touched. Although I only update 1 chapter every day, it is said that salted fish is very good, but I am indeed running with all my strength, just to fulfill my literary dream. 2018, new job, new environment, new platform, new challenge. It seems to have embarked on the road of promotion and salary increase, but how many days do you work overtime and stay up late? Only you know. How many times have you ever wanted to give up? Even you can't count. In spite of this, I still insisted on writing every day, not one day to relax. Even if it didn't update on that day, it was because I didn't finish the code that day, and I was very surprised. Why do the authors I know write so many thousands of words so quickly? Looking back on 2018, I opened the book in January, and it was officially updated in February. In May, after experiencing a strong push from Sanjian and the home page, it ushered in the first Silver League of Magic Feather in July, the Golden League of Hanayui. August was recorded in the Boutique channel on the 3rd, and completed the Baemon Hegemony on December 23rd. This result may not be enough to shine, but for Tong Tong, who wrote the book for the first time, it is very satisfying. 2019, I will still work hard and strive to go further and achieve better results. Here again, thank you editors for your great support, thank you readers and friends for their support and encouragement, and thank you for your companions. I wish you all the best in the new year and happiness. There is also a copy of the Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue by Yu Mingyu. Before her, no one would think that owls can eat besides sending letters. The content of this chapter is being updated. Chapter 502 Farewell Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Acacia Slim for exchange students who are about to leave Hogwarts. Even the air is filled with the joy of expectation and the melancholy of saying goodbye to the relatives and friends of the college. After breakfast, Harry hurried to the Gryffindor Tower, got his school bag and textbooks, put on his cloak, and then rushed down the stairs in 2 steps. Harry wanted to find Alan before he left and say goodbye to him. Harry. When he rushed to the hall, Lupin stopped him. Professor Lupin. Harry stopped. The classroom of the Black Magic Defense class is not in this direction. Lupin blinked at Harry. Professor, I want to see Alan off. I won't delay too long. Originally, Harry wanted to rush back before the class. Now that Lupin mentioned it, Harry was on leave. I understand how you feel, Harry, but I'm sorry. Lupin was a little embarrassed, but after taking a deep breath, he still spoke out in Harry's puzzled eyes. The Harris family and Fudge have been walking very close recently. This exchange student activity is said to be the result of their cooperation. Harry, you haven't learned occlusion, and Alan is also a master of mind capture. So Dumbledore hopes you don't try to be with AI before Voldemort's return is confirmed. Lun has too many contacts. At least don't face him, and don't disclose too much even if it's correspondence. You know, after your trial and your godfather Sirius and Dumbledore's quarrel, they didn't evade you, and if they were known to Fudge, they knew it was bad for us. Looking at Harry, who hesitated and nodded again and again, Lupin sighed with relief and couldn't help but feel a little guilty, thinking that in fact Dumbledore told them that he suspected that Harry and Voldemort were in contact and that they might be able to detect each other's sight. Some information. What Dumbledore was actually afraid of was that the news was used by Harris and they were informed. Whether it was to inform Fudge or to take some actions on their own initiative, it may have a variable to the prophecy, and after the trial of the Phoenix in Harry's trial, Dumbledore had not they forced them not to contact Harry as much as they did at the beginning of the summer vacation, but the reverse was to ask them to pay attention to the information that was revealed in front of Harry must be unimportant or even fake news. Although he felt that cheating on Harry made Lupin feel uncomfortable, for these reasons and his conviction with Dumbledore, he decided to do as Dumbledore arranged. When Alan rushed to the lake by the position notified by Mr. Harris, a very strange sound came from the lake towards them. It was a suppressed rumble and sucking sound, like a huge vacuum cleaner. The riverbed is moving. There was a commotion in the water in the middle of the lake. Huge water splashed on the water surface, and the waves hit the wet lake shore. Right in the middle of the lake surface, a large vortex appeared. Like a huge plug suddenly from the bottom of the lake was pulled out. A mast slowly rises from the center of the vortex. The sail rigging gradually rises. Harris, I'm sorry you had to go to Distrom. Dumbledore's voice rang behind Alan. Professor Dumbledore. Alan looked away from the center of the lake and turned around. Remember our conversation in my 3rd grade? The equivalent transaction is necessary, and no one can achieve the goal casually without paying any price. Alan's tone and appearance when he said this sentence suddenly popped out of Dumbledore's memory. Harris, leaving Hogwarts to learn new knowledge in a new environment is something to look forward to. Dumbledore paused. But you need to be careful when you arrive at Deemstrand. I am an international magician. Friends of the Federation told me that Carson Monty, one of Deemstrand's 2 vice principals, and some of the school managers who supported him behind him, were very dissatisfied with the big moves of Kakarot and Hugh Harris last year. Thank you, Principal Dumbledore, I will pay attention. Since Dumbledore wants to show it again, even if the other party definitely understands that he will have a channel to know this, Alan does not need to adopt a hostile attitude, at least not in person. This reveals the meaning. Take care of other students. Dumbledore walked to the shore without waiting for Alan's response. Alan had learned about this situation from Kakarot through a perceptual mark, but as far as Kakarot said, although in addition to the post of vice president, Monty also served as a dual professor, but his strength is not it is stronger than the average wizard, so Alan didn't care too much. Alan used to help his family strengthen his strength in Distrom. Slowly, with extraordinary style, the big ship rose out of the water, bumped on the undulating water, and began to drive towards the shore of the lake. After a moment, They heard a thump, an iron anchor was thrown into the shallow water, and then with a snap, a plank of wood laid on the shore of the lake. Dumbledore greeted the Deemstrang personnel who were ashore from the ship. Alan and their exchange students and some entourages began to gather under the guidance of a middle-aged man with a thick fur cape who was wearing a thick fur. Alan hugged the family who came to see him off again, and finally hugged Hermione, who had a nose and a little red, and said softly in her ear, "Take care." After talking, Alan felt his shoulders sink, something grabbed his shoulders, and then heard Hermione open his mouth. "Let Corton follow you for a while. Thunderbirds are highly sensitive to danger. At least let me be at ease." Xenophilius Lovegood handed a thick roll of parchment paper to Luna. "Perhaps you can look at the manuscripts that have not been published in singing contrast and pass the time." He looked at Alan, who was saying goodbye to his family and friends not far away, and told him, "If Alan Harris does not treat you well, you will cast a curse on him." But then, Mr. Lovegood thought of Deemstrang's criticism, and was a little uneasy. "Except at Hogwarts, you haven't been so far away from your father. At Deemstrang, you'd better don't leave Alan's sight." Luna took the parchment and read it on the spot. "Dad, there are many harassing gadgets around you." Mr. Lovegood raised his hand when he heard the news and waved it around his head, as if driving away the harassing gadgets, and finally hugged Luna for a while before turning to leave. Behind the father and daughter, Narcissa Malfoy had a pale face and long blonde hair scattered behind her. She held Malfoy's wrist with her slender fingers, and the other hand stuffed a bulging leather bag. "I gave it to Malfoy. Your father has no way to come and send you www.mentalnovel.com, but we filled this bag with Jinjialong. You remember to put it away. You can always make friends when you go generously there. You are pure blood, you should not be discriminated against." And more of the entourage around Alan, who traveled in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Generous. "But don't easily provoke others." Thinking about Deemstrang's style, Narcissa advised worriedly. When Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood passed by Alan, he rubbed his hands, hesitated for a long while, and continued to take steps. After 2 or 3 steps, he turned back and ran all the way to Alan. "Director Xenophilius." Alan tried to use telepathy to detect his thoughts just now, but although he did not master occluded brain, he did not know whether he was born with confusion or what protection he was wearing. "Items, Alan can only get some messy thinking information, so I have to ask." Alan was held by Mr. Lovegood. "Alan, don't let her be wronged." After he finished, he seemed to realize that it would cause misunderstandings. "Oh no, I mean, don't let Deemstrang's people bully her." Ramona O'Hill, the captain of the umbrella team behind Alan, has taken a step forward and bowed to them. "Please forgive me for impolitely interpolating. Master Alan has arranged for us. I will take care of Miss Luna at any time." "Mr. Lovegood, my daughter is not a few years younger than Miss Luna. We are very happy to get along. Please rest assured." Chapter 503 Sailing Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Acacia Slim. Although there were only 10 students going to Distrom, they were surrounded by the shore and saw the lively little wizard. The brown wooden ship now docked on the shore is full of air, and its huge curved stern building is like a whale's tail, and the bow has a huge slant. And it is equipped with several horizontal sails on the fore and middle masts, and the rear mast is equipped with a spinnaker, which looks imposing. When viewed from the side, the hull resembles a round U-shape. When Alan entered, they found that the deep hull can accommodate far more space than the visual one can see. Hall in Hogwarts Castle. This large ship has a multi-story barn. In addition to the auditorium hall under the deck and the lowermost floor is the reserve room. The students' rooms are arranged in the stern building with retro luxury decoration overlooking the surrounding scenery. The top floor of the stern building is the captain's cabin and cockpit, and other control equipment of the rudder. Behind the cockpit is the observation deck, which can observe the sea surface behind the ship. The beard wearing all tangled furs enthusiastically led the little wizards to visit the big ship. His name was Bailey Cosby. When he introduced the various wizards to the little wizards, his tone was full of German Strong's pride. "You will definitely be worthwhile. because we are not going directly back to Distrom, but to take you to visit the North Sea and watch the North Sea scenery." The smile on Cosby's dark face infected Hogwarts young wizards. They could not help but look forward to the next trip. Alan turned his wand in his sleeve. He felt that Distrom's arrangement was not to return directly to the school, but to have a detour to the North Sea. However, from the telepathy of Cosby, he learned that this route was not decided by Cosby, and he only listened to the arrangement of the superior and arranged the itinerary according to the instructions of the superior. Inconvenient to search for everyone, Alan could only turn around and say a few words to the Wolf Mother Ramona, and then entered the stern building with the crowd, and asked Malfoy to tell the students not to act alone. The engine roared, Cosby turned the steering wheel, Dimstrang's big ship sank to the bottom of the water, the scenery of the bottom of the Black Lake entered the eyes of the passengers, and the curious mermaid hid behind the green seaweed with a fork in his eyes and peered at the giant, like it was an invisible cover that enveloped the big ship so that water could not enter the room. The people in the ship room were not wetted, nor did they feel breathing difficulties. Black Lake did not merge into any rivers or oceans, gliding for a while at the bottom of the lake. A huge circular ripple appeared not far from the bow. The ship drove into this ripple and was transported to a sea where there was no land on the ground. Dimstrand's ship was breaking through the waves and galloping on the sparkling sea. All kinds of delicacies prepared for the little wizards appeared on the table that suddenly flew on the top deck. Cosby greeted everyone to be casual, and said that he did not take too much attention to the etiquette at sea and took the lead to eat. And Alan accompanied Luna to lean on the ship's side. Probably because of the magic, they could not feel the bumps at all, and a burst of rapid water splashed over the fence. Luna looked at the endless sea, turned her head and asked Alan, "Alan, can you let Lacey out for a while? Let it look at the sea too." Thinking of the purpose of this trip to Distrom, Alan felt that it was also suitable for high profile, and his current position was not under the jurisdiction of any Ministry of Magic. It was regarded as the high seas of the wizarding world, so he nodded to Luna. Luna picked up her waste bag, opened the eagle-shaped clamshell, and pointed her mouth at the sea to release Lacey. It fluttered high, sending out a dragon roar that had become low and heavy. In the fearful eyes of other wizards, around the big ship, he flew in front of Luna, whose hair was constantly dancing because of the sea breeze, and passed between two high cables. Coase took a deep breath heavily and stood up 3 times. He wrapped his arms around him, as if he could add courage to himself, and took a step in the direction of Luna. Holding a glass of white wine with long eyes, Vladimir touched his bald head, stopped Cosby, and grinned at him. "Don't worry. This dragon has a full set of legal breeding permits on the British farm. It is not an illegal private dragon farming. Now this territory belongs to the 3 regardless zone. Let it fly freely. I promise that I will ask Miss Lovegood to collect it before I enter Dimstrang. Come on, let's have a drink together." Cosby looked at the crimson dragon with smooth, grey lines, shivered, lost the courage to continue questioning, took a seat with Vladimir, and gave a few words to others. Let them not be nervous. Alan, who perceived Cosby's thoughts with a distraction, smiled. "The purebred dragon of Lacey is different from the fire dragons in the hegemony. If the ordinary fire dragons are frightening because of their own momentum and body shape, and the purebred dragon of Lacey itself has a unique ability called Long Y. Under a certain range, if there is no strong will, it will be shocked and tremble and even unable to move. Lacey is still too young. This ability has not been fully realized." At this time, Lacey, who was flying towards the sky, plunged into the water. The next second, his tail swayed gently, with a big fish in his mouth, and straight out of the water. Lacey flapped her wings and flew to a position parallel to Luna's line of sight. The head flicked gently, and the fish flew above its head. Lacey looked up and a red flame spewed from its mouth and was roasted. The cooked fish just fell into its mouth when it fell. It shook his head and held a grilled fish, and flew to Luna. Luna shook her head and patted Lacey. She swallowed the fish by herself and turned her head to fly to the sky. The figure in Lacey slowly grew up, disappeared into a red dot on the blue sea, followed by the big ship. The little wizards finally returned to their normal emotional state. They talked about the red dragon that they had just seen, and began to enjoy the food before them. Cosby finished eating the last piece of salted salmon with dill. He rubbed his mouth with a napkin, and then began to brag about the sea stories he knew about a group of little wizards. "I will tell you the most bizarre things I have heard, but you may not believe it." He giggled. "I don't even know whether I believe it or not. There are many pirate ships in this place in the North Sea. But there is a sunken pirate ship that is particularly legendary. Although its captain is a dumb cannon, he and his ship are in Mull. They are all famous in the wizarding world." Seeing these little wizards just listening attentively, www.untilnovel.com did not show a very surprised look. He once again said the name of the shipwreck is called Black Pearl, which was originally called in your British Mull world. A trading ship owned by the East India Trading Company, a captain named Jack, was ordered to ship a batch of goods from Africa. But Jack discovered that the so-called goods were actually African slaves, and out of justice, Jack took them all after his release. He worked as a pirate in the Caribbean. Cosby watched the emotions of the little wizards finally mobilized and smiled with satisfaction. "It is said that this ship sank in the early 18th century, he said. "At that time, they were being pursued by the undead. The Americas drove to the North Sea, and finally died here with the undead." He noticed that Alan and the blonde girl with the dragon were looking at themselves at this time, and Cosby continued to say, "For hundreds of years, both Mulls and wizards have been searching for this pirate ship because it is said that their captain Jack found the legendary hidden old springs in the Bimini Islands." He took a long sip of white wine. Listening to the people in the school, the Dark Lord Gatala Grindelwald and this Jack the captain still has some kinship. "This is so cool." Malfoy was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. Just then, the hull shuddered and stopped, and the remaining white wine in his hand splashed Cosby's face. "Captain, the bottom of the ship seems to have touched the reef. We are stuck," a crew member on the observation deck shouted. Chapter 504 Kraken Modified. Sincerely thank the leader for eating tea eggs. Cosby grabbed his beard, wondering, where is the reef so far from the land? "Look, there are so many fish." Malfoy stood up and shouted to look out of the side of the ship. Many fish of different sizes and types surrounded the boat. Some students also curiously approached the boat side. Thunderbirds on Alan's shoulders began to fidget and kept pulling Alan with his beak. After using Beast Heart, they found that Thunderbirds were warning themselves that they were about to be in danger. Alan approached Luna and clenched her hands. "The wand is ready to be shot at any time. Be quiet." 4-Aide Gisela Schultz shouted at the group of excited students. The Wolf Mother was surprised to see her team members react to a different and intense reaction in peacetime. A voice sounded nervous and unnatural. Gisela's probe looked into the sea. His fists clenched involuntarily. Everything was quiet and too quiet. Slowly, Four Eyes retreated from the beach, pulled out his wand and prepared for attack, as if to resist some terrible threat. "I feel it too." Long Eyes swallowed. "What is that?" "Yeah, what is that?" Fat Alto leaned over and stared at the sea. The water looked as deep as ever. "Bring him back." "It's the North Sea monster." Four Eyes roared with horror, and at the same time rudely pulled back Malfoy, who probed the brain toward the outboard probe of the ship, and Cosby was infected by the fear of the Four Eyes just now. His sixth sense told him that something was about to happen. He hurried to the side of the boat. As he walked a few steps, he heard the roar of the North Sea monster from Four Eyes, and the deck began to shake. Everyone screamed as the wooden board under their feet began to vibrate. The fat man with a prosthetic limb on his right foot felt that he was about to lose his balance. He frantically tried to catch something with his hands or feet, and finally could only desperately plunge into the sea beside the boat. Fortunately, Victor rushed towards the fat man as soon as he heard the 4-Aide cry. This agile man only reached the side of the boat with only a few legs. Just before the fat man fell, Victor won the feet, kicked the fat man out laterally, and finally taxied for several meters on the deck before stopping. Cosby widened his eyes and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand. "North Sea monsters," he said, staring closely at the small fish swimming around the big ship. This is a sign that the North Sea monsters will appear. But now this period is their sleeping period, and there is no adsorption outside our ship. The lemurrer fish shielded its detection. Why do we encounter such a situation? Leave the boat alone, and take the students to evacuate with a phantom shift. The wizard sailor and umbrella team quickly dispersed and stood next to the wizards, preparing to take them out. Malfoy paled and leaned over to Alan. He grabbed Alan's arm and seemed so tense that he could hardly breathe. Merlin's beard, who installed the anti-phantom shift type on the ship. Alan knew that someone had to deal with Harris and Kakarot, and they must have investigated their abilities, so their goal was not themselves, but this group of little wizards. Although Alan was alert to the attack, he did not expect that the other party could actually get a North Sea monster at this time. No wonder they fixed the travel route on the grounds that let them visit the North Sea scenery. Even if one person is killed, Kakarot, the advocate of this exchange student activity, will take responsibility for this, and at the very least will lose his position as principal. They had already negotiated to let Kakarot deliberately arrange for Vice President Carson Monty to be responsible for the whole reception arrangement after they arrived in Dim Strand, so that he would not dare to carry on the little wizards during this exchange study time. What is really dangerous action, because he has to take corresponding responsibility. Alan looked at the number of people in this group. Even if he turned into a phoenix, he would definitely have no time to send everyone away. The deck started shaking again. Many people also try to make the frightened brain understand the situation at the moment. A sea breeze blew out of the fresh and calm sea, and the water splashed on the surface, leaving the eyes of several wizard sailors closest to the boat. The distant sea water was rolling, and some giant python-like tentacles moved quickly in the water towards Dim Strand's ship, and the smallest suction cup on it looked larger than the head. Stay in, the wolf mother, don't move. After all, Alan grabbed Malfoy, who was pulling him, and threw him at the wolf mother. The wand that had been clenched in his hand had just been tied to the side of the boat. One finger of the twine, this twine crawled towards Alan like a snake in the same way as life, and turned into a very sturdy black belt in the middle. It finally flew to Luna. Winding Luna's body tied her to Alan's back. Alan tied Luna directly to ensure that she would not accidentally disengage herself. Then he stepped on the top of the stern building with Luna on his back. Following the wand in the air waving a semicircle, the light flashed, countless small lightnings converged into a beam, and as accurately as a whip, a huge tentacle that had emerged from the sea and was closest to the hull. Fearing that the North Sea monster has magic resistance, Alan directly used a variety of super magic skills of thunder and lightning magic. The paralysis effect caused these squid-like tentacles to become black, and the upper muscles twitched irregularly. The sea monster temporarily lost control of this tentacle, causing it to fall freely onto the sea. But Alan observed that the charcoal black on these tentacles had begun to peel off before it fell to the water, and it had begun to regenerate. Lacey flew back, hovering in the sky, spitting a scorching dragon breath at the tentacles that were slap on the water in angrily. The burned tentacles didn't wait to be retracted into the sea. The energy of it was turned into ashes, but more tentacles quickly sprang out of the sea and rolled towards Lacey. Lacey will hide, and the situation looks very dangerous. So Alan quickly called Luna to let Lacey fly towards the sky, pulling away enough distance. This is not a battle that it can participate in underage. On the ship, Otto Skulsn, the fat man who set his mind, greeted the others of the umbrella team and began to build a super strong armor shield magic shield wall. Some wizard sailors who would use this spell were seen and joined. Among them, a huge transparent light wall slowly wrapped the big ship. The seawater was tumbling violently. As the body of the sea monster slowly approached, more and more tentacles were tumbling towards them from the seawater. Alan quickly waved his wand at the top of the stern building, striking the tentacles that were approaching quickly with lightning, and fighting for their time. The wolf mother glanced at Alan to make sure he would not be in danger for a while, and then began to command Victor and the Four Eyes with her slightly hoarse voice, summoning the exchange students at Hogwarts, and taking them go inside the stern building to avoid them being injured by the tentacles that have begun to attach to the hull. Cosby was futile to explain the mission to the local wizards and sailors, so that they did not participate in the production of shields to continuously try to repair the hull gradually damaged by the sea monsters. At this moment, he heard footsteps behind him and turned his head to find that the Dr. Mishla Heinsworth with her big back was already wearing a beak mask, and she cast a spell with her wand to resist scattering hull fragments everywhere. The right hand pulled out a recurve knife tied around his waist during the run, and rushed straight toward him. Cosby's beard trembles along with his dark cheeks, trying to explain something but was interrupted by a warm liquid flowing out of his trouser legs while the other party started to cut his sword towards himself. His pupils dilated and he had no time to avoid them. Wow! With a loud noise, Cosby with blood on his face stood completely dull, but there was no feeling of pain. He realized that the opponent's goal was not him. So he hurriedly looked to his side. A big chopped tentacle was twisting outward on the deck with red blood, and Michelle's goal was for Cosby to crawl towards him along the deck. The tentacle of Cosby's mind was distracted at this time. He thought that the blood of the North Sea giant demon was not really blue like a real squid, but as bright as human beings. This knife Michelle used all her strength, not only cut off her tentacles, but also embedded in the hull. She pulled it out with her hand, but she failed to take it out for a while, and finally she looked around, and confirmed a wolf mother, found that the other party did not pay attention to it, so he pinned his wand around his waist, pedaled on the boat, and pulled out the recurve knife with both hands. Cosby, don't tell Ramillier what I did not be a lady just now, and I don't tell others how you are not a gentleman now. Michelle with a beak mask made Cosby completely unable to see her expression. The voice also made him feel unreal, but he vowed that he could fully feel the joy of the other party after seeing his embarrassing situation. The wooden hull was constantly shaking, and one of the main masts of Dimstrang's ship could not withstand the pressure of being entangled by the huge tentacles. It cracked open with a crack, and the rest of the hull also shook with the waves. It looks shaky. Pieces of rope, canvas, and mast fell into the sea with the tentacle. More huge black tentacles climbed up the ship's hull, rising higher and higher, carrying the sea water, and poured it on the wall of the super armor shield. Magic shield released by the wizards, but was constantly striking Alan and completing the shield after the production. The wizards who began to use magic spells to fight back the tentacles worked together. The situation after the mast was broken was much better than when they were attacked, especially the throwing bomb weapons on the fat belt. For these tentacles it is really the best alchemy weapon. After a stalemate for a while, these tentacles suddenly began to retreat to the bottom of the sea. The tentacles attached to the bottom of the ship seemed to give up their goals. Dimstrang's big ship finally gained freedom. Cosby ran to the rudder quickly, trying to steer the ship away from here. Just when the wizards thought that the monsters of the North Sea had finally given up their hard-to-bite bones. www.untitlenovel.com. A strong wind hit the ship, and huge waves like high walls began to surround them, and the hull began like a slanting side. The blood red sprays smashed the wizards, sliding on the deck with tables and chairs upside down. Everyone who is still standing grasps anything that can be caught by ropes, nets, etc., which can be caught at hand, to avoid losing their balance. The rudder is like a living creature, jumping non-stop in Cosby's hands, while Captain Bearded tries hard to fight it. The strong impact and flapping pushed the boat to the left and right, but it was even more shocking to find that the water surface on the side of the hull was constantly rising, as if there was an invisible huge suction force sucking it in. Malfoy, who had been brought inside the stern building, just stood in shape and heard the shattering sound of the glass from the next cabin, which was crisp and harsh in an environment full of low noise, but only for a small click. The sound disappeared again. It's making Skargulg, four eyes staring blankly at the rising and rising sea water, as always in a flat tone but full of despair. Skargulg is a giant that the North Sea monster can make vortex, it can drag everything on the sea to the bottom. The remnant swaying mast was finally thrown out completely. Dimstrang's big boat also got rid of the weight it brought, and the hull was slightly straightened. But we are already caught in the whirlpool. Chapter 505, Vortex Modified. Sincerely thank the leader for eating tea eggs. The big ship of Dimstron continued to rush forward, and the wide hull like an eagle with wings spread across the rough sea. But this is a winged eagle, which rides up and down in the swirling blood-red water and turns into the darkness that seems to be bottomless. The wolf mother looked at the perceptual mark on her arm, nodded slightly unconsciously, and then pressed it up with her hand again. The members of the Umbrella Squad, except for Dr. Mishla, who disappeared shortly after helping the captain, just began to consciously gradually move towards the Wolf Mother during the battle. The Wolf Mother clutched Malfoy's arm and motioned for him to mute. The horror scene in front of him was enough to wake Cosby from a sluggish state. After the initial shock, he began to arbitrarily issue the present. The wizard sailors instinctively obey orders, but their efforts are useless. The sail, which had just been repaired with the spell, was torn again, and the twine tied with various tools on the side of the boat broke, fell silently, and was swallowed by the sea. No matter how hard they tried, Cosby couldn't get the ship out of the whirlpool. Slytherin exchange student Blaise Zabini also started running to help hold the steering wheel, as if it could not prevent the world from turning, which is destined to be useless. In the end, Cosby gave up, slanting his head obliquely, staring dully at the constantly spinning water in front of his eyes. The terrifying ability of the Baha'i giant demon calmed the sea surface inside the vortex, and it seemed as if it was a mirror, seems to never stop roaring out of the dark sea. Even the clouds above were driven to rotate together. It seemed that everything around the world was captured by the power of the vortex and silently moved towards the road of destruction. Blaise Zabini grasped the rudder that had stopped rotating with painful hands. Looking at the final gathering place of the vortex dark center, he felt no fear, only a weird numbness. Everything doesn't matter, death will be painless, at least at this point. Malaki. Malfoy stared at the students who were at a loss, and finally focused on Zabini, who was holding the rudder in vain. Swallowed hard, he pulled the Wolf Mother's clothes, pleading. At least, Zabini also. The fat man and his long eyes stared at each other, blocking him in front of Malfoy. The Four Eyes quickly used his tall figure to block himself. A flash of light flew from behind the fat man and his long eyes and disappeared, but Malfoy's mouth was still there. In the opening and closing, he could no longer make a sound. And after that, the doctor finally emerged from the lower cabin to meet them, which made the team members relieved. Just want to ask her where she was just now. A black smoke came out of nowhere, surrounding Alan, and Luna circled up, and Alan flew into the sky quickly with Luna on her back. Everyone watched as the two of them flew higher and higher, and their hearts were full of despair. Alan must have decided to give them up and run away. The squad members looked at the Wolf Mother puzzled and cast her eyes on her for inquiry. The Wolf Mother shrugged bitterly at the players and said to herself, Master Alan changed his mind, so he won't be in danger. At least my daughter will live a good life in the future. However, she still unconsciously grasped Malfoy's arm or he will move. Malfoy seemed a little angry to argue, but found that he still could not make any sound. He just opened his mouth in vain. At this time, the doctor suddenly took 2 steps in the direction of the Wolf Mother. She with a tall figure almost raised the Wolf Mother. I saw that she squeezed her big golden back with her hand to make them more meticulous. Then he put his hands down and embraced the Wolf Mother's waist. The other hand dragged her neck and leaned over to kiss. At this moment, when he was about to face death, the Wolf Mother was no longer in a mood to refuse to resist, without any struggle, and let the doctor gradually deepen the kiss. But unfortunately the still awkward look of Malfoy that she still dragged ruined this picture. Scenes. Seeing this scene, the fat man could not help but looked at her 4 eyes, looked at her with questioning eyes, and then grinned like a grin. The 4 eyes stared at the fat man fiercely. What are you looking at? She suddenly broke out. At this time, she no longer used the standard English without any accent, which was usually maintained, but used the left bank of the Elbe River in her hometown. The tone of the Vltava region roared. On the ship destined to be destroyed, every other wizard was just standing still, his eyes widening in fear. They are still some distance away from the center of the vortex, which is several hundred meters in diameter. Long Eyes took out the notepad that he carried with him and began to write the suicide note. I wish these words could be found by others. Victor didn't show any difference because of Alan's performance from beginning to end. He had been standing in the same place since he first assembled, and he hasn't moved his footsteps until now. The current flows strangely and smoothly in the vortex in a completely different way from the outer ring. The water in the outer circle of the vortex is still violently surging, and the occasional splash of water can still hit their faces. But it didn't matter, the wizards on the boat would never pay attention to it. Their eyes seemed to see themselves being slowly taken into the dark center. The look of Alan and Luna in the sky they can no longer see clearly, they just feel that their hearts are gradually cold. Waiting for the taste of death is very difficult. Wait, he didn't fly out. Merlin, he's going to. The Long Eyes biting the end of the pen pondering the vocabulary accidentally glanced at Alan and Luna who are gradually flying towards the middle of the vortex, shouting in surprise. Then he was knocked down by the wolf mother who had pushed the doctor away, and before he could get up, he heard the wolf mother running towards the deck and greeted others loudly and quickly entered the cabin. Malfoy blinked desperately so that his tears would no longer affect his sight. He tried hard to see Alan in the sky through the window. He felt dizzy and swallowed hard, vomiting nervously. I saw Alan waving his wand again and again, a dazzling glare from his wand, and the crackling ball lightning gradually gathered around him, squeezed into a group, and vortexed with alarm's distance. The center is getting closer and closer, and the sailors poured into the room, and the blue and white sphere composed of lightning that Alan gathered began to gradually increase in size, began to contract and collapse inward, and finally turned into a pure black steady elliptical sphere that emits a few blue lightning bolts to the surroundings every few seconds. The rhythm is like the heart beating. Finally, Alan's wand began to lift hard, and finally pointed to the center of the vortex, and the sphere was also advanced to the center of the vortex at a very slow speed relative to other spells under the command of the wand. After a burst of flame erupted from Alan's location, he and Luna had disappeared, leaving only the black belt deformed by hemp rope in the air, which was falling towards the sea. Then, the dazzling glare burst forth, and all of them couldn't help raising their hands to cover them, and closed their eyes at the same time. At this time, there was only a deep, muffled murmur and the sound of electric current that made the sound of the water closer to the ship as it rushed in the distance. When they were barely able to open their still stinging eyes, they were faintly vaguely seeing the bottom of the sea below the vortex in their temporarily blurred vision due to strong light. Some of them just made them suffer. The giant tentacles protruded out of the water helplessly. They were not controlled by the North Sea giant demon. Through the current, twitched disorderly and began to bend and flake. It did not bleed because of the current that was still raging on the bottom of the sea that would make its new wound black again. Although they were still in the middle of the vortex on the big ship, you read www.uukansu. However, the current that the magic overflowed along the sea surface after the explosion exploded into the cracks of the shield wall made of super armor. They began to restore their eyesight. They noticed that the seawater in the center of the huge vortex at the center of the explosion had begun to collapse. Under the tentacles where the current was still cramping, a few barb-like limbs like crabs were trying move, although they cracked in the electric light just now. But obviously the monster did not die but was trying to regain control of the body. At this time, the seawater around the vortex gurgled into the vortex. The currents that were overflowing outward also surged toward the center of the original vortex as the seawater collapsed. Don't be stunned, hold on. Alan's voice came from them, when they realized that Alan had returned to the cabin during the time they were temporarily blinded by the strong light. With a hand around Luna, he looked tired, while the other hand quickly waved his wand to cast a huge bubble-head-like spell, filling it inside the room in the stern building. Then only a dozen seconds later, the surrounding collapsed seawater pushed towards Dimstrang's big ship. The entire hull was instantly swallowed by the seawater, and began to rush towards the original North Sea monster with the current. But it didn't take long for the huge depression in the center of the vortex to be leveled by the inflowing seawater, and the water flow began to spread rapidly along the ripples. The large ship was reversed by this force and began to rush outward in the seawater. System. The time to unravel the mystery of the system is around the end of the semester, and an explanation will be given. Thank you all for your support? Chapter 506, Torture Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the black mentally retarded group. Crowds in the cabin, watched by the huge bubblehead curse, watched the entire ship submerged in the seawater. When the vortex disappeared and disappeared, the surrounding seawater formed a ripple current and quickly rushed out. Rekindled help again. They were now only pleasantly surprised to note that the stern building outside the cabin covered by the bubblehead was not submerged, which shows that the watertightness of Dimstrand's indoor cabin has not been damaged. Alan saw that he had done more than that, so he cancelled the bubble curse. As Distrom's ship and the vortex grew larger and larger, Cosby, who was in shock, found out that they were safe and pushed away Zarbini, who was still holding the rudder. Under the control of Cosby, the giant ship gradually rose from the water, its sails swelled in the strong wind, and the bow fell together among the waves. Seeing the sky again, the Wolf Mother suddenly let go of Malfoy's arm, and Malfoy stepped back and knelt on the ground, but he did not get up, but instead fell on the deck to cover his face. Doctor ran to the Wolf Mother cheering and wanted to reapply her old tricks, but the Wolf Mother fled and ran away, grabbed the Doctor's arm and threw her to the ground. The Doctor sitting on the floor was not angry, and gave the Wolf Mother a kiss with a big smile. After finally confirming that he had escaped from birth, the little wizards of the rest of the life hugged each other to celebrate. The tears that had been forbearing before finally slipped from his face. But there was a smile of joy on his face. Victor saw the corner of his mouth when he saw it. His long eyes caught the moment and opened his mouth in surprise. Victor glanced at him expressionlessly. He closed his mouth immediately and turned his head to laugh. Stand up. The Doctor, who had stood up, threw a long-eyed punch, beckoning him not to cause Victor to be annoyed, but he walked to Victor himself, leaned on him, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered a few words. Victor immediately lowered his arms around his chest and left the stern building and walked back. Master Alan, I caught the culprit in the lower cabin. The Doctor reported to Alan Hugh. After she rescued Cosby at the time, she found the man looking at the little wizards in the distance, so she chased. He broke the glass of the lower cabin and wanted to escape on the firebolt he had already prepared. I was arrested and returned. Dr. Huey reported. Well done, take me to see him. Alan praised. Turning his head, he confessed to Luna. Luna, don't run around with the Wolf Mother, I will go back as soon as I go. Master Ellen, don't worry, I will take care of Miss Lovegood. The Wolf Mother, guarding on one side, assured. The wizards and escorts on the ship have fully repaired the hull under the organization of Cosby. While everyone was busy, Alan followed the Doctor to the bottom cabin. The others of the Umbrella team noticed this situation and took cover for them. The bottom storage cabin. The glass fragments scattered all over the ground, and the Doctor, walking in front of Alan, waved his wand gently, and the glass fragments returned to their original positions, as if they had never been broken. Then the Doctor invited Alan to go in. A burly young man with strong muscles was strapped to the ground with a strap. In such weather, he was naked, his mouth seemed to be sewed alive by the needles of deformed surgery, and he could only make a whine sound, and looked at the Doctor with hatred in his eyes. Some pieces of clothing scattered all over the ground. On the ground not far from him, a brown wand was cut in two. The nerve inside was exposed, and Alan recognized that it belonged to the dragon. At this time, a cloak flew lightly, blocking his body. Sorry, Master Alan, let you see such an indecent scene. This is to avoid any magical objects on his body that can hurt people or help him escape. At that time, You let the wolf mother notify us that something was urgent when we assembled, in a hurry. There was no time to shift, and I could only leave him in this room with broken windows. But fortunately, the water barrier of the big ship did not fail, so he did not drown. At this time, someone knocked on the glass window outside, and then Victor jumped in and opened the window, holding an iron cage in his hand, which was a dead North Sea giant demon larvae, exuding the pungent smell of dead crabs soaked in ink for a few days. I asked Victor to destroy the anti-phantom shift type he arranged, and went to the stern rudder page to retrieve the bait he secretly hung. The doctor explained. The larvae of the North Sea monster. They lured a North Sea monster on our route, and then let it smell this smell. Even if we deviate from the route, as long as it is not too far, it is destined to be attacked by it. Alan sighed as he looked at the body curled up with tentacles. North Sea giant monsters are scarce and grow very slowly, but because there are no natural enemies, the sea provides them with a rich hunting ground. Even if they do not actively hunt, their excrement can feed a large number of fish, and these small fish are fed by it, but in return for its food. They have the habit of taking care of their cubs a little bit like an elephant. When someone kills the cubs of the North Sea giant demon, even their own children will think of revenge. Master Alan, I just noticed that the big guy still moves when he is under the sea. Can we throw this bait to prevent it from catching up again? Victor asked Alan in the cage. Don't lose it first. Alan hesitated for a moment and waved his hand to stop it. Comply. Victor nodded and said no more. Just when Alan and the North Sea monster were fighting, his wand expressed his emotions for the first time. It had a longing for the soul of the North Sea monster, which made Alan unwilling to let the North Sea giant just like that. The demon returned to the deep sea. Ollivander is right. The wand has its own personality and desires. Although it is temporarily impossible to use the magic like just without taking a good rest, as long as the North Sea monster is not close to the ship www.mtlnovel.com, he can find it in advance and hinder it. What's more, phantom dislocation can now be carried out. Even if it is entangled in it, no one will be killed because of it. As for the specific combat arrangements and other matters that have been dealt with beforehand, let's decide. Untie him, Alan said. The doctor's wand pointed at the young man, and the strap that tied him slipped from his body. The stitched lips also once again gained the right to speak. He struggled to sit up and looked at Alan and them recklessly. I knew him through psychic distractions. His name is Novak Monty. He is the nephew of Vice President Deemstrand Carson Monty. He is not inferior in the Monty family and is still in Deemster without graduation. When Lang was studying, he was the first grader like Master Alan. He also joined the school in the first grade. The Quidditch team became a ball chaser. It was very popular with the Little Witch and had the strength to join the national team, but because the family arranged that he did not become a star like Crumb, but began to manage some of the business of their family. The doctor raised his eyebrows. This time he didn't have to do it himself, but because Master Alan, you were in the Flame Cup last year. After the various deeds were spread, he was not convinced, so he took the initiative to petition him to complete this task. Since you can know so clearly through the goddess, why do you have to torture me to say it again? When Jan Novak cried out in anger and grievance. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 507 courtesy modified. Sincerely thanks to the leader of the Black Elder mentally retarded. Chapter 501 courtesy modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the elite Black mentally retarded group. I just prefer to listen to you again. The doctor squeezed his hair back with his hand, without any apology. I am a core member of the Monty family. If you are willing to let me go, our family must be willing to pay a large ransom or reach some agreements. You cannot treat me so rudely. I heard that the Harris family was considered to be owned during the German period. For a family with a long history, I demand to abide by traditions and enjoyed the courtesy of members of a pure-blooded family. Novak no longer stared at the doctor, but turned to Alan, trying to use a money offensive. and said pompously. Alan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, keeping the doctor and Victor away from him and going outside the cabin. Although the doctor and Victor were unknown, they obediently retreated to the outside of the cabin, observing through the door, clutching their wands in their hands. Alan stepped back slowly to the other side of the room and pointed his wand at Novak's feet. "What do you want to do to me?" "Now in Northern Europe, it annoys me. You will regret it. Our Monty family will not let you go. We'll make you die better than life. Pay the price, the best of the consciousness. Fuck me." Novak's eyes widened, staring at the North Sea giant monster out of the sky in front of him with the same tentacles. Although it only emerged from the tail, it was also huge compared to this room. Fear made his voice sharp and harsh. "I heard that you care about me, since you got a North Sea monster to entertain me. Did you watch the first game of the Goblet of Fire last year? When I solved the Peruvian Tooth Dragon, I just used the spell to summon the North Sea monster. Although it is only the projection of its tentacles, but I think this is not suitable as a return." The sturdy tentacles were like a giant python, twisting towards Novak, crawling up from his ankles, twisting him around, tightening further and further. Novak twisted his body, but he could not get rid of the entanglement of this tentacle. The tentacles were already wrapped around his chest. He shouted in horror with horror, "Even if you want to fake the North Sea monster to me, the scene of the killing is useless. As long as I die, the Monty family will try my best to avenge me." When he finished speaking, the tentacles disappeared as if they had never appeared. Novak raised his hand and rubbed his bruised arm, raised his eyebrows. He knew that no one would dare to hurt the Monty family. "Dear Novak, I am sorry to misunderstand you, but I really didn't think about it. It's easy to cause misunderstandings in your family to make them think that you were really killed by the North Sea giant demon." Zoo. Alan turned to greet the doctor outside the window. "Take him to a cabin without a window, a little sealed away from the sea." Alan walked slowly next to Novak, who was carried by the doctor with a floating mantra, like a chat between friends. "Novak, thank you for your reminder. I will use the spell just now when I get there." In this way, the Monty family you are in will not be misunderstood. They will know clearly that the young master of the Monty family was killed by the young master of the Harris family. As for how to deal with other people outside, the reason is a good official excuse. Anyway, I don't need me to prove how you encountered sea monsters in a sealed room, right? At this time, the crew heard the ship's songs singing in unison, which made Alan stop the conversation and listened to the interesting chorus. "When I was a little boy, my mother told me, hurry up, we have to drag Joe away. If I don't kiss the girls, my lips will be moldy. Hurry up, we have to drag Joe away." With the rhythm of the ship's song, the crew's previous fear seemed to be thrown into the sea, and the singing became more and more powerful. When the doctor heard it, the wand in his hand suddenly turned into a long leather whip, waved out, and wrapped around Novak's waist. With the lifting of the floating spell, Novak fell on the deck and was dragged by the doctor. "Go." Alan seemed to innocently spread his hands, but his eyes were full of gloating smiles. They came to a black cabin completely isolated from the outside except the door. Withdrawn from Novak, he withdrew into the hands of the doctor. Novak's body rolled a few times on the ground. He scrambled up and knelt down on the ground begging for tears. "I beg you, don't kill me, don't kill me. I am willing to give everything I do. Don't you want school? I will let my uncle resign. Beg you." "Novak wants to climb to," Alan pleaded under his feet, but was kicked to the ground by the doctor. Alan frowned as he saw his ugly look, and he wanted to compare with him. Alan waved his hand, and the tentacles of the North Sea giant demon once again emerged from the ground, rose, and rolled mercilessly towards Novak. Seeing the huge tentacles getting closer and closer to him, Novak couldn't help shaking all over, and his voice shouted sternly, "No, no, I don't want to die." Novak got up and tried to escape, but he was entangled with his tentacles, and he was entangled with it. He was desperately screaming and struggling, hanging from the ceiling. He heard the sound of his bones breaking in his ears. Alan and the doctor stood at the door to avoid the spells that were indistinguishable from the enemy and watched it calmly. In the first stage, he should start to feel his buzzing fever, flashes in his eyes, and tinnitus. The doctor observed with interest and commented with a professional attitude. Alan, who had been staring at Novak all the time, noticed that the pupil of the other person was gradually expanding. His gaze was out of focus, and he no longer struggled, as if he was exhausted, and as if he had no consciousness. The tentacles turned a few times on his body and neck, only to see that severe cramps spread throughout Novak's body. This spasm is a small tremor throughout the body. At this stage, he should be able to experience unprecedented sexual pleasure, but it will not last long, probably lasting 1 minute to 1.5 minutes, he whispered. The wand she turned suddenly pointed at Novak's lower body, cleaning up the yellow and white things that flowed from under him because of incontinence, and disgusted. It is really dirty, but it has entered a state of suspended animation, and it will soon. Novak's eyes burst out. His tongue spit out, his breathing stopped, and the sound of his beating heart gradually weakened, gradually becoming quiet, and Alan watched him for a while, turning his head and turning his back to walk outside with his hands. www.untitled.com. There was a muffled noise from Novak's landing behind him. The doctor followed up quickly, but almost knocked down and stopped Alan. Master Alan? I saw Alan took 2 steps backwards, pulled the wooden door of the room just now and closed it gently, and then watched the doctor shake her head gently to her. Michelle, we have to follow the tradition and let him enjoy the courtesy of members of the pure blood family. You forgot to bring the door to Novak. Recommend a good book in Sanjian's recommendation position. I am the big guy behind the scenes. The author cuts across the board. I also want to be a big guy. Luwu, who inherited the inheritance of the ancestors of the Hades, was very worried recently, because the ancestor not only left nothing but the nickname Fu Jun, even the original subordinates all betrayed and divided up his territory. In this case, Luwu relied on the artifact developed by his ancestors to build a game server, extradite Yang players, make mainline missions, copies, plots, NPC, etc. Relying on the player's power, began his own expedition. End of this chapter. Chapter 508. Draco and Pansy revised. Sincerely thank the leader 10,000. By the time they returned to the stern building, everything on the outside deck was already orderly. Seeing Alan coming up, the umbrella teammates who were standing by the door window blocking the sight of others gathered together and walked out together. Seeing Alan, the rest of the people on Distrom's ship surrounded him. Thank you, Alan. When I go back, I will write to my mother and ask her to visit the Harris family to say thank you. Zabini came to thank Alan and thanked him. Although his mother had been 6 times, the widow also has a 7th husband, but he is the only son. The wizard sailors were also cheering for Alan in the distance. Captain Cosby laid down the rudder and ran over, saying that when he was completely out of danger, he would go to sea to catch some special seafood for Alan. A wizard with red curly hair was even in the distance. In Dutch spoken English, I yelled to invite Alan to their red light district, and was punished by Cosby to clean up the deck. Waiting for the noise to stop, Alan gathered the players at the top of the stern building. I just wanted to get rid of the huge monster of the North Sea just now. Alan's eyes swept from the players' faces. No one had a fearful look on his face, and no one asked about it. The reason is quietly waiting for his further instructions. If I don't reply after a break, I can't release the magic of the strength just now, so I plan to go back to London to gather some people. Alan didn't want to let go of the North Sea monster, and thought of asking the family for help. You don't have to rely on your own magic. Luna pointed her head and pointed to Thunderbird. You can let Corton create a storm, but it doesn't take much energy to guide the lightning in the storm, as long as Corton is willing. Alan nodded to her. Luna, I will release Gang and Pansy later. I need them to help me get rid of it for a while when the North Sea monster wants to escape. Don't worry, they just need to be cast on me. The tentacles of the North Sea giant demon tentacles were disturbed by a real guy before they were summoned again to help me hinder such a small stroke. They have grown large enough to rescue me even if something unexpected happens. Although they are not in the sea, the opponent of the Baha'i giant demon, but it should not be difficult to achieve this. In addition, Alan thinks that although this is a good way, Thunderbirds will not spend too much energy on making storms. This is their natural ability, but after all, the lightning in those storms does not belong to Alan's own power, so it needs to choose a teammate to help you build your defense when you guide energy, to avoid the lightning that overflows when you gather energy and also hurt yourself. Thinking of this, Alan started to look at the team members. The fat man was good at super strong armor curse, but if he wanted to fly him with his body shape. Alan shook his head, a little regretful that Novak had been damaged. Fire crossbow arrows. In addition, this time you have to tie them back to back. You just pressed my chest when you moved in the sky just now. It's easier for me to cast a spell in another direction. Was thinking about a serious face. Alan's face instantly flushed, and he said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, I just didn't notice. But you don't need to." The wolf mother kicked a fat man who couldn't help but smile, and then took a step forward. "This should be our duty, Miss Lovegood. You are too young. This matter is for you. It is too dangerous, and Master Alan won't rest assured that you will take the risk. Please let us come." "But you can't," commands Gang and Pansai. After that, Luna turned her head and glanced at all the team members. When she completed this action, her eyes were more prominent, looking like a surprised expression. "Also, your spell level is not as good as mine." After making arrangements, Victor secretly hung back the cage with the North Sea monster body again. Alan walked up to the deck and looked at the sea at the top of the stern building. The waves behind the ship were strangely shaped, and the sails gradually became turbulent. "Damn it, it's coming again." A small, muscular crew member slid pale from the rope of the mast, and the crew immediately boarded the stern building to visit. They both held their breath and stared desperately at the huge shadow coming quickly under the sea outside the stern, and its tentacles like the squid that occasionally popped out of the sea in the waves. These tentacles vary in color. In addition to a lot of burnt skin, there are some skins that are very fresh at first glance. Some tentacles are quite miniature compared to those dramatized giant tentacles. The color is also lighter. Seeing such a situation, Luna opened the small waste bag and turned the opening to the sky. A low dragon roar came from the waste bag. The surrounding people felt the heat wave and instinctive fear, and a strong wind came from the waste bag, blowing out of the opening. The sea water on the sea surface was splashed everywhere. Quickly spread out. The wolf mother standing beside tried to yell, but she couldn't breathe from the heat in her pocket. The high decibel screaming around and the constantly shaking hull let Cosby know that there will be an indescribable horror power running out of his waste bag. The situation at that time, but it felt more intense, because the deterrent brought about by this time made him no longer able to move. And he just kept repeating in his mind, "Fool, escape, hurry." Then the boundless fear squeezed out of his pocket. This nightmare came true. That is a dragon. The outer skin of the black dragon's horn root and around the cheekbones has gradually degraded before, as if it directly exposed the bones. This degradation will increase with age, but it will not cause damage to the black dragon. The deep sunken eye sockets and special nostrils make it look cunning and evil, and its eyes become black and red, burning like molten rock. Gang roared loudly. Bai Sensen's fangs looked extremely evil. Its long tongue enjoys the free air. Out of the constraints of the waste pack, the black dragon spread its wings on the sea, rising like a dark cloud, and the black scale arm reflected the sun's rays. Alan leaned over and patted Luna to show her the surroundings, and Luna suddenly opened her mouth. Gang, put away Long Y. Her usual trance sounded in the hearts of everyone who had been deterred. Draco felt like his blood was drained and then returned to his body. He felt regained control of the body, but he still stood blank, watching the dragon flying beside the big ship, listening for the first time after Luna's yelling, She thought her voice was so beautiful www.untitlenovel.com and at the same time thought, this dragon is so beautiful. Luna gave it a nice name, meaning and own name similar. The people who recovered a little bit at this time noticed that Luna did not put away her waste bag and continued to face the sea. The Hungarian tree front that appeared in the first finals of the Flame Cup also flew out of it, and its body also it is covered with black scales, but the overall color is more like concrete, and the huge head looks more like a lizard. It has yellow eyes, bronze horns, and long tails with almost bronze-colored spikes. As soon as it came out, it consciously followed Zhuogang and rubbed Zhuogang with his head, and then maintained his height to a position lower than that of the black dragon. However, the appearance of the Hungarian Shifing has not aroused too much reaction from the crowd who has faced the purebred black dragon long way. These restless wizards just unconsciously stepped back in the opposite direction with two dragons. Zhuogang, look, Pansy is much better than you. Luna waved gently to the Hungarian tree front. After hearing the name Pansy, Malfoy froze for a moment before realizing that it was Luna's name for the Hungarian tree bee, who looked fierce enough. He choked the praise he had just spit out. Here, the expression on his face was a little green in the playful eyes of the surrounding Slytherin exchange students. Crazy girl is still not that cute. Although Malfoy dared not say it, he couldn't help complaining. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL. Chapter 509 Halo Alan Revised. Sincerely thank the Lord. 10,000 years old. Hogwarts 5th grade wizards are becoming more and more burdened with their work, and the professors assign more homework, but they are scored according to the OWL's test standards, which makes the little wizards feel miserable. It is very encouraging to get a pass at this stage. Of course, there will be many changes from now to the exam. We have enough time to improve and improve, but the results we get now are like a starting line. Is it possible that we can build on this? Hermione said to Harry. The wizards of your training class can get E at the worst. I think my antidote paper, Snape will probably give me P, and of course it may be D sucks. Harry scratched angrily. I scratched my head. If I can do it like you, I can get O in every homework, even if there is only one. I will definitely be terribly excited. Since Hermione's guidance hasn't been available since the 3rd year, Ron's grades have fallen so badly that he eventually got a monster T. Ron, who was sitting next to Harry, was disappointed and did not participate in their conversation. He was at breakfast at that time. I received the roaring letter from my mother Molly Weasley again because of his grades. Hermione, is your training class really unacceptable? Harry asked, looking at Hermione expectantly. Hermione pursed her lips. There was an agreement between the training class and the Fudge faction that she would not enroll any students while Alan was away. She could not recruit Harry into the training class. They all have such high marks in training classes, and the scholarships are much higher than the school's bursaries. Ron, who was once reduced by his mother's pocket money, was very aggressive. Think about it, this must be close to them. Professors must have taken this into account when scoring them. Don't envy them. They prefer to recruit students who are nerds, Ravenclaw and Slytherin with family background. Weasley, Bill and Percy of your family all got 12 in the OWL's exam. Ginna's score is also good, and now in addition to Mr. Arthur, who is already working in the Mul Supplies division, Percy has also been in the Ministry of Magic for a few years. Hermione narrowed her eyes and stared at Ron, which instantly made his neck and ears glow red. Hermione looked at the speechless Ron and nodded in satisfaction. He no longer ignored him but turned to continue to talk to Harry. Recently, Umbridge has been following you in class. You have to be careful. What handle was caught by her? And don't learn to spend all his time watching TV. Harry saw that Hermione had started a preaching mode, and she could not help but shrink her head. It doesn't matter. Anyway, she just shrank from the corner to keep taking notes. There was no substantive action, and at least she could not see her during the class. After and Hermione separated from the auditorium, Ron and Harry occupied the last row of the divination classroom. Soon Umbridge followed Professor Drawlini and got out of the trapdoor on the floor. Umbridge smiled, grabbed the back of the armchair closest to her, and pulled it to the front of the classroom, a few inches behind Professor Trelawney's seat. Then she sat down, pulled out her writing board from the bells and whistles, and looked up expectantly, waiting to start the class. Professor Drawlini still used her usual mysterious tone to lecture, and when she came to Harry to check Harry's prophecy, Umbridge stood up and walked over. Professor Drawlini looked at her in surprise. This should be the first time she was interrupted in class. Professor Drawlini, please allow me to get closer to hear in detail how you are instructing students to make predictions, Umbridge said in her sweet and greasy voice. Professor Drawlini paused slightly, seeming to determine whether the problem was abrupt, and finally nodded slightly, turning his attention to Harry. I dreamed Professor Snape put me in a crucible and drowned, Harry said anxiously, and made a mess. He couldn't remember any dream he had dreamed in recent days. Is not just Harry. At the end of the get out of class, Umbridge also took the students one by one to make notes, recording the predictions made by Professor Drawlini for them. Umbridge had an amiable smile on her face, but in fact she was very anxious in her heart, because the time has not been short since the start of school. But she has not made any achievements so far. She even let Alan Harris have left Hogwarts, but in this way she could no longer shirk responsibility based on Alan's obstruction. She could not find a breakthrough to intervene in Hogwarts. Therefore, under the premise that it is inconvenient to continue to delve into Hagrid, she can only act on Professor Drawlini, whose teaching method is like a lyre. Leaving people can't really grasp Dumbledore's handle. But at least let her cope with Fudge's urge to get her more time. On Dimstrang's big ship, the mast was gurgled by the increasing wind, and the sails crackled. Cosby ordered the sailors to roll up the shrink cloth under the front sail, tie it up with the rigging, and fix it on the sail frame. Cosby was like a standing officer, standing like a gun, standing on the roof of the building, facing the wind, observing the situation of Alan and Luna in the seemingly scary sky that was rolling in the dark clouds. The Thunderbird was hovering in the sky, and the flapping of its wings created a dark cloud-like storm that completely blocked the originally bright sunlight. These layers of storms gathered together and formed a hurricane rain on the sea. Alan slowly moved his wand against the lightning in the storm, and the lightning in the sky storm would follow the wand's trajectory and fall straight down from high altitude, one after another, splitting toward the North Sea giant monster in the sea. Although the sound is amazing, each lightning illuminates the sea as if it cut through the darkness, but in fact, Alan does not consume much magic power. He only uses a small amount of magic power to guide the lightning in the storm, but because it is not by his own, the power, speed, and accuracy of the spells completed by the power are much worse than before. Many lightning bolts directly split from the sky to the sea and disappeared. Outside the area where Alan was fighting, the ropes of Dimstrand's ship were shaken violently by the wind, making a loud noise. The winches collided with each other, the ropes made a harsh sound in the rough rope groove, canvas it was also blown loudly, as if the cannon was roaring. The waves were high, and the waves were higher than the waves, and the Distrom ship jerked in the waves. Captain, do we still need to stay in this area? Would you like to drive further away to ensure safety? A crew member roared loudly. The wind and waves were too loud, and he didn't roar loudly. Cosby couldn't hear what he was saying at all. No, Mr. Harris and Miss Lovegood are risking our lives for us. We must make sure they are in sight, so that if there is an accident, it is convenient for rescue. Cosby replied. However, let these little wizards not. I stayed on the deck again and all went back to the cabin. If the situation was not right, take them into a phantom immediately. Despite their inner fears, the crew could not disobey the captain's orders, so they did as Cosby commanded. Cosby held the fence and saw that the two giant dragons in the sky were breathing the dragon's breath toward the North Sea monster in the ocean. They had burned many tentacles of the North Sea monster to ashes. Cosby did not expect that Miss Lovegood, who was tied to the back by Mr. Harris, was also very amazing. She could cast the iron armor curse without chanting, and it seemed that she had many eyes. The lightning energy that was spilled by Alan's guided lightning and hit them was accurately resisted by her. At this time, the wind was more intense, and the temporarily repaired mast was bent very strongly under the pressure of the sail. It seemed to be broken again. The boat seemed to float on the tip of the wave and beat continuously. The bee-high giant demon finally began to let his body surface. It looks like it is about 150 meters in size, but unlike its tentacles like squid waving around, its body looks more like a big whale with a crab shell. And the body is still long under it. There are some giant arthropods resembling crab legs. This is a creature symbolizing twisting and winding. Roll up the mainsail. Lower the front sail and horn sail. Seeing the huge body of the North Sea monster in the ocean gradually exposed, the tide of the rolled sea became more and more fierce. Cosby commanded loudly. Sailors immediately rushed to their respective positions, laid slings and rolled them tightly. Busy. The propeller of Deemstrong's ship beat the waves with a light and heavy blow, and struggled hard against the stormy waves. The members of the Umbrella Squad looked at Alan and Luna, who were fighting tenaciously with the North Sea giant monster in the high altitude. They were both admired and worried about self-blame. As an elite, they were actually the objects they should be guarding in this incident. The other way around is protection. But they can't help much. They can only watch this scene like a doomsday battlefield from a distance, like an audience on one side. In the storm, thunder thundered and deafened. Cosby simply tied himself to the mast, constantly monitoring the huge and unruly North Sea monster. And suddenly his face showed a happy look. The North Sea monster was injured. The rate of sight regeneration is getting slower and slower. The tentacle spell cast by Mr. Harris is tightly entangled with the North Sea giant demon. From the beginning, the North Sea giant demon can quickly break away from the projections of these tentacles with his own power and let these projections turn into black smoke and dissipate in the air. But after such a long battle now, it seems to have exhausted energy, and it has begun to look tired. These tentacle projections have been persisting for longer and longer. Under the constant guidance of the lightning, the dragon's breath of the dragon, and the entanglement of the tentacles, this North Sea monster was violently tumbling in the sea. The Deemstrong ship began to tilt in the waves caused by the monsters of the North Sea. The deck pillar made a squeaky noise, and the ship rocked violently. But Cosby's face showed a look of joy. Although the North Sea monster was struggling even more, but looking at its direction, it already wanted to give up revenge and return to the sea. At this moment, Cosby saw Alan in the high altitude once again summoned the projection of the North Sea monster tentacles. They were entangled with the huge monster in the ocean, the projected tentacle and the real North Sea monster. Tentacles are entwined, like a series of entangled pythons twisting their bodies and struggling to strangle each other. These huge entangled tentacles tumble in the waves. From time to time, those projected tentacles turned into black smoke, disappearing without a trace in the gigantic rolling waves. The feeling of ecstasy flowed through the exhausted Alan's blood vessels like hot energy, making him rejuvenated. He turned his head to Luna behind and said, "It started." And Luna seemed tired and speechless. He just saw her wave and waved her hand, and then began to repeat the iron armor curse mechanically again. Although very worried about her condition, he could only continue to move at this point. Alan began to raise his wand. The lightning energy in the storm began to gather towards them, and slowly gathered under the guidance of the wand. The North Sea monsters below them once again broke free from the tentacle projection, facing the lightning sphere above the head that had made it suffer before, and it instinctively wanted to dive to the bottom of the sea. And Alan had no time at this time to supplement the projections of the tentacles of the giant monsters of the North Sea. Zhaogang and Panzai no longer kept their distance at this time, and flew down one after the other, each biting a tentacle and desperately flapping their wings. Dragged towards the sky, so that the North Sea giant demon could not complete the dive. Layers of small blue lightnings converged into a group of lightning and finally began to shrink to appear pure black. Alan's wand pointed at the North Sea giant monster in the ocean. The lightning ball slowly attacked the North Sea giant monster from high altitude, and he himself and Lunar Phantom moved to Zhuogang's back and rode up, so that the two dragons Song could begin to climb upward. This time, the lightning ball was detonated directly near the surface of the sea. This sea area shone with the dazzling light of the sky, like the power of the Holy Spirit. The storm created by the Thunderbird made the original clouds in the sky disappear instantly. The sun that appears in the sky cannot compete with it at this moment. After the sight of the people on the ship was restored, it was found that the body of the giant North Sea monster turned pale and slowly disintegrated into pieces from top to bottom, and then decayed, and finally turned into dust. The piece where it was originally the blue waters were contaminated with these powders and turned into a white viscous liquid. I don't know whether it is because the two standing on the dragon are facing the sun behind them. Alan and Luna with their backs facing the sun make the wizards on the ship have the illusion of facing the god. Zhuogang was on his back, and Alan stared breathlessly at the wand in his hand. He could feel its growth rate after absorbing a part of the huge soul of the North Sea monster, and becoming saturated. www.mtlnovel.com. The specific effect is still uncertain, but I believe it will not disappoint him. Alan. Luna's voice sounded from behind Alan. Alan is still in a state of excitement. Luna doesn't finish talking, turning her head and asking, Luna, I just felt that your wand has just absorbed the soul of this big guy and started to grow. Unfortunately, the others didn't come. A lot of soul energy was wasted before it completely dissipated. Alan. Luna's voice seemed weak. After finally realizing Luna's status, Alan quickly untied her belt and put her down, putting her in her arms. Her eyes filled with guilt. Sorry, Luna, are you tired? I never even noticed. I will take you back to the boat to rest. Alan. Luna shook her head and opened her mouth, but was interrupted by the brows. She suddenly began to frown, obviously suffering. Why, where did you get hurt by lightning just now? Show me quickly. Vomit. 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 Luna did not speak, but vomited directly. She had eaten a mixture of seafood and dessert pudding on the boat and vomited Alan's chest. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that this back-to-back binding seems to make me dizzy, Alan. Although I am not seasick at all. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 510, spell sequencing modified. Sincerely thank the leader on when Dim Strong's big ship galloped fast on the sea. It crossed the ocean as a swallow swept across the sky, as Hogwarts passed through the wilderness at an amazing speed. The boat drove quietly hour after hour, as if driving on the lake. The stars rise in the east, bright and charming in the dark night sky. The wizards for the rest of their lives did not want to go back to the cabin to sleep and gather on the deck. They had been talking deeper and deeper into the night, wandering on the side of the ship, watching the brilliant foam arouse from the bow. Unfortunately, such peace and tranquility lasted only until noon the next day. The crew found the twisted and stiff body of Novak Monty in the closed cabin on the ground floor. Alan was not interested in watching a dead man. He and Luna studied the new function of the magic wand on the deck for an afternoon, and now the sea at dusk is amazing. The sunset behind the ship is blood red and blood red. The sky is red and the sky is more empty. Obviously, he is unwilling to let the young master of the Monts destroy his good mood at the moment. But the movement from the distance made Alan narrow his eyes, and he saw 3 dark shadows in the sky far away on the starboard bow, swiftly galloping toward the direction of the ship. The wizard on a broom. As Alan scrutinized carefully, the 3 shadows suddenly disappeared and appeared on the deck in an instant. The one headed is a fat and strong young man. He walked towards Cosby with a powerful step and hugged him. Good afternoon, Cosby. We received your message that the dead body was found, so come and investigate. Please forgive us that it took us so long to find you. It is really not an easy thing for you who want to locate fast-moving at sea. Sergei, it's okay if you or us can come over. I don't understand how the younger master of the Monty family appeared on our boat. and I died in a closed cabin unclearly." Cosby sighed while complaining. He took the errors to the bottom cabin. When the three errors appeared on the deck again, Sergei Ivanovich Sidorov's brows were frowning, and the scars on the Novak body of the Monty family were undoubtedly encountered by the North Sea giant demon, but it was in a closed cabin that was not destroyed. And these British exchange students actually encountered the North Sea giant monster attack, and apparently this period should not be. The North Sea giant monster appeared on the sea, plus the last Cosby handed them to them, found at the rudder with the North Sea giant, the decoy made by the demon larvae, and the ban on phantom shift, and the fire bolt with Novak's name on it, all pointed at the young master of the Monty family who should not have appeared on the ship. But the key issue is that the biggest suspect who lured the North Sea monster to attack the ship was the only deceased in this incident. After making more detailed inquiries to the crew, Gar had a headache after knowing that Alan Harris was also on this ship and used the method of summoning the tentacles of the North Sea monster in the battle just now. He was probably sure the course of events is a struggle from the upper family, and the young master of the monsters is obviously killed by the Harris family from Britain. But when he tried to approach Alan Harris for questioning, the other adult wizards who made him feel like he was walking with him were actually in the British Ministry of Magic. They claimed to suspect that the attack and the murder of the younger master of the Monty family were a coherent conspiracy. After the murder of the entire boat was unsuccessful, they were killed by the same spell used by Alan Harris to save everyone. The young master of the Montes wanted to blame him, and because the place of the accident was at the junction, according to the convention, in theory, they had to negotiate with the British Ministry of Magic before they could finally agree on which party should take over the murder. Finally, I have to mention that the other party threatened them, saying that the matter had been reported to the British Ministry of Magic and that Alan Harris's father, who was the Deputy Minister of Magic, would personally intervene. Even more troublesome are the exchange students from Hogwarts, England. After their lives were threatened, they knew that this was a premeditated attack and clamored to use their family power in the UK to discuss with them. To say it, the captains and sailors who were rescued by Alan Harris obviously could not ask for anything in substance. Without consultation with the British Ministry of Magic and no decisive evidence, Gal could not use coercion to deal with the amazing pure blood behind the gang like the mole wizards with no background. But the current situation is that there is no coercive means and it is obviously impossible to obtain decisive evidence. This incident was originally a fight for power between these families. If an ordinary person like him who has no power and has no power, rush into it without knowing if they occupy the team, I am afraid that they will be squeezed so that there is no left. Thinking of this, Gal couldn't help but shudder. He found himself in an awkward situation in this unlucky mission, so he took a deep breath and prepared his men to leave with the body. This time he planned to report to the superiors truthfully. Those speculations without evidence can only be omitted. This problem still annoys the people above. This is not something that ordinary errors like him can handle. What kind of headaches did the errors and Corbis have? These are not considered by Alan at present. His attention is attracted by his wand that has completed this growth. After absorbing the huge soul of the giant monster of the North Sea, what is different from the past is that it was originally a magic wand used as a tool for storing souls. Alan looked at his wand, his eyes fiery as if looking at the most magnificent treasure in the world. After some exploration, Alan can be sure that his wand obtained a long-lost special ability recorded in the books in the tower, a special skill called spell sequencing. This ability is based on the records are said to date back to the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Although Ravenclaw himself seems to have learned this technique, but because its principle is not as systematic as modern magic, it can be recorded in books or magic illusions. So there are only some skills in this tower. The record of only a few words on the after selecting the spell that needs to be sequenced, the wand can store a spell, and then the wizard can release the sequenced spell power at any time, or even cast the magic on his own. When the spell is cast at the same time, it is like casting two spells at the same time. www.untitled.com. Although this ability can only store one spell at a time, and once activated, The spell must be stored again before it can be used again. This ability, but the potential contained therein is enough to make Alan ecstatic, which will bring a qualitative improvement to his combat ability. At a critical moment, if a reasonable combination of spells can achieve unexpected results, Alan couldn't help but praised its new ability by playing with his wand. For example, when Alan is dealing with enemies hiding behind the shield wall of the armor, he can use the curse stop to dispel the shield wall on one hand, and then use the magic wand to store the Evideso spell to hit the enemy within a negligible time difference, or send 2 lightning bolts at once to aim at different enemies. The specific effect depends on what kind of magic spell Alan himself stores to achieve what kind of effect to match. Luna, who was sitting and eating, swallowed something in her mouth and tilted her head to take a look at her wand. Alan, we can feel the working principle of spell sequencing while constantly practicing this new ability. Maybe this allows us to master this ability ourselves. I mean, the history of human use of magic is much earlier than the history of the magic wand, even if it can bring us convenience when casting a spell in this world, but maybe we should not rely more and more on it. Alan raised his head and glanced at Luna's plate, perhaps because the previous vomiting made her completely unwilling to move those seafood, but the pudding was still as appetizing as she was eaten a lot. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 511, homework modified. Sincerely thank the leader on one that night. Alan left the tower happily and came to the deck to look out, enjoying the last night before arriving at Distrom College. The sea breeze at night made his mind clear, and the sea water beat the ship's side. The ship groaned groaning, all of which sounded particularly beautiful in Alan's ears. Even if it smelled of salty seawater, it seemed to have a romantic atmosphere. Until a wet owl rolled down and fell in front of Alan. Alan recovered from this rare, comfortable and relaxing time. Alan kindly used magic to dry the feathers of this poor owl. It was really not easy to find himself on this constantly moving ship on the North Sea. I thought he fed this owl a lot. Tuna meat, specially picked only some good meat on the belly and fish chin for it. Touching the head of this little thing, Alan removed the letter on its leg and found that the envelope had the seal of his own family on the envelope. If the letter was unwrapped without a special spell, it would be like a roaring letter, self-destruct and burn after roaring. Although it is a bit strange, Alan still took out his wand and was ready to unlock the paint. But when he pointed the wand at the lacquer, he hesitated for a moment, and Alan felt that Luna's previous words were not unreasonable. So he put the wand back into the device in his arm, changed the wandless spell to use the spell, and then opened the letter. After a quick glance, Alan pondered for a moment, then unfolded the letter again, read it carefully and frowned. Alan held the parchment and walked back and forth on the deck a few times before sitting back at the table and writing back to his father. He pulled a piece of parchment paper, dipped the eagle feather pen into the ink, and just wrote a beginning. The right hand holding the pen stopped. He rubbed his temples with his knuckles, his expression tangled, and finally crumpled the parchment into a ball and pushed it to the side of the table. Thinking for a while, he took the crumpled parchment back, tapped the stationery with their wand, and the parchment floated up, burning himself in the air from the lower right corner, turning into ashes and falling into the sea. Alan stood up in a state of melancholy and decided to think a little longer before replying to his father. The next day, the most anticipated course at Harry Hogwarts was the Black Magic Defense class, not only because he was quite talented in this subject, but also the only subject he could get O in all his homework, but also because the professor of this subject is Lupin, has such an expectation that even a potion lesson is required to take a black magic defense lesson, which will not break Harry's good mood. Professor Lupin likes to lead everyone to practice classes of black magic defense. The length of the papers he arranges is also quite moderate, so his lessons are widely loved by little wizards. When Harry came to the classroom of the Black Magic Defense class, a familiar wardrobe was placed against the wall in the classroom. As more and more people entered the classroom, the wardrobe shook violently and banged against the wall. Boggart, Ron guessed strangely, We learned how to deal with Boggart in the 3rd grade. Behind him was a loud, impatient smack. Hermione. She got the news of Mr. Allen's attack from Mr. Harris. What mouth are you sucking at us? Ron said angrily. Nothing. Hermione said coldly. You just your mouth. Ron said, I don't know why I have to learn Boggart again. And then you. Isn't that what you understand? Hermione's complexion in her face annoyed Ron. Don't say it if you don't want to tell us, Ron said angrily. Very good. Hermione said arrogantly, and then strode to the other end of the classroom. She didn't actually know. Ron stared at Hermione's back angrily for a moment. Alan left. She has no friends. She just wanted me to talk to her again. I think you think too much, Ron. Harry blinked. Obviously, Professor Lupin will not teach us to deal with Boggart again. It is likely that it is not easy to find, but it is terrifying. Something. For example, he used Boggart to teach me to use the Guardian Curse. Harry is right. We are going to learn the Patron Saint Curse in this lesson. Professor Lupin's voice came from behind Harry. Professor Lupin. Harry and Ron turned at the same time, shouting in unison. Professor Lupin and Jan gathered the little wizards around him. The spell I will demonstrate and teach you in a moment is a very deep magic, far beyond the level of ordinary wizards. This spell is called the Patron Saint Curse. Its main function is to resist Dementors. In addition, according to the book Where Are the Magical Animals?, the Patron Saint is also the only known magic that can expel the Voldemort called the Living Corpse Creatures spell. In addition, if you have enough talent and deep mana, after fully mastering this spell, it can also be used to convey messages, so that your Patron Saint can deliver the words you want to speak. The little wizards were restless. They had long envied the little wizards of the training class to master the spell, and now they also have the opportunity to learn. The members of the training class are also very happy. Except for the junior members, almost all of them have mastered this spell, which can save time to learn other more advanced knowledge. The school's regular teaching content has become more and more unsatisfactory. The Patron Saint is a positive force. Its mantra is Lupin cleared his throat. Call God to guard. Call God Guardian. The little wizards repeated Lupin's tone. Call God Guardian. To read this spell, you must concentrate all your thoughts on a particularly pleasant moment, or when there is a strong desire to protect. This spell will take effect, Professor Lupin explained. The little wizards racked their brains thinking about the moments that made them happy, and waved their wands repeatedly to practice the spell. When their pronunciation and movements were basically accurate, Professor Lupin told Harry to walk to the middle of the classroom and demonstrate the spell for everyone. Professor Lupin grabbed the clicking door handle of the cabinet and pulled it out. A Dementor slowly emerged from the box. The lights in the classroom flashed a few times, and a cold that penetrated the bone marrow covered the classroom. When the little wizards ate chocolate and left the dark magic defense classroom, and came to the sun outside the castle, the sense of prostration facing the Dementors moved away from them. Hermione and Harry both got 10 points for Gryffindor. We got 20 points at once, Neville said happily. But what I am more worried about is that if Professor Lupin uses the same criteria to judge Ravenclaw or Slytherin, members of the training class are almost all in these two colleges. If you can use the Guardian Curse, you can get 4 extra points. However, everyone in our academy performed very well, and no one was timid when faced with Dementors and not ashamed like those Hufflepuffs. Thinking of Ron's performance here, satisfaction. Although he didn't feel the Patron Saint Curse, he felt brave. At least he didn't cry like Hannah Abbott, did he? Ron was smug. Did you see it? Professor Lupin praised me for being so handsome, Simo shouted. Boom. If there was no such explosion in the end. Dean imitated the loud noise caused by Simo's spell just now. The surrounding Gryffindors all laughed. Although in addition to Harry and Hermione, the best performing Parvati Patil in their group is just a little white gas released from the wand. But this does not prevent the dark magic defense class that is a little scary and exciting from becoming like one of the favorite courses of the young lions in actual combat exercises. Even if it was Neville who behaved badly as always, he liked the course of Professor Lupin, who was very kind and friendly. especially before going to the black magic defense class. He was caught by Snape in the potion class. After being treated as a typical torture again, Lupin, who is good at encouraging losers, has become an idol in his eyes. In the afternoon, the little wizards ushered in the first game of the Hogwarts Quidditch season, Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff in the Storm. Hufflepuff can't beat Ravenclaw, Ron said with a lip, especially if Cedric has graduated. I guess they will lose at least 200 points, George said. But if they beat Ravenclaw, it's impossible. Ravenclaw is too powerful, and Hufflepuff didn't have time to complete the reconstruction. As they said, Ravenclaw scored a big victory without suspense. In the wind and rain, the Hufflepuff players wearing light yellow robe left their field with their heads down. Harry felt that what needs attention is definitely not the result of this game. Ravenclaw's tactical strategy in this game is tricky and changeable. They seem to be using Hufflepuff to test their training results on weekdays, although it looks a little rusty. But these Ravenclaws constantly use a variety of professional tactics that can only be seen when the Wizards TV broadcast the professional club Quidditch game in the game, and their players are also brave to try various difficult personal actions. Harry feels that Gryffindor matches Hedgepuff without Cedric. It is not a big problem to win, but if you want to open such a big score like Ravenclaw, you can only use it. Their best style of play is possible. After the game, looking at Hermione, who was talking to Alan's sister Emily at Slytherin College, Harry was puzzled and surprised that Hermione performed today while watching the ball with them. www.mentalnovel.com. Her minutes did read Quidditch books in the first grade before and memorized them all, but maybe it was because her flying talent did not perform as well as other courses. Even Hermione. She often cheers for herself and Alan off the court, but in fact she is not too interested in the actual game. But this time it is surprising that even Harry himself is no better than Hermione's Quidditch tactical training. The Ravenclaws showed some professional tactics. Although Harry had heard them and had seen some of them in actual use in the game recently because of the television broadcast of the Wizard, he didn't understand the principle. But in the course of the game, Hermione was able to tell the principle clearly on the sidelines, and even their next steps can be predicted in advance. With the performance of the Ravenclaws on the field, Harry felt, I have learned a lot of knowledge that I cannot see in books. Thinking about this, Harry finally couldn't help but say to Hermione, Hermione, why do you understand the ball so much? My brother loves Quidditch, especially this year when he helped to develop team training plans and tactics after becoming the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. He always forced Hermione to watch videos with him. No, she was not allowed to do her homework after watching. Emily's voice passed from behind Hermione. Brother is not fair at all. I want to watch TV. I have to finish my homework before I can watch it. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 512. I'm here to talk about the conditions modified. Sincerely thank the leader for being confused. Deemstrand's big ship took the little wizards a long way, and passed a small cape after another, until they saw the land slowly approaching. Behind them in the rare sunshine in the Nordic season, all the headlands of this place are clearly visible. Soon they will travel along its coastline. Alan observed the astrology last night to know that the current location is near the Scandinavian coast. Suddenly, a black mist burst from the sun-drenched sea, and Deemstrong's big ship plunged into it. After a while, when they broke through the black mist, a grand dome building was in their distance. The direction of the bow rises. The weather here is colder than outside. The thick fog, the frost covers the dome like a battle helmet, and the air in the cabin seems to be frozen. The little wizards had no time to check on the bow. Cosby urged them to pack their bags and collectively put on winter clothes. When the little wizards got out of the boat, they shrunk and buried themselves in their coats. It was too cold. Luna did not know whether she was too cold or because Xenophilius was too spoiled for her daughter. She was one size bigger than her, and the whole person was wrapped up. Luna, who only showed a little face, was very petite. Malfoy, dressed in a tailor-made costume personally by Mrs. Mokin in Diagon Alley, is still a big with big toes, leading his new follower Banzarbini to remind others to maintain their demeanor and represent Hogwarts' image. This is really necessary, because when Alan followed Cosby and led the exchange students into the promenade against the flow of people, they found that they passed by the many young men who wore fur cloaks and blood-red robes and stared at him. It seems that the entire distrom was dispatched. When they walked into a gallery, there was some cheers and sparse applause across the room. From their cold eyes, Alan felt that it was very likely that they were celebrating that they were finally not in the cold outdoor. Continue to wait. Not far away stood a middle-aged man about 50 years old. His body is strong and his manners are stable. Of course, this is partly due to his exquisite Siberian brown bear fur coat, clean shirt, neatly wrapped hair and jewelry on his body. What matters more is his apretentious style. The middle-aged man, who claimed to be Carson Monty, received them reluctantly after finishing the most basic self-introduction with Cosby and led him along the steps of the gallery. Someone will naturally lead you to visit later, now you'd better follow up. The middle-aged man mumbled while cleaning the snow with his feet, groping and stepping on the steps. I'll wait for a class after a while. No to spend more time taking care of you guests. When they came to auditorium and found seats, they found that although it did not look beautifully decorated in Hogwarts, the Nordic style made these furniture look simple and rude, but it was bigger than Hogwarts. With a more open space, Distrom's dining table can accommodate more wizards. If it weren't for the flames created by magic, this lobby would definitely feel colder. Then a witch with short white hair and a thin chin with a goatee with a small curl on the end led the professor-dressed wizard to trot in front of everyone. It was Deemstrand magic. The principal of the college, Igor Kakarov, and the men who were inserted into the Deemstrand Academy by the Harris family. Kakarov welcomed everyone with his unique round, sweet and passionate voice, and the original compared to the time when the Goblet of Fire was a referee. His teeth were still very yellow, but his indifferent and sharp eyes now showed fatigue and anxiety that could not be hidden. When Carson Monty just politely accompanied the freshmen to eat a few bites of food, he took the lead in leaving the lobby for the sake of the students. Paying attention to Alan's eyes, Kakarov bowed close to Alan and whispered, "Master, the person who just left, that is Vice President Carson Monty. His family has been dissatisfied with my movements last year and secretly kept talking to us. Right, in order to avoid them in the exchange student activities, I have to let Monty take charge of the whole reception and your safety. His family has just happened. Unfortunately, he is likely to blame this on your master. It's hard to make trouble at the reception." Then he explained like he was eager to show his loyalty, "But please rest assured that the master, I have prepared a room for you alone. At night, I came from Harris and I family colleagues will officially hold a decent welcome dinner for you. I don't have to do this, I have my own ideas." Alan shook his head and rejected Kakarov's proposal. Although Kakarov did not understand why Alan refused, he did not dare to ask why. He looked at the umbrella team behind Alan and mistakenly thought that these seemingly elite wizards came to strengthen Deemstrong, guarding the power. He was relieved that he had been worried about Voldemort's return. After the luncheon, the wizards of Deemstrand had returned to their respective classrooms, and Alan and they were arranged by Vice President Carson Monty of Brookhaven, who was once one of the warriors in the wizarding competition. It led them to visit the campus. Since the wizards contest, Brooke, who has been rescued several times by Alan, has admired Alan's body. He obviously attached great importance to this reception. His dark brown hair is just trimmed and the almond-shaped green eyes are full of joy. During the visit, they found that a sign of Death Holy was engraved on a wall in the college. Brooke noticed Alan's sight and enthusiastically leaned over to introduce. In 1894, Gellert Grindelwald began to study at Distrom College. Although our school is more advocating black magic, the black magic experiment conducted by Dvor was still too dangerous for the students. After a while, other than the headmaster at that time, others felt that they could no longer keep his eyes closed on his experiments, so he was expelled from the school. Before he was expelled, he carved the sign of the Deathly Hallows on a wall of the school. The sign remained until he was defeated for many years. Aaron couldn't resist his enthusiasm and took a few steps back quietly. After noticing the color of his pupils, he thought to himself, if Brooke's hair is red and long, he can definitely come to Hogwarts to go to school. Please like Snape. Every year, some students copy Grindelwald's logo on their textbooks and clothes, and want to use it to scare others and make themselves look great. But the descendants who lost their loved ones because of Grindelwald learned some lessons for them. Luna struggling to pull out the 2 necklaces she was wearing from the collar. After pulling away the cork stopper wearing the butterbeer cork and 2 magic potions, she took it out and Grindelwald on the wall. The imprint below has a necklace with exactly the same shape. This sign represents the 3 holy deaths made by Grim Reaper. It does not belong to Grindelwald. Glancing at the necklace, Brooke deflated his mouth. In our case it is his personal mark, and I think you better keep it away as well. After a rough visit, in the eyes of the exchange students, Dimstrand's castle is far less spectacular than Hogwarts. Its main fort is only 4 floors, and the outer wall style without much carving is also thicker. Mad, but also more practical and reliable. The climate in the academy is colder than that of Scandinavia, so cold that only enchanted flames can maintain a long-term burning state here. However, compared to Hogwarts, there is a more spacious site around Dimstron Castle. There is a mountain lake at the back of the castle, and some dark, spooky big ships dock there, and the big ship that Alan took when they came was also there. Although there is no such kind of magical animals as Hogwarts. The forest is forbidden, but it is said that there is a dragon farm near the Norwegian Ridgeback, and there are also many magical animals living in the lake and the nearby ocean. After the visit, Brooke took the exchange students to the dormitory. There is your name and the house number on the house number. I wish you a good night's sleep. Then some house keys were distributed to the little wizards. Then he froze for a moment. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and stared at the rest of the house keys. He froze for a while and then looked up at Alan. Alan, don't look at my score on the Goblet of Fire. My grades in school are actually pretty good. I was assigned to a single room as a reward. Let me change rooms with you. Thank you, Brooke, but it doesn't matter. Please go back to class first. After all, you are about to graduate. I heard that the exam in the last year is not difficult. Alan waved to Brooke, making Zheng apologize. He left first, did not inform other exchange students who were placing the salute. Alan, Luna and the members of the umbrella team walked towards the side stairs, and finally they came down to a location near the cellar, without windows and sunlight. The only light source was the wall on the table. There are several rooms distributed here, one of which seems to be closed by magic. The eaves have been blown up and the ground is full of gravel. The traces of black magic damage can be seen at a glance. After Alan followed the house number to find his room, he opened the door with his long eyes, and the indoor view was panoramic. The 9 simple and dirty canvas beds are very clean compared to the room covered with spider webs and dust. Apparently they have only recently moved into this long abandoned room. 2 or 3 wooden chairs, a soap box, and a small stove with a round belly. Despite the fire, the room is still cold and unbearable. This is insulting the Harris family. I see that there are obviously many empty rooms in good condition. But they just want to make us crowded here. Master Alan, please wait a while. I will go here find the vice principal theory. The wolf mother angrily shattered a wooden chair. Resume as before. Alan waved his hands freely, repaired the chair, clapped his hands, moved it to his feet, and then sat up. Don't be excited, don't worry. Although the wolf mother was upset, she did not shout again, waiting for Alan's instructions. Luna, use your camera to take these pictures, and then go upstairs to take a few pictures of the empty rooms and exchange students' rooms. Alan turned to Luna and said softly. Luna seemed to nod her head, but she was obviously hiding in the thick fur coat. This action could not be expressed. But after she struggled to pull out the camera to start shooting, Alan finally determined that she still heard it. "Please clean this up first," Alan ordered the other members of the team after seeing the doctor and the four eyes following Luna upstairs. The mother wolf said, "Master Alan, you don't have to live." Her words were interrupted by Alan's waving motion, and the wolf mother settled. Her arms trembling with anger waved a magic wand and read out a new one. As a result, the cleaning spell had no effect and everything remained unchanged. Alan immediately guessed the cellar and his former owner. "All mantras will end." This time he took out his wand and waved it. The whirlwind sweeps away. A black mist appeared out of thin air, rising and exploding. Dust, cobwebs, and excess water vapor jumped out of each gap, gently lined up and slipped off the corner, and the old wooden pieces and cloth pieces were reassembled. "I just let the room be cleaned, but not for you to start to arrange salutes." Alan raised his hand to stop the fat man who was holding the salute to enter. "Wait here for me for a while. Take care of Luna." www.mentalnovel.com. Dimstrand Castle's open space is deserted because of class. Alan glanced around with his hands on the spot, and finally found a professor the dressed bald witch passes by. The professor in front. "Please wait a moment." Alan stopped him. The bald wizard looked at Alan's dress a little stunned. "Ah, is it an exchange student from Hogwarts? Can't find the way back to the dorm?" Alan nodded politely. "Yes, so I would like to ask, where is Distrom's dual classroom?" "Aren't you asking the dormitory? Go to the dual to teach." "I know, thank you, Professor Bizdloff." Before the bald man finished speaking, he saw the other person nodded and turned around to leave, looking at the direction to the dual classroom. The bald head, a little puzzled, also turned and left. "Well, did I introduce myself just now?" A dozen minutes later, Alan had stood in front of the dual classroom, remembering the wall just now, letting out his already outstretched hand, and then reaching into the collar to give Luna to his death. The marked necklace was pulled out and exposed to the outside, and after knocking 3 times on the door was pushed open without waiting for a response from the inside. "Vice Principal Monty, I'm here to talk about conditions." Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 513, all modified. "Sincerely thank the leader of the Confused 7. Aren't you British men pretending to be gentlemen? Why are you so casual at Hogwarts?" Carson squinted at Alan with the corner of his eyes, his expression full of sarcasm. Alan didn't answer immediately, but waved the sleeve of his robe. There was an additional camera in his hand. After debugging, he fixed it on the door to make the camera face the classroom. Apparently those pure-blood students of Dimstron Professor, he didn't recognize this dark thing at all. At this time, Alan only took a few steps forward and bowed his hands to apologize slightly to the students inside. His voice was much softer and more polite than when he entered the door, with a trace of grievances. "I am sorry to disturb you, courses, but Vice President Monty, I just want to ask you, if you have any opinions about our Hogwarts. Why do you still give me a room in the cellar under the premise that there are many empty rooms in the ordinary student dormitory? What about dilapidated rooms that have been abandoned for years?" Carson frowned, so as to say, "I'm really sorry, this is my poor hospitality, but please believe, don't look at the so many rooms in our castle, but they are all useful. That is, I am ready to reward a single room for students who perform particularly well in courses such as school duels. I have tried my best to arrange for other Hogwarts students to enter the dormitory, but I really cannot afford to provide you and your escorts normally room. Maybe you don't know, although the cellar I prepared for you has been abandoned for a long time. In fact, the person represented by the mark on the necklace you lived in has lived there for a short time. I heard that your home." He used to be his follower. "It's okay as long as you clean it up." I thought you would be satisfied with this arrangement, but maybe as the leader of the exchange student, you can exchange it with your classmates. Maliciously pointed out the necklace of the Deathly Hallows to the students, and hypocritically gave Alan an idea. That being the case, as a member of the exchange student, if I personally participate in the duel and get the final victory, and win over everyone. Can I get the right to choose a better room? Alan said politely, but in the words, the expression was full of provocation, and even bowed slightly ironically in the end. Feeling offended, Monty just wanted to start scolding, but then thought about it. The Harris heir and his men are killing Novak, who is not inferior in his family or even the next generation heir, but his death is actually a good thing for him. His son's current performance in Distrom is very good. Although it has a certain relationship with his position as deputy headmaster, it is mainly because he was at the age of Binovo it is smaller, so it is no better than Novak. Although you can't kill Alan Harris blatantly in class, you can just let him lose his face when he is too big, or give him some curse. He suffered some hard-to-treat injuries and even disability. I believe that with the influence of the Monty family in Northern Europe, it will not make me really take too much responsibility, and I can make my home in Montenegro in the name of revenge for Novak's success. Going further within the family, Monty nodded secretly. He felt that he could agree to Alan's participation in the duel class, but he had to give him a limit. Although he would have some scruples under the large crowd, he would not come here, but according to his performance in the wizarding competition and according to the rumor enough to kill a North Sea monster, it seems that none of these people in the class can beat him. And obviously he knew this, so he was full of confidence. Principal Monty, please agree with this madman's proposal. I'm even willing to give up my single room as a bet. Don't think that it would be so arrogant to beat Crumb. He had lost many times in the duel class. Lower me by 1 grade. A boy taller than Crumb finally couldn't bear to petition Monty. He still carried Grindelwald's mark so blatantly, although I couldn't kill him at school, but I can just use some evil spells to avenge my grandfather who was killed. Calm down for a while. You are not fair against him. Although you are in the 7th grade, Alan Harris has a deep family heritage and can provide him with many opportunities to learn ancient magic, so even Hogwarts doesn't have any black magic lessons, and he can use so many powerful spells on the Goblet of Fire. Carson Ming tried to persuade the student named Vasily, but he couldn't help but observe that Alan will react to this statement. Alan whispered aside and said, I can complete the duel using only the spells that Hogwarts 5th grade students can learn in school. What do you think about Principal Monty? This bastard, 2 despised people. Principal, let us teach him a lesson. Some students who knew and were afraid of Alan's strength couldn't help but say this. Carson finally nodded, pretending to be kind. Since you insist on doing so, let us deem strong students and the exchange students at Hogwarts complete this first exchange. If Harris you to win, you certainly have the right to get a better room as a reward, but you have to think about it. www.mentalnovel.com. You have to win all of them, but the condition you put forward is not what we want. Fight with your wheels. After he finished, he turned his head. Vasily, you first go to the field and start our first exchange student. Alan looked at Vasily. Please wait, Principal Monty, you seem to have misunderstood. I am not going to fight an unknown with the garbage students of Dimstrand. But, what do you mean? Why do you look at me? You treat me as garbage? Vasily interrupted Alan's speech with anger. Alan quickly stretched out his hands with his back to make a placating gesture. No. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. He shook his head and looked at Vasily, then smiled and faced the others. I meant to be present everyone, including Vice President Monty. You are rubbish. I want to solve all of you at once. The classroom immediately clamored, and in the face of the provocative provocation of Alan, the little wizards who were already hostile to Alan could no longer hold back and yelled. Alan still had a gentle smile, exaggerated one hand to support the waist, while using the wand in the other hand to draw an arc in the air against the wizards in the classroom, issued a duel challenge. This manner of manners full of British wizards' duel etiquette is very different from the pragmatism advocated by Durmstrand's wizards. It makes people feel that Alan is deliberately showing the sense of cultural superiority of the British gentleman. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 514, Sorcerer's Ceremony Modified. Sincere thanks to the madman Q. Alan's move looked more like a mockery in the eyes of Dimstrand's little wizards. They stared at Alan coldly, and Vasily pulled out his wand with a smile. Like he did so, many little wizards had a sarcastic look on their faces, playing with their wand in their hands, and they began to gather together. It gradually spread to all corners of the site, forming a semi-envelopment for Alan, who was still at the entrance. Alan's face didn't change color, and slowly walked into the classroom. Vasily shouted loudly, and a smoky black-green acid went straight to Alan's face. The spell hit an invisible shield in front of Alan, who moved the wand. As the barrier made by the armor was contaminated and revealed to be black and green, the spell was quickly reversed and rebounded to the right of Vasily. A fat witch with a round face that looks a bit like an owl. His eyes were rounded, and he was too late to react. The bounced spell was like a venomous snake, and the close of the pungent smoke became fiercer. He felt his eyes could not be punctured. The acid liquid swept through his body instantly, swallowed him, and the blind, smoked, round-faced fat wizard wandered in the classroom wailing with open teeth and claws, and everywhere he went, the little wizard in the classroom hurriedly evaded drive him. In a chaos, Vasily watched his magic spell actually caused the companion's misfortune. Issued a roar, waved his wand desperately, and wished to cast all the attack spells he would cast on Alan at once. Carson Monty couldn't focus on the two of them in the fight. He quickly set aside the crowd and cast a spell to rescue the round-faced fat witch. Although the acid was almost immediately relieved by him, the round-faced fat witch, the whole body has also been severely burned. Judging from the part of the body exposed by the burnt clothes, some thin skin areas have been corroded to see the bones. He lay on the ground and moaned again and again, and from time to time a twitch is obviously very painful. Monty called the two students who had the worst duel in the class to send him to the school doctor's office, and he whispered a few words before they left, although the two students did not want to miss the opportunity to teach Alan. But he had to obey the vice principal, and he directed the fat-faced witch floating with his wand and left the classroom. The painful wailing and groaning sound disappeared in the corner. Carson Monty turned around. Through the open doors and windows, Carson saw that although Alan did not fight back, Dimstrand's little wizard was used by him. The ability of the armor to rebound has continued to cause injuries. A black rope tied a thin wizard and bound him strong like a cocoon pupa. A black snake caught a wizard with a black mole on his forehead, and he caught the snake 7 inches, constantly struggling. A sour wizard choked his throat, his eyes loose. Carson Monty hurried to the crowd and commanded loudly, "Give me a hand, fight hard, don't hesitate." He said that it is serious to want one person to challenge us all. He is deliberately using an armor curse to bounce back your spell. The well-trained wizards used all kinds of obstacles in the training room to run and avoid Alan's counterattack. This is indeed very effective. At least Alan keeps admiring in his heart only when compared with the ceremonial etiquette in the British duel, in the kind of duel in a rectangular field. Besides being able to use some of the more aggressive black magic, Dimstrang's venue setting for the duel class also looks like it would be encountered in real life. Various obstacles. The spell flew towards Alan from all angles of the classroom. Alan slowly walked toward the classroom confidently, as he did not wave his wand at a speed like ordinary people. The iron armor curse that would not show the color reflected the color of the various magic spells attacked. Alan spelled most of the spells one by one. Block it and walk slowly forward. But occasionally there are still some tricky spells that hit him. The little wizards saw a spell and successfully hit Alan, showing a happy expression, but gradually, the smile froze on his face, and became suspicious and frightened. The spells were like water droplets merging into the sea, without a trace of waves. At first, they thought Alan was holding on, but then realized that the spells were like hitting the skin of the lion-head scorpion. To no avail. It is one of the reasons why the spells that Alan selectively missed to hit him are not strong. In addition, Alan has been absorbing the soul to nourish himself for a long time. The ordinary spells used by these miners are not strong. Not enough to break through his growing magic resistance. In order to take the opportunity to test his magic resistance, Alan did not even activate the defensive function of his robe, but chose to gradually increase the level of the spell that hit him. The scene became Alan, just like the shepherd, chasing the group of 7th graders Deemstrand away. I can't really let a Hogwarts student beat everyone in my class with just an iron mantra. Carson realized that the opponent's ability far exceeded expectations, but the results now make him even more unacceptable. This bastard, don't fight alone, attack me together. The dense spell continued to shoot at Alan, and even Carson was not pretending to cast his spell on Alan. Then welcome. For a moment, this slightly dim classroom was illuminated by Alan's amazing mana. Carson raised his wand and stood behind the students, staring blankly at them before they fell one by one before Alan's spell. The fainting ground, which far exceeds the normal power and can hit people far away, flashed red light from his wand, causing the subjects to hit the companion who was preparing to cast the spell, and the flames were directly the squirting from the palm of his hand prevented the big witches who gave up the curse and rushed over to fight with him. Moreover, the other party did not know what method was used, and he could launch 2 spells from time to time. The look was gone. The arrogant, panicked Vasily was hidden behind the bunker in the duel room. He just thought he had escaped one robbery. While the bunker was exploded by the blasting curse, it was imprisoned by the petrochemical curse that followed, and then the students around him wailed and fell down, because the 10,000 bullets used by Alan sent a spell to let the bomb broken pieces of bunkers were shot from the ground and constantly attacked the surrounding targets, while the unlucky Vasily was petrified. But he could not even protect his vital actions at this time. Some students were afraid of starting to escape from the classroom, and received and obeyed the summoning message of the 2 students who were sent by Carson to send the round-face wizard, and other students who swarmed in from the entrance of the classroom were frozen by a wide range of frosts. At the same place, the cowards who wanted to quit the classroom were knocked down to the ground, and their anger when they rushed into the classroom became the sound of teeth trembling because of the cold. Finally came the professors who heard the news. Some old wizards of non-Harris faction wanted to stop this newborn calf. Yu reads www.uukanzu.com, but Alan Harris is older in some ways than them. His ability to cast spells is unpredictable. Unlike the spells he used to cast various powerful powers during the Goblet of Fire last year, these common spells were used by him in a subtle and reasonable manner, and they immediately knew that they could not be defeated. The spacious dual classrooms were filled with chants of spells, one by one, and they retreated as quickly as they came. When they carefully cast an iron armor curse and left the student who seemed to be more seriously injured, the school spirit of respecting the strong made many people respectfully perform the wizarding ceremony to Alan. In the end, there was only silence in the classroom. The only sound was the gurgling sound of ice that formed after the freezing spell failed. The classroom lost its magical lighting due to damage. Alan cast a fluorescent flashing spell, and the metal wand tip radiated a soft light. Although this battle only lasted for a few minutes, in Carson's dizzy mind, he seemed to stay in this terrible place for a lifetime. Continue, Vice-Chancellor Monty. Alan turned to Carson Monty, the only one standing on the field. Before comparing, the embarrassed vice-principal shook his head subconsciously, and then his eyes widened, only to realize that he had lost long ago. Alan arranged his robes and took off the camera placed above the entrance door of the teacher. So, please allow me to be out of tune. I have to go back to get the salute. I hope I can rush for afternoon tea. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 515 Afternoon Tea Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Q-Madman in the living room on the first floor of the Harris Tower. Alan has been talking to his father and elder brother for a while. Alan was paralyzed on the sofa relaxedly. It's almost like this. When the eldest brother is done, just put the things in the training room. He'll come over and pick them up in the evening. Ibo's characteristic head. I don't know if they can do the video editing in the afternoon. You know if you're wrong, they haven't been able to do this for a long time, but the single bed you want is definitely no problem. But Alan, You really solved it. A giant monster from the North Sea? That's really cool. Alan did not answer, but directly demonstrated the spell sequence into the brother at the same time. This ability is good. I haven't seen a real guy myself, but Monty is so bold. Alan, do you need some manpower there? Alan's father Owen was obviously worried. It's okay, so I didn't want to let the Monty family lose the position of vice principal of Deemstrand now. As long as they still want to keep this position, they will not be too much in the school. Reception. That's good. Then I'm going to do things first. The time is a little tight. Albert drank the last sip of tea in the teacup and stood up and turned into a black smoke. Suddenly fell silent in the living room. Irving broke the embarrassment first and opened the mouth with a pretense relaxed tone. Alan, I noticed that you did not reply to me immediately. Then let us find another way to help Umbridge. It doesn't matter. This is a small thing. You don't need to embarrass. Alan was silent for a moment, and took a deep breath and replied, I promised Professor Lupin in the 3rd grade, I will not preach his identity. If I understand correctly, what do you mean? Although Owen understood the meaning, he asked again to confirm his son's opinion. Alan nodded. For greater benefit. A flame burst out of Deemstrang Castle, a phoenix appeared here, and then returned to Alan. On the way back to the cellar, he met a lot of students who were taking black magic classes in the open space. Unlike the exchange students who had just arrived in Distrom, no one looked at Alan with cold eyes, and did not see it with his own eyes. The wizard who was dueling to Alan was cautious and curious in his eyes. And the wizard who had experienced that short time did not know whether it was out of shame or out of fear, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. Strong's school spirit is as direct as ever, and they are used to respecting the strong. Alan opened the old door in the cellar. As he walked in, the umbrella team immediately stood up, and the wolf mother took a few steps forward. Kakarot came just now, but Master Alan, you haven't returned yet. Do you need to notify him? After he finished, she hesitated a bit and looked a little self-blamed. I know our skills and Master Alan you can't compare, but like the dangerous things that Kakarot said just now, please be sure next time to bring us. After all, they have too many people. It's okay, don't blame yourself. Since I let you follow me, I still recognize your potential. When I go back this time, I will use some means to improve your strength. Alan placated his men. He knew their thoughts. From the North Sea monsters to the dual class event just now, this group of leaders who had been regarded as the wizard elite lost a little confidence, thinking that there were still a lot of things that can be used to make attribute potions. As for the materials, Alan had plans, and Elder Brother and Furong were engaged. Although Elder Brother was relatively honest, he wouldn't think much about it, but he had already let Luna into the tower, but he hadn't received Furong yet. Obviously, it's not very good to do this. It just happened to do these two things together. In addition, wait a moment, I really have something to deal with you. Alan raised his hands first to stop the motivated and a little excited people. It is a while, and now I think this time we should hold an afternoon tea break. The fat man smiled at the canvas bed with his wand, and the bed immediately turned into a long table. The fat man's flicked hands spread across the long table. Mrs. Harris prepared for Alan. The dessert appeared on the table. Don't look at the fat man with a seemingly awkward height of more than 2 meters and a sturdy body, but he is very professional in placing desserts and making tea. When he uses a small finger with an upturned hand to pinch a delicate pour, a small cup filled with black tea from Ceylon gave the tea to Alan. Alan took the teacup with a serious expression and took the teacup and took a sip. Side Luna apparently also found her own pleasure. She went out and picked a basket of rabbit ears, also known as radish begonia, which was used to blooming in winter. A fluffy purple and red flower with white edges bloomed brilliantly. Just as everyone was enjoying this delicious afternoon tea, the door of the room was knocked, and Victor appeared silently at the door. After pulling the door open, his body was hidden. Hello, may I ask if Mr. Alan Harris is here? A flinching figure appeared at the door. just one of those who sent the injured round-faced fat witch to the school medical room. Is there anything? The wolf mother stepped forward and asked www.untitled.com. The little witch at the door was relieved, the witch who asked him, although he looked cold, but he did not encounter to the situation that I imagined, may be treated coldly and may even be injured. He babbled to explain his intentions. Vice Principal Monty sent me to take you to choose a new room. Thank you. But we are drinking afternoon tea, and when we finish drinking, we will go by ourselves. Alan put down the teacup and said gently, in the evening. Alan, who had become a phoenix, disappeared for a moment, then took 2 boxes with his claws and returned to the cellar. After returning to adult form, he put them together with all other salutes, and then brought them with the umbrella team. Everything went out of the cellar. They walked slowly in Distrom's academy under the dark clouds. Alan took the lead in the front, and the cloak was blown up by the wind behind him, revealing the feet walking slowly in black dragon leather boots. Luna was holding the basket of rabbit ear flowers behind him. Alan just stopped her idea of inserting them in a vase, saying that they had to wait until they changed places to use it to decorate the room. Followed the guards behind Alan in a U shape around him. The fat man dragged everyone's salute with a floating spell, and the others guarded with due diligence. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 516, clean the room modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the young hero 1 year. Leading Alan looked casual. His pace was unhurried, and he stepped on Dimstrang's huge and rough stone bricks. At the end of the afternoon event, I was preparing to go back to my dorm. The little wizards watched this pedestrian passing by a classroom curiously, unconsciously made way for them, and found that they were heading in the direction of the teacher's dorm. In front of a small stone house residential area with many independent houses, Alan stopped his pace, closed his eyes, and raised his head slightly, as if glancing around slowly. He was using the telepath to determine with a radar-like function. After a while, his head was turned to one side, and his eyes were locked in one of the chimney cabins where the black smoke was blowing. Victory noticed, leading the doctor and his long eyes in a triangle formation toward the room. When they walked quietly to the door of the room, Victor leaned back against the door. The doctor and his long eyes blocked him from the left and the right, carefully confirming that there was no movement in the room. Obviously the owner inside. No strangeness was found outside the door. Victor pulled out his wand and pointed his hand at the door lock behind him. Araha was silently released from his wand. The door quietly cracked a gap, and then he gently used his hand behind his back. With a push, the man flashed quietly into the door, and the other 2 quickly walked in. Almost as they went in, the people standing outside saw the magic spell shining back and forth in the stone house window. Alan walked out the door of the house with the rest of the house, and his expression waited calmly. He patted the sidewalk with the feet of his dragon leather boots. After a little while, the door of the small stone house opened again, and Long Eye and Victor dragged a double bed out with a floating spell. And lying on the bed appeared to be a man and a woman hit by a petrified spell. Carson Monty, deputy headmaster of Distrom College, bent his hand towards his waist, apparently trying to hold his wand to resist after the raid, but it was a step slower. In addition, the woman with long curly hair wearing a yellow nightgown lying on her back glared her eyes and opened her mouth with a surprised expression. She should be the wife of Carson Monty. Alan frowned when he saw this scene. Oh, Victor, we are not so ruthless. Since you arrive in the UK, you should respect the British gentleman culture. If the weather outside is so cold, they will catch cold. Alan waved his hand forward, and the quilt pressed by the mods was automatically pulled out from under them, and then covered them. Victor nodded. Sorry, I will pay attention next time. Walk the road when you give it away, make sure that many people see it, and after sending them back to the cellar just now, remember to turn on the TV in the suitcase to Vice President Monty. The Nordics should not know what this is. Remember to put the video on him and go again. Alan urged a few words, and then walked forward. Just wanted to put his head to Carson's ear, and then remembered that she looked at Luna and found her looking at herself expectantly with a smirk, remembering the embarrassing guess that she and her sister had when they met Umbridge last time. Alan took a step back and opened the distance before saying to Carson, "Since those single rooms are awarded to the outstanding students of Distrom College, I don't think both of us should occupy these resources." Vice President Monty, "Follow the order." After Victor responded, he asked the fat man to carry the suitcase from the salute, and then dragged the double bed with the long eyes in the direction of the direction. After a moment, he was in a small stone house originally belonging to Carson Monty. The house allocated to the teachers, although not large, is much warmer than the cellar. There is also a sauna outside the courtyard. I heard that someone in Finland can steam the sauna 17 times a day. Go shopping in Northern Europe. The wolf mother who was placing salutes smiled, and she seemed to be very satisfied with it. Took off her heavy coat and took out a weird-looking vase at the salute. She rarely complained. "I don't like the cold climate too much. The autumn here is a bit like the harsh winter on the Scottish River. The winter in Northern Europe is really worth seeing in addition to the cold. You should take your daughter to travel at Christmas. I will give you a long vacation." By the fireplace, I was looking at Luna's who inserted rabbit ears into the vase. Alan turned to speak to the wolf mother. Hearing Alan talking, the doctor came up. "Master Alan, let me give leave to other people on duty, let me and Ramona." The sound of bang came from a room in the stone house. Everyone stopped the gossip for a moment, and Alan followed the sound to open the wooden door of a room in the house. I saw a little boy in the 3rd and 4th grade wearing a dim strand blood red robe uniform and sat on the ground in horror, watching the slowly entering crowd. And the chair on the ground by the window showed the sound just now. It was the boy who made the noise when he tried to step on it and escaped from the window. Alan habitually carried his hands to the already terrified boy, and then squatted down on the wooden bed beside him and calmly stared at his eyes for a while. www.mtlnovel.com just stared at it for a while after standing up and turning around. He walked out of the door. Everyone withdrew outside the room except for the doctor. In the moment Alan closed the door, the light of the petrochemical spell flashed out of the gap in the wooden door. "I'm terribly sorry, Victor, they are too careless. I will punish them." The wolf mother was very embarrassed that her team members would actually make such a low-level mistake. "It's okay, don't be too harsh on them. He is the son of Vice President Monty, and they saw them before Victor entered the room. He saw that their unholy posture hid in the cabinet in advance and dared not send them to their parents, warning, "I heard we talked later and knew that we would live here before we came out of the cabinet and wanted to escape from the window." Alan, who used the sensationalism through the previous gaze, knew what was going on, but the Christmas duty watch I've found it. "Now, let us clean up the room thoroughly, pack up all the personal belongings for Deputy Principal Monty, and wait for him to be sent to the cellar with his son." The wolf mother seems to be more active than usual to make up for their mistakes. "Leave it to us. I promise that I won't smell any peculiar smell from the Yankees in this house." "Captain, then you have to evict Vladimir with his long eyes. He is also a Yankee." When Four Eyes was joking, his expression was as cold as ever. "You stayed with the fat man for too long and was affected by him, Four Eyes." Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 517 Anonymous letter after a thorough cleanup. It's much more comfortable here. Alan stood in front of the stone fireplace with a magic flame and watched the evening program received on the installed Wizard TV, which was playing some of the replaced videos. Mole pop songs on the screen. "Master Alan, this house is not very large, and the living room occupies most of the space. Except for the kitchen, dining room, and bathroom, there are only 3 rooms: the bedroom of the Montana couples, and the bedroom of their only son, and a small study." "And how should we allocate it?" said the long eye, who had been reprimanded before, said a little embarrassedly. "Master Alan naturally lives in the master bedroom, and Miss Luna can live in the room of the former Vice President Mont's son, and then several of our other girls can remodel the study, although it is a bit small but just enough to be enough. Wolf Mum suggested. Fat guys who were also trained were still careless. From the point of view of the relationship between the doctor and the wolf mother, you must be careful about the four eyes. Don't try to find the wolf mother in the middle of the night, but you feel the bed. The four eyes just stared coldly at the fat man. Long eyes also glared at the fat man, and then ignored him. He continued, as for some of our big men, we don't need a bedroom. Although the thermal insulation is worse, it is squeezed in the living room, but it is much better than the old-style meal. We are a few. All of you have mastered the survival skills in the wild, and it's not difficult to live outdoors for a month. Just be careful when you want to use the toilet in the middle of the night. When President Kickluff visited the cellar before, he didn't mean he prepared an extra room. The fat man nestled in the chair, curled his legs, crossed his arms, and Kick gave him a heavy kick. He jumped like a spring from the huge lounge chair that looked amazingly expensive, but his fat took the chair away from the ground a little, and the sound of the floor clicked. Alan's eyes swept across several of their faces, and his distractions told him that these guys deliberately sang one harmoniously, in order to deliberately run against Luna, to achieve the purpose of arranging Luna and Alan in the master bedroom. In this way, I would like to please myself and make up for the bad impression that Victor had caused in my heart just now. However, obviously they shouldn't be afraid of the bad things of the fat man and didn't tell him in advance. Although Alan was really satisfied with this arrangement, Wolf Mother's flexible eyes make her not so good face come to life, adding a little bit of beauty. Unfortunately, these stone houses did not cast innocent telescoring spells. Even our study room accommodated the three of us girls a little bit reluctantly. There was no way to install more beds, otherwise it would be fine for you guys to come in. Isn't it a bed? Then, Alan's eyes couldn't help but stop at Luna, who was pouring water in a vase filled with rabbit ears with a spring-like water. Then I'll just stay in the master bedroom with Alan. Luna set the vase and took a small swaying step, bypassed the table, turned her back, fell backward, and fell into a paralysis on the sofa near Alan. Anyway, it's all single beds, isn't it? Hogwarts. Umbridge sitting at the faculty's table full of anxiety. Time passed. She could not find a starting point to attack Dumbledore. She forked a small potato. The result was too much force, and the potatoes cracked apart. She muttered angrily and pushed the plate aside. The black velvet bow on her head trembled. At this time, the owl entered the auditorium as usual, and Umbridge frowned, trying to get up and leave. Unexpectedly, an owl circled down and fell right in front of her, pushing the plate she had just pushed aside, hit the floor. This is a common owl from the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge raised his eyebrows and was surprised that the minister would never send her a letter at this time. The owl threw a letter in her arms and flew away with flapping wings. Umbridge's two thick fat fingers with dark blue gemstone rings twisted the envelope, but there was nothing on it. She turned to the back of the envelope, still blank, her eyebrows raised even higher. Her eyes were obviously cold. She thought, which little wizard's prank? Umbridge ripped open the letter paper, opened the letter with a brush, and suddenly, her gaze froze, and after a quick glance at the letter, she read it again from top to bottom in disbelief. Umbridge threw the letter into the small satchel she carried with her, and left the auditorium quickly and cheerfully. What happened? Umbridge looked very happy. She has obviously no longer made a toad-like expression for days. Harry put a piece of bacon into his mouth. With Dumbledore present, don't worry about her. Ron hummed softly in a fast-paced minor, and he recommended it to Harry in a good mood. This song is called YMCA. The mole pop that the TV station released last night quiz pretty good. Hermione next to them just turned her Prophet Daily and heard Yan pursed her lips and said nothing. Glancing at Harry, who followed Ron lightly with the song, he felt a little pity that Harry was locked in the attic when he was at his aunt's house, and derailed from the mole world. Umbridge, who trot all the way, couldn't control her expression. She smiled and was full of enthusiasm. Although she didn't know who sent the letter to her, or the Hogwarts Black Magic Defense class Professor Lupin is a werewolf, the information is true and false, But after all, is there a clue? Even if it is false, Umbridge must find a way to make it true, not to mention, intuitively tell Umbridge this. It is very likely that things are true. She hurried back to the staff dormitory, grabbed a few large pieces of ginger along from her suitcase with her stubby fingers, threw it into a purse, put it in a black tote bag, and flashed towards Hogwarts outside Walt's castle. Umbridge's figure appeared in a dirty alley. All sides were black magic shops. Umbridge walked to the biggest store, Birkenbock. Several seconds later, when the bell rang, Umbridge entered the store. She bent over and looked carefully at the magic items on the counter, carefully reading the instructions above. A bowed-backed man appeared behind the counter, stroking the shiny hair with his hands backwards. www.untitled.com. Miss Umbridge, it was a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Bokin said with a greasy tone like his hair. It's an honor to welcome you. What can I do for you? Bring me an invisibility cloak. Umbridge persevered with excitement, and calmly explained to Mr. Bogin. Mr. Bogin, who confirmed that Umbridge was indeed buying illegal magic items, smiled more enthusiastically, and he nodded happily. This invisible coat made of invisible animal fur living in the Far East is extremely precious. You knowing that invisible beasts have the characteristics of predicting the future, it is very difficult to capture them. Therefore, invisible clothes are very rare, and they are naturally in price. As time goes by, invisibility knit made of invisible animal hair will eventually lose their effect and become opaque. But well, the price is easy to say. Umbridge smiled extremely sweetly. Mr. Bogin, I miss you. I am not going to divulge my purchase of invisible clothes, right? Of course, a beautiful lady, who can stand on this line. My credibility is guaranteed, and keeping clients secret is the first rule of my work. Mr. Bogin's flattering tone could not conceal his inner joy. I like this kind of non-bargaining customers. Umbridge just waited for a while, and Mr. Bogin handed a black package to Umbridge. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 518 Lysing Modified. Sincerely thank the leader star. Son. The exchange students at Hogwarts entered the state quickly in Distrom, and they were more happy that Distrom did not have to worry about being late for class at all. Compared with a total of 142 Hogwarts, with its many stairs, Distrom's stairs are much friendlier. For the exchange students at Hogwarts, some of the challenges are the course itself. It's not how difficult the professor's work is, but the little wizards of Distrom struggle like the chicken blood, and they compete desperately with the exchange students at Hogwarts in class performance. This situation Deemstrong's professors are very happy to see. They feel that the principal and Hogwarts joint exchange student activity is really wise, and the campus atmosphere is completely new. It is a pity that the exchange students at Hogwarts can choose their own courses at any time. The experience of teaching with and without them is really different. If there is no exchange student at Hogwarts in a class, the professor who teaches it's a bit listless. The most intense competition is the Black Magic class and Dual class. These two courses are never set in Hogwarts, and are the most popular courses for Hogwarts exchange students. Black magic is taught in an underground classroom. It is not just cold here. Compared with the atmosphere and simple design decoration of the main building of the castle above, whether it is a candlelight with green faint light on the wall or placed along the wall, all kinds of animal specimens exude a kind of horrible atmosphere. The black magic Professor Pavlichenko is a small middle-aged witch. She has almost green skin. She will show sharp teeth when talking. Her 10 nails are black and pimples on it. This is definitely not a glossy nail, the colors and effects that oil can achieve. But her blue eyes are very beautiful, although her eyes appear empty and indifferent, like a deep sea, ruthless but charming. Black magic is not evil magic, but it is different from ordinary magic spells. Just like the Guardian Curse, some black magic depends on the wishes of the user. But if there is no certain degree of knowledge in the knowledge of soul and death, it is impossible to understand the intoxicating mysteries of black magic, and the consequences are very dangerous if you rush into it. Be careful to learn the relevant knowledge in black magic, so as not to fall into the victim of black magic itself, but since you want to gain the power of darkness as depend, then I tell you, don't be afraid. The pursuit of dark power comes from a kind of instinct and life desire in your heart. Her voice is rough and hoarse, almost a little higher than whisper. Although it is with a bomb, the tongue is very accented in English speech, but the exchange students still understand every word she said. Is like Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape of Hogwarts. She also has a deterrent force that can make the classroom orderly and orderly without effort. But these did not prevent her and her black magic class from becoming the favorite course for Hogwarts exchange students. They were not so superficial. From Professor Pavlichenko's seemingly terrifying appearance, they saw her meticulous and considerate. For example, the above remarks were originally taught by the first-year wizards who had just been exposed to black magic. The reason why they said it again in the upper grades was to take care of them who had come from Hogwarts and had never taken it. Exchange student in black magic class. Before going to the dual class, the exchange students at Hogwarts made sufficient preparations. They all knew about Alan's great power and prepared for a rainy day. They felt that they might also face challenges in the dual class. You must never disgrace Alan and Hogwarts. Even Malfoy quietly carried some magical protective gear in a hidden position on his body. Not only them, but Professor Carson Monty in the dual class is also full of anger and anxiety. After regaining control of the body from the cellar, he saw that he was facing the TV he was showing. Conditional reflexes would touch his wand to give Alan a curse on the TV, but he touched an empty space. When he was angrily planning to get help from his family to regain his residence, he had received a roaring letter from the family before leaving the room. The local Ministry of Magic received videos of past television and Alan clips sent to them by the British Ministry of Magic. The British Ministry of Magic strongly protested that Hogwarts exchange students were treated unfairly and threatened to treat these if they were not handled properly. Announcing the public and looking for their troubles, this kind of behavior that caused international disputes and the video evidence of the other party made the local Ministry of Magic high-level anger, and they lost their faces. They directly found the place where Carson Monty was. The Monty family not only suffered various inspections in various industries under their family names, but also gradually withdrawn various special authorities. This is a punishment for Vice President Monty's abuse of power and a disguise to the British Ministry of Magic. Not only did the plan to retaliate Harris have to be postponed, but the family's interests also suffered huge losses. The Monty family directed their anger at the Vice President of Monty. This shouting letter was poured over the head of Vice President Monty with a pot of ice water, which also extinguished his desire to return to Alan's residence. In addition, Alan's original threat words seemed to ring in the ear of Vice President Monty, and the family of three stayed in the cellar. When Vice President Monty entered the dual class classroom, he was extremely distraught. If the abhorrent Alan Harris continued to challenge in the class, I'm afraid Dim Strong's dual class would no longer be used. But to his surprise, the class went very smoothly. Alan Harris behaved like a good student in the class, showing no signs of trouble. What kind of mixed Montessori is, Malfoy will not bother. In fact, in addition to the course, he is looking forward to today's dinner. Alan told him that the Wizards of Harris who worked in Dimstrand will be for the May grand welcome dinner was held, and of these exchange students, except for Luna, who was very close to Alan, Alan only brought him on purpose, which made Draco ecstatic. That night, they and the Umbrella team were invited to Cacarafest dormitory, where several empty tables were temporarily placed. Alan and Luna were specially invited to sit on the main table, accompanied by wizards from the Karkaroff and Harris families who were professors at Dimstrand. The squad members were scattered and sat with the guards they sent, and Draco was handed over to the Long Eyes that are said to be good at taking care of children, second only to the Wolf Mother, so that he could stay with him. Karkaroff stood all the time, and the restaurant gradually became quiet. "Good evening, colleagues from the Harris family," Karkaroff said, looking around the crowd with spring breeze. And since he learned of Carson Monty's experience, his smile has not receded from his face. I am now invite everyone to eat and drink as much as you do in your own home. Kakarot opened his arms and made a welcome gesture. The plates in front of them were immediately filled with food, black caviar, pickled cucumbers, pies, bulling. These strange foods attracted the attention of the Hogwarts exchange students, which is different from the British exotic and hearty dishes are laid out in front of them. Red beef stew. In the 18th century, the Duke of Stroganoff's chef blended the French beef stew cooking method with Russian sour cream sauce to create this classic combination of fragrant and tender tenderness. Chen Yun himself filled some. The side stewed beef was introduced to Draco, and then remembered what a large bowl of red soup that seemed to be pointed to recommended to Draco. This borscht is a bit spicy, and it's a bit sweet and sour. I see if you like to eat sour on the boat. I think you will like it. I should be thankful that there are no Swedes here. If you need to take care of them, let Swedish or may also come to the seat. It is estimated that we can't eat it. It's important to know that the number of people in this drum is not small. I try, Draco said, ready to give himself a bowl of soup to dry. I'll bring a glass of wine to welcome the newcomer. Professor Pavlichenko of the Black Magic raised a cup filled with vodka and suggested. Kakarot had previously dismissed many professors in order to make room for the elite wizards of the Harris family, and Professor Pavlichenko was the first veteran of the Distrom College to surrender to Harris. Excuse me, can you give me a cup of Earl Black tea? Draco had to put down the spoon and asked. These English people drink vodka with black tea. Pavlichenko shook his head and looked sideways like Draco, using her thick accented English and her hand gestures. After we arrive in late autumn, all other drinks will be frozen. Then she held the glass and looked at the colleagues with a proud smile, except vodka. Looking at the crowd who continued to raise the glass, Draco looked at the glass in front of his table, hesitated, and asked for the long eyes around him. But I am not yet an adult. According to the law, I can't drink. Durmstrang S minors can't drink, but this is only vodka. In fact, you will know the atmosphere here after staying a few days longer. I also graduated from here. Long's eyes saw the hesitation on Malfoy's face and approached his ear to persuade. Did you say you wouldn't miss any black magic class? You don't drink when Professor Pavlichenko is drinking. Like you used insults to insult others when you were in the UK. Draco didn't recover a little. Long Eyes continued to whisper to him. Do you want to insult you with swear words and give you a professor in the subject of black magic? I know her well. I suggest you don't do it. Draco glanced sideways and looked at Professor Pavlichenko, who was holding their glasses and watching their whispers. Her almost green skin made him the first time that the color of Slytherin College was so terrifying. He quickly shook his head, his voice trembling a little. No, I don't want to. Looking at the little snake with a long eye, the courageous smile endured and nodded to Draco, then finished drinking it and get a dry breath. Draco stupidly learned how the others were, raised the glass, and then wiped out the vodka in the glass with everyone. He instantly felt that the liquid flowing down his stomach seemed to be burning. He had been pale for a while, and even his neck flushed, and within a minute or two, he couldn't get up on the table. Long Eyes let his cloak fly over the hanger in the distance and covered Draco, who was falling asleep. I was really good at taking care of children. www.mentalnovel.com. After finishing the talk, he changed the gentleness and drank the remaining vodka in the glass, took the wine bottle delivered by Professor Pavlichenko, and directly drinking wine with a dun-dun sound against the bottle. Luna, sitting at the head table, had no trouble drinking. The professors would obviously not embarrass the little girl brought by the family heir, although their character status on this table is the highest table in this room. But it is more relaxed and harmonious. Everyone is not bound by etiquette. After introducing themselves to Alan, they all enjoy the food in front of them. Luna stared at a white cream-like paste on her head, smeared it on a small piece of brown bread with a knife, and opened her mouth in a breath after learning the movements of several old wizards. Then Luna suddenly stood up from the chair in Alan's suspicious eyes. Her back was straight, and as she stood up, it seemed to make the thing slide into her esophagus at once. letting her originally large, slightly convex eyes instantly opened wider and rounder. She hurriedly poured a glass of vodka that had not been moved in front of her into Ace's throat, and coughed in the next second. Miss Lovegood really is a person who can enjoy food. My favorite is this traditional delicacy. I marinated raw lard on dark bread and served it with vodka. In the cold winter, this way of eating it will provide you with enough calories. And you should know that the professors present here are difficult to accept if they were not born in Eastern Europe. Kukulov complimented him. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 519 Jumping from the Building Modified. Sincerely thank the leader star. Sun Chapter 513 Jumping from the Tower Modified. Sincere thanks to the son of the main Stardust. At Hogwarts, the door of Professor Remus Lupin's office was knocked, which interrupted his movement to correct student papers. Coming, Lupin said loudly. The door opened, and Snape walked in. He was holding a slightly smoking beaker in his hand, looking impatient. "Ah, Severus," Lupin said with a smile, "thank you very much. Would you please put it on the table? There is still a period of time before the full moon. If you want to store it, I don't want to waste a pot of herbs for you." Snape put down his smoking glass and his tone of voice prolonged slightly. Okay, I will drink," Lupin said. "Thank you very much, Severus." However, Severus, Lupin stopped Snape, who turned around, and saw Snape's cold eyes. His brow furrowed slightly. Hesitating a moment, he said, I saw the advertisement of the umbrella company about the Lily Foundation on TV. Sirius guessed you through their potion product. He was very dissatisfied. He even broke a tea set for this. You should be careful if you leave Hogwarts. 1 point. Try to avoid the angry Sirius. Are you threatening me? Snape narrowed his eyes, walked a few steps forward. His hands propped on the table, leaned down, and approached Lupin. "I'm not worrying about your business, but take care of you do it yourself. Don't think Dumbledore forced me to make you a potion of poison, and you will be able to point fingers at me." Snape finished speaking, lifted his chin, glanced at Lupin condescendingly, lifted the curtain, and left the room quickly without a smile, as if there was something dirty in the room. The door of Lupin's office slammed. He was pulled away and hit the wall, squeaking weakly. Lupin rushed out to try to explain that Snape had misunderstood himself. He really wanted to remind Snape. Lupin had always felt guilty about Snape. He has been discriminated since childhood. He has always disapproved of James and Sirius constantly bullying Snape, but he really likes James and Sirius too much, and he is very grateful that they are willing to regard him as a werewolf as a friend. So even if he knew in his heart that he should stand up and oppose, but he never had the courage to take any practical action. Snape walked fast, his cloak flying in the air with his pace. Lupin froze for a while, then turned round and returned to the office. He glanced at the potions still glowing on the table, shook his head with a wry smile, and stood up looking for a potion bottle to fill them. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Snape still has feelings for Lily, but the name of the foundation makes them like these people who have made good friends with James. After putting the pharmacy, Lupin continued to revise the thesis, until all the changes were completed. He moved his neck, looked up at the time, and stood up to dinner in the auditorium. After he left, in the deserted office, next to the closed window, the curtains shuddered without the wind. I really want to know how Alan's life was in Distrom. Do you remember Harry? In the wizarding tournament, Distrom entered the field like an army, and their students were right. Principal Kukulov is particularly afraid that Deemstrom must be a well-disciplined and disciplined school, and their college life will certainly not allow us to be as sloppy as we are. Hermione concluded. Hermione, please forgive me. Even Professor McGonagall will go to Hogsmeade for a drink from time to time, and use the rest time to rest so as not to be sloppy. But Alan must have learned a lot of different magic. The notes should be very detailed, and he will definitely show you when he comes back. I just don't know if he will fight Quidditch with them. Harry sat next to Hermione nibbling the chicken legs. He already knew that in Hermione how to effectively distract her when nagging. Well, the time they exchange students can be freely controlled by themselves. Alan should have more time to study the magic. I really want to see their library. Dimstron has always been tolerant of black magic. Well known. I want to say that Hogwarts should also teach certain black magic. The spell itself is good or bad. If you can understand the usual methods of the black wizards, you can deal with them better. Hermione really started thinking as Harry had imagined. Well, Hermione is not like Hermione I just met. Harry clearly still has a prejudice to black magic. He mumbled vaguely, however, do you only have learning and libraries in your life? A few days of Gryffindor and Slytherin games are coming. Harry, her wand core is a dragon heart tendon, which is the easiest to be used for black magic wand cores. Ron sitting on the right of Harry added in his ear. Harry found that Ron was trying to talk to Hermione in different ways during this time, but no matter whether he was a friendly conversation or intentionally angering her, Hermione would basically ignore him when he was a transparent person. Strange. Hermione really ignored Ron, her eyes fixed on the teacher's seat. Harry was already eating baked potatoes. What's strange? Umbridge hasn't returned yet, Hermione replied. Perhaps she has given up. Harry pulled a large plate of yellow pastry and handed Ron a small piece, and then he ate it again. He looked at his friend on the right, and couldn't help thinking, maybe, you should have given up already. In Distrom, Alan was personally taking care of Luna, who was vomiting due to gastrointestinal discomfort all night. He did not let his men do it. In order to take care of it, on the two single beds together, Luna in pajamas slumped softly in the arms of Alan sitting at the head of the bed. He patted Luna's back gently, considerate hand over the kettle, and let Luna gargle. Watching Alan clean up her vomit, she pointed her temples with her finger. Alan, headache. Vodka's hangover effect made Luna a little unbearable, and the pale skin-like nose, earlobe and other places also had a little blush caused by alcohol. Alan massaged Luna's head with her long fingers, and Luna narrowed her eyes slightly comfortably. It's rare to see you suffer a loss, Luna, Alan quipped, feeling that Luna seemed more mortal at this time. Those professors really think that pickled lard is delicious, and they are very satisfied when they eat it. Luna's light voice was different from usual, and she also revealed a little grievance, and she seemed weak, somewhat bad. I thought it was something like sour cream. Next time you don't want to look at other people's heads at will. Alan's fingers continued to work hard, trying to relieve Luna's discomfort. I just can't control it. Luna looked at the blue sky outside. Alan, it snowed last night. The air is definitely good. You can go out with me on your back. Faced with a rare request from Luna, Alan certainly did not have any intention of refusing. He glanced at Luna, who was a little different from the usual. He sat up and let her go, then leaned down to stretch out his limbs. She put on clothes, shoes and socks, let Luna wrap her neck, and carried Luna on her back. When leaving the room, Luna reached out and moved in the direction of the bed behind her. The thick quilt on the bed flew over and wrapped the two of them, only leaving their faces and Alan's legs exposed. Although the shape looked a bit, it was embarrassing, but Alan took a good step and walked outside. The cold but clear air outside lifted Luna's spirit. They ignored the eyes of the students around them because of their strange shapes and slowly strolled around the campus until a loud noise came from the front. A group of wizards gathered around and looked up at the top of Distrom Castle. A figure came down from the sky with the cheering of the students around. Boom! The thing fell into the snow. Alan and Luna also looked up at the students in the surroundings, and saw some students wearing Dimstrand's red sorceress uniforms standing in line at the highest point of the four-story castle. When it was their turn, both men and women took off their clothes and put on their underwear, lifted a bottle of vodka from the ground next to it, and then immediately jumped from the top of the castle. Accompanied by the onlookers below, our cheers fell on the thick snow piles stacked below. I learned from the conversations of the students around them that the students born in Russia in their colleges held such activities every year, and some students born in other countries were also involved in it because of their influence. What made Alan speechless was that the tall and burly fat man was wrapped in thick clothes like a bear. and he also appeared in the group of wizards lined up to experience www.mtnovel.com. Obviously, in the school having nothing to do and love to stimulate, he also started to mess with these students. It seems that in the remaining time, he has to find some right things for this group of players to do. A thin professor with a mustache had appeared on the roof. Alan recognized that he had misunderstood Luna and caused her to eat pickled lard. I saw him separate the crowd, and said something to the front student with a serious expression. Then the student who had undressed put down the bottle in his hand and stepped aside. Alan shrugged, and it seemed that the wizard's revelry was coming to an end. But what I didn't expect was that the professor suddenly took off his clothes, raised the wine bottle that the student had just placed on the ground, drank it in one breath, screamed happily, and then pointed his wand at himself so that his body immediately ignited a blazing flame. Then, in the admiring eyes of this group of students, he jumped from the top of the building with an agile movement that did not match his old image. He even made some flips in the air and fell into the snow piles piled up under the building. The fire on his body was instantly extinguished by the ice and snow, and the old professor flexibly climbed out of the snow pile, safe and sound. The crowd immediately cheered louder. I love you. End of this chapter. Chapter 520. Mandela Blade Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the mountain. It was like jumping into warm water. When the fat man entered the room, he could not help but sigh comfortably. Soon, except for Luna, who was sleeping in the room, the members gathered in the center of the parlor because they noticed a different atmosphere, including Malfoy, who was brought by his long eyes, did not sit on the sofa as usual, but consciously the ground stood behind Alan. Their eyes gathered on Alan by the fireplace. The life in Distrom is indeed not as exciting as everyone's usual tasks. Alan looked around the members of the Umbrella team. You should also be bored, Master Alan. Protecting you is our task, the Wolf Mother said respectfully. And I also enjoyed this quiet time. I think it's very interesting. It's like going on vacation to return to Distrom. The fat man scratched the back of the head. He was a little worried about whether Alan had seen his nonsense with the students before. Master Alan, you can tell me something. Although the sound of the four eyes is very mechanical, it is obvious that her brain is the most flexible. I want to find something for you to do, to improve your strength. According to what I have seen in the data, you have not transformed into animagus. I would rather take this easier time. It's a task for everyone to accomplish this. Alan's tone was relaxed, as if discussing today's weather. Transfiguration animagus was assigned as a task. Malfoy on the side had an ominous hunch. Although these members who joined the Harris family in the training class can also learn the transformation method of animagus, but because they have to complete their studies on weekdays, the process is too. If you don't pay attention to the preparation work, you have to repeat it, even if they have already learned the transformation method of animagus. So far, no member has really tried it. And he started because of the last semester. He was turned into a ferret by Fake Moody. The humiliation and the feeling of becoming a ferret have always been entangled with him, so he has always been a little resistant to this animal's deformability, worrying about his animagus shape. You all know about the almost certainly successful animagus method that I announced in the family. In fact, I even have the means to turn the wizard into a magical creature, just like my animagus phoenix. Only however, these animagus metamorphosis relative to ordinary animals, it has very strict requirements on wizard talents. In addition to physical qualities, it also has very high requirements on magic, except for the genius among the very few geniuses. Even if you pass me before after accepting your reinforcement, you will not be able to meet the magical requirements. Forcing changes will only bring about unknown results. Obviously, this result is more likely to be bad. Alan directly opened up to avoid possible psychological consequences in the future. Pimple. The collection in the tower is still enough to make a lot of attribute potions, but the potions have been collected by the family for so long, but they only have enough 2 bottles. Obviously, Alan has not been generous enough to use this precious thing. To let these men improve their magic power, he waited for these members to digest the previous introduction to magic animagus, adding, The most important thing is that this requires long-term matching to find the corresponding magic creature with a high enough degree. My family members have not yet been able to find a magical creature that matches them successfully, so although I want you to use this lazy idleness to complete animagus that has become a normal creature, you still need to ask your personal preference. Master Alan, you don't have to consume time and energy. For us like this, it takes a few years for ordinary people to become animagus before they can turn people into their most suitable animals. It is also very likely to fail and cause irreparable effect. Before you, there were only 7 animagus registered in the 20th century. So the animagus that we can almost 100% successfully become an ordinary creature is a very remarkable thing. Wolf Mum hurriedly said, "The reason why we haven't been transformed is because the family has provided us with too much knowledge. We used to prefer those that can quickly get rewards. In addition, we completed RS new training also took a lot of time, which delayed the transformation of animagus." Seeing that everyone had no objections, Alan nodded, his hands flicked at the long table in front of him, and several packed wooden boxes appeared on the table. "Here are the relevant materials I prepared for you. Take it away and take action." Wolf Mother realized that she had collected her materials and opened it to see the leaves of mandala grass, the small crystal bottle, and the pupae of the ghost moth. Seeing everyone take away their own materials, Alan urged, "During this time, you should focus on practicing animagus. After all, keep the leaves of mandala grass in your mouth until the full moon. You can't swallow the leaf or take it out of your mouth at all times, otherwise the whole process must be restarted, which is really not an easy task. Unlike the potions prepared by animagus, which becomes magical creatures, directly from the blood of the creature, the difficulty of ordinary animagus deformation is that it is very cumbersome, and even the preparation work has a lot of luck ingredients. Although there are improvements in the Black family, the preparation is no longer as strict as the original version, saving some time, and the success rate of deformation has also been qualitatively improved, but these troublesome processes cannot be completely avoided. In addition, I will go to Kukulov recently to let him open the right to borrow any books from the Dim Strangleye collection. I will copy all the parts of the collection that we do not have while studying. I go back, so I don't have time to keep an eye on your situation. So I must remind you that when the leaves of mandrake in your mouth are after the full moon, take them out and fill the saliva with a small crystal bottle. The leaves were soaked in it and let it receive pure moonlight. If it happens to be a dark cloud walk that night, it is a pity that you can only come from the beginning. Alan shrugged, and he sincerely hoped that they would be lucky. Put your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew into the crystal pill bottle that shines on the moonlight, and make sure not to confuse your hair, Alan thought when Hermione used the compound soup to transform her cat hair into pansy. For the hair, the corner of the mouth slightly raised, there is dew, and it must be collected from a place that has not been exposed to sunlight or human contact for a full 7 days. Finally, add a pupa of a ghost-faced moth and put this mixture in a quiet, dark place. Finally, every time at sunset and sunrise, use the wand to say the spell Amador, Animo, Animado, Animagus to your heart. When you continue to do so, at a certain moment, when you are a wand, when the tip touches the chest and feels the second heartbeat, notify me. I will let Hermione's Thunderbird Corton help to create a stormy weather that needs to be waited for when transformed. www.untitlenovel.com is receiving their materials. The team members nodded, and the biggest difficulty in transforming into animagus was the weather. Some people even waited for the storm to happen for several years. During this period, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and not in contact with the sun. Sun pollution will cause the most severe mutation, and the careless wizard has become a pool of blood and mud monsters who have lost their personal consciousness and are still alive. While dim strands shortened daytime and sunless snowstorm, the weather is obviously suitable for avoiding such accidents. Alan, I woke up. Didn't you say take a sauna to get there? Did you pick the birch branches back? Did it really help the hangover? Luna apparently just woke up with a confused sleep sound from the room came here. Everyone tried to pretend to be unheard, biting the tip of his tongue to keep himself from laughing out loud to maintain Alan's decentness. "I heard those professors say that this is good for a hangover, you know. Luna is a bit uncomfortable today. I hope this will help her." Although Alan blushed by the fireplace, he still with his hands on his back, he tried to explain why he did so, expecting others not to misunderstand him. The fat man suddenly coughed for a while, and then scratched his head. "Master Alan, can you give me another leaf of Mandela grass? I accidentally swallowed it just now." Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 521. Full Moon Night Modified. Sincere thanks to the beggar Hong 7 of the village leader. In the Hogwarts Quidditch field, Gryffindor and Slytherin are fiercely fighting. Ravenclaw is very concerned about the process of the game, because it involves the targeted adjustment of their tactics in the next game. Although the deans of the two colleges pretend to be free and easy, they are determined to see their own victory. Professor McGonagall waived their homework of the Gryffindor team a week before the game. And Professor Snape's bias is also obvious. He always pre-rents the stadium for the Slytherin team, making it difficult for the Gryffindor team to find venue training. Gryffindor's goalkeeper was replaced by Ron, but Slytherin's original batters Derek and Bol had graduated and replaced two of Malfoy's followers, Vincent Crabbe and Grigory Gore. The game was very fierce and both sides tried their best, but the Slytherins seemed to pin Ron's mistakes on their hopes of winning. The song rose loudly from the silver-green sea of Slytherin in the stands. "Weasley's stupid, he will not block a ball." Slytherins sing aloud, "Weasley is our king." In the singing, Ron's expression was stiff, and his face was pale. Warrington of Slytherin got the ghost flying ball and flew towards the goal guarded by him. The roaming ball can no longer catch up with him. Gryffindor's rely on Ron was the only one, however. Ron fluttered with his arm open, and the ghost ball flew under his armpit, straight into the center circle. The Slytherin people sang louder. "Weasley was born in a trash can. He always put the ball in the door." Big means to disturb Ron's mind in this way. Ginny blushed angrily. Hearing Ginny's complaint, Lavender Brown exchanged seats with Romidavani, who was sitting next to her. Ron sometimes did well during training. He should practice ignoring others' eyes. At this time, Slytherin's singing became a chorus resounding throughout the audience as their team scored. In the next game, Ron was affected by the outbreak of singing and turned into a catastrophic performance. His serious abnormality made Slytherin's attack very easy, and Gryffindor scored several goals in a row. Harry had a fearful element in his motivation to find the thief. He just hoped to find the golden thief soon to end the game. When Green was led by 120 minutes, Harry went around the field and searched desperately. Finally, he saw the small, flickering golden thief hanging above the Slytherin court. A few feet. Harry swooped in, and although the Slytherin seeker also flew towards Harry with all his strength, it was apparent that he was originally a substitute. His flying skills were far less than Slytherin's original main force Draco, let alone Harry Potter. He could only see Harry catching the golden thief in front of him. Gryffindor won. Although he won the game, Harry did not feel any relaxation but was very worried. According to the performance of Ravenclaw before, they will undoubtedly become the team with the highest total score, and if Gryffindor is promoted by Ron because of him, he has been unable to perform well because of pressure problems. Even if he can catch the golden snitch in every game and barely win all games, he will miss the Quidditch Academy Cup early, and may even perform better than this year's Hufflepuff. Worse, become the team at the end of the crane. In the evening, in the Distrom library, Alan stretched out and found that Luna, who said that she was going to go to school during the day, had somehow sat at the other end of the long table and had been playing all day. She seems to be in good spirits, apparently away from the bad effects of lard and vodka on her. Alan walked behind Luna and found that she was fascinated by a collection of stories with exaggerated descriptions. A few glances at Alan saw that the content above was similar to singing contradictions and recorded some strange things, like speculation about prehistoric wizarding civilizations, It was said that the most powerful wizards of the time could level the mountain and then reverse it to build something called a floating city and live on it. There are also legends of strange birth creatures that sound like heathen wizards in the magic world. Oh, the records of Vecna's Devil's Palm are also on the top. If the records about them in this book are credible, the original is also accompanied by such things as Vecna's Eye, which will be stronger if equipped at the same time. Power. However, the punishment to dig out your eyes and cut off your palms to fit, and take away the death will be too much, and there are side effects of gradually losing your mind and becoming chaotic and evil. Originally Alan was going to wait for her to watch quietly behind Luna, but unexpectedly saw the Voldemort that Harry saw in the last game of the Goblet of Fire for the Bellatrix after the amputation. Only the original record of the copy. Luna looked up and looked at Alan's chin with her head tilted. Mrs. Pins is not allowed to put these readings in Hogwarts library. She sings the antithetical things she thinks are all fiction. Well, and if we didn't set up a training class? The establishment of the Hogwarts Prohibited Book Zone has made a lot of knowledge that should have burst out more flames almost isolated from the little wizards. They are accustomed to a one-size-fits-all approach. The concept is too conservative, or Dumbledore is too protective. Alan, who was talking, was suddenly interrupted by the news from the mark on his arm, and he looked up at the sky outside the library window. Tonight is a full moon night. Hogsmeade Village. The black clouds covered the glowing moon, the sound of broken branches shattered the silence of the night, and a group of people walked in such a dark night. Miss Umbridge, are you sure that he is still transformed in that secret passage now? Josephine Harris' cold voice sounded, and she needed to pretend to be Lupin's identity and one of them in front of others' conspiracy without knowing it. Of course, Chief Harris, I confirmed his identity through a half-semester investigation. And today I personally followed him into the secret passage. Umbridge's voice was sweet and greasy, although she only had an anonymous letter. But it was very decisive. I found that Snape personally equipped him with the venom potion, and Dumbledore told him to do it. Obviously, the teachers and principals of Hogwarts were insiders. I did not the way to deal with all of them. If not, I would not dare to bother the secretary, your colleagues of the Werewolf Control Bureau under your control, nor dare to worry about Minister Fudge going to the academy to hold Dumbledore. Josephine nodded. No wonder Umbridge didn't spray those pungent perfumes today, but you know, because the Werewolf Control Board had long-term chaotic management and the lack of relevant laws before I took office. So even Remus Lupin is really a werewolf who has not registered with my Department of Magical Biological Management and Control, but as long as he has taken the poison of venom, he can be sane and can prove that there is no record of wounding. According to the regulations, he will not suffer much serious punishment. Although Principal Dumbledore has the power to recruit school employees, this time he concealed the school directors and took the safety of those cute children as a bet, and recruited the werewolf as a professor. It is really beyond the line. In order to ensure the safety of Hogwarts students and verify what you said, we have nothing to do with it. Josephine said righteously that his wide-brimmed hat was being distorted by the wind. A group of people quickly came to the Duke of Honey's store, and the huge, bald-headed shopkeeper ran out in panic. Before he could speak, Josephine's staffer pulled out his ID and took him to the side to explain reason. Umbridge rushed to the front of the shop door and opened the door eagerly. Her fat face raised a naive smile. Master Harris, here it is. Josephine inserted his hand into his pocket and restrained his eyes from squinting toward the shelf. Bloody lollipop made by vampire. Umbridge took them to the Duke of Honey's warehouse, opened a trapdoor, and faintly heard the sound of howling wolf from the depths of the tunnel. It seems that it is inside. Josephine said to me Danu, beckoning his men to start the action. Fluorescent flashes. The staff of the Werewolf Control Bureau, which was specifically responsible for capturing werewolves, took the lead in entering the tunnel with the net pockets and ropes for capturing werewolves. Umbridge followed them and drilled in. She wanted to determine Lupin herself. Was arrested, while Josephine and the Irregard assigned to her continued to stay in the Duke of Honey store to guard the secret passage and exit. Josephine did not want to be too close to Dumbledore to avoid the discovery of the vampire as the White Wizard, although Harris Power today doesn't care too much about this, but it's always a good thing to avoid trouble. It took a long time before a member came to inform them that the werewolf had been subdued. Judging from the robe sleeves that this member had been cut open, it was clear that Lupin had lost his mind and had fought with these members. More than 20 minutes later, Hogwarts, which was originally quieter than usual because of the students' excessive energy during the day and Quidditch, is now noisy. Harry, Hermione, and Ron followed the bustling crowd to the square outside the castle. 3 people squeezed into the innermost from the crowd, a werewolf standing upright with long mouths and one long piece of www.untitled.novel.com exposed 2 sharp, wolf-like fangs. Harry's eyes widened in horror. He stood there dumbfounded until a scream reminded him. The moonlight suddenly shone down, shining on the square. Harry looked up and saw the moon protruding from a large cloud, hanging high above the sky. At this time, the werewolf was stimulated by the moonlight. He raised his hairy face and made a wild howl at the moon. This was a louder howl than before, and scared many young wizards who had just come around. Half dead, the terrible wailing suddenly made the whole square quiet. This horrible sound was so loud and so close, it sounded from the silent air and fell again. The sound was so scary that many little wizards raised their hands to cover their ears. Harry yanked Ron's sleeves violently. "That's Professor Lupin." Ron opened his mouth, and Hermione frowned at the magic ministers of the field, Fudge and Umbridge, with triumphant triumphs. The expression asked Dumbledore to explain. How could Professor Lupin be this werewolf? The little wizards could hardly believe that Umbridge heard Dumbledore loudly. At this time, the werewolf shrieked through the night sky with a sharp howl, and the screams of the little witches led by Lavender next to Neville made him pale and trembling with his knees. The tolerant and gentle Professor Lupin who treated him on Peace Day draws an equal sign. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 522 Humiliation Modified. Sincere thanks to the Beggar Hong 7 of the village leader Dimstrand. The exchange students of Hogwarts, such as Draco and Zarbini who had put the leaves of Mandela in the crystal vial filled with their saliva last night gathered at Draco's in the dormitory. The room was very quiet, and I could only hear the host on the TV broadcasting the news. Looking out from the tall window in the room, you can see that there is light snow outside, and the pale white snowflakes are set against the black sky. The Ministry of Magic Werewolf Control Board in Hogwarts captured an out-of-control werewolf that had not been registered with the Ministry of Magic. What is shocking is that the werewolf turned out to be Hogwarts Professor of Black Magic Defense Class Lime, Lupin. The hostess wearing a white professional suit reported with excitement. Her nose was red with cold. Behind her is a tall werewolf that is sturdy and bound by a rope. Under its thick black hair, long fangs are very scary. Dumbledore's eyes, which seemed to penetrate people's hearts, swept over the people on the field, and Umbridge was proud and smiled brightly. Friends and children, don't panic. Dumbledore's voice suddenly exploded in the hustle and bustle. I ask you to give me this old man a little time to speak. The werewolf in front of you is Professor Lupin. Yes, I was the professor of the Black Magic Defense class that I personally invited. I have always understood his situation. It is precisely because of the understanding of Remus Lupin that I fully trust him to not cause harm to students. Again previously, he took the wolf poison potion made by Professor Snape, the potion master, 1 week before the full moon. So even if he becomes a werewolf at full moon, he can stay sane. Look, there has never been any record of injuries. Last week, Lupin took the medicine as usual, so tonight his runaway must have been framed, and his medicine should have been manipulated. Please believe I Give you Professor Lupin dignity and give him the opportunity to prove himself. Looking at Lupin's appearance, thinking of Snape, who almost killed himself when he was a student, he took a step forward annoyed by the words, "Dumbledore, I don't bother to do anything in his medicine. If you don't trust me, you can find someone else to do it for him before." "Severus, you know I don't mean that. Don't let anger stun your mind." Dumbledore frowned and explained to Snape. "Principal Dumbledore, please allow me to interject, since this ugly werewolf..." Umbridge was stunned by Dumbledore's eyes, paused involuntarily, and then continued to use her sweetness. The false voice said, "Since Mr. Remus Lupin can be manipulated by others in his medicine because of his carelessness, then what are you going to do to ensure that such a thing will not happen next time? It is indeed true that you put the little wizards in the castle in danger." The little wizards around nodded involuntarily. For the first time, this magical member who usually hated the people said a bit, "I can't believe it. I actually came into close contact with a living werewolf for so long." The school let a werewolf live by our side was taken for granted, but it was completely unsure of our safety, and we paid too little attention to our students. I had to write to my family to let them protest against the school. My dad was one of the school managers. "Teacher Lupin is so gentle to us on weekdays. I like his class very much, but I didn't expect him to be a werewolf." Maybe his usual gentle attitude towards us just wants us to relax our vigilance. These werewolves have neither soul nor evil, and the only thing they deserve is to be sent to Azkaban. The tall werewolf obviously regained his reason, but at this time he was just sitting on the ground, lowering his head quietly. He could not see his expression clearly, but the slightly trembling body now seemed to be so small and humble. Around him, some rehabilitated students angrily reprimanded, venting their emotions of being concealed and deceived after being deceived, and more students, even those who had a good relationship with Professor Lupin before the wizards, although they did not participate in verbal abuse. The cold, unfamiliar and vigilant gaze cast from a distance was the reason for Lupin to bow his head. Tonight, another painful wound was added to the already tormented life of Remus Lupin. Harry finally pulled the crowd and came to Professor Lupin. He wanted to untie him, but he was stopped by the members of the Werewolf Control Board as soon as he approached. "No, Professor Lupin will not hurt others." Harry could feel Professor Lupin's sadness and humiliation at this time and helplessly explained to the wizards around him. Among the little wizards on the scene, Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott looked a little bit unbearable. Maybe what Harry said is true. "You see that Professor Lupin has obviously regained his reason. He usually it's really gentle. Don't believe Harry Potter, don't forget the news on the Prophet Daily. He has been trying to attract the attention of others with the lies returned by the mysterious person. My mother is right, and even Dumbledore can't believe it now." Simo had argued with Harry at the beginning of school, and then refuted Hannah's hesitation like finding an eye in evidence. "Professor Lupin once had 100 chances to kill me. I spent a lot of time alone with him, but he never hurt me. Are you the same? He is innocent." Harry's pleading eyes fell on the other Gryffindor companions, but only their silence was exchanged. Only Neville seemed to want to say something, but he glanced at the werewolf, shook his body slightly, and took a few steps back. Dare not look directly at Harry's eyes. The werewolf with its head down suddenly raised its head violently, frightened with a cry of excitement, and many little wizards backed away, wanting to stay away from it. However, his glowing eyes were humanized on Harry's body, nodded to Harry, and then shook his head again. After thanking Harry, he stopped him from trying to speak for himself. "I believe what Professor Dumbledore and Harry said. Professor Lupin is innocent." Hermione stood beside Lupin, and the group of people who were left behind by Harry finally squeezed to the front. Uncle Charlie, believes in Harry and Professor Lupin. Ginny stood beside Harry in a concise manner, and took the initiative to hold Harry. Ron was a bit hesitant to think of Lupin's out-of-control craziness, but in the end he bulged his cheeks and looked at them with Harry, and walked firmly to Lupin, learning Hermione dryly, "Professor Lupin innocent." At this time, The camera's lens turned at this time and turned to the staff of the Werewolf Control Bureau. Their broken clothes and scratches on their bodies made them look very embarrassed, which made Harry explain to Lupin. The words seemed pale and weak. The picture on the TV changed, and it was still the female reporter. Obviously it was already daytime, and now she had left Hogwarts to interview some angry student parents. For Professor Dumbledore's irresponsible behavior, we strongly protest that if the safety of the child cannot be guaranteed, I would rather transfer to him. Hogwarts is probably not the safest place in the world anymore. I am sorry about this. You are reading books www.uukanzu.com. I expect the Ministry of Magic to take effective measures to ensure the safety of children. For a while, public opinion was very detrimental to Dumbledore. If he was able to use his prestige to fight against Fudge even before, but now he can no longer maintain his previous balance. Even the parents of the students who supported him or were neutral in the past were very dissatisfied because he hired the werewolf as a professor without permission, so that his children were in a dangerous situation. In this case, in order to keep Lupin from being troubled by the Ministry of Magic and exaggerated accusations, Dumbledore had to compromise with the other party. Fugee's crazy praise and praise Umbridge was appointed as the first senior investigator and the deputy principal of Hogwarts in the name of the Ministry of Magic seeking education reform, as well as the Professor of Black Magic Defense. The passage of this decree was very smooth, and it also represented an unprecedented level of control of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. For some time, the minister has become increasingly uneasy about the current status of Hogwarts. The werewolf incident is the best evidence. Percy Weasley, who has become an assistant to the minister, appeared on the TV screen. He listened to the parents. The actions taken by our concerns, and the worried school managers also felt that the school seemed to be moving in a direction that they disagreed, so they supported the minister's action. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 523, call God Guardian Modified, sincerely thank the leader Wukong. The weather outside Hogwarts became very cold, and the little wizards could not but bury their heads in their robes, but Harry was different. He stepped up the marble staircase 2 steps at a time. From Professor Lupin being a werewolf was made public from that day on. An unknown fire was burning in his heart. Why do kind people always suffer misfortune? Sirius has been in prison for so many years. Lupin is so now, and his own father and mother. On a stair platform, he walked in front of a large portrait of the knight Sir Cadogan. Sir Cadogan pulled out his sword and waved viciously at Harry, who ignored him at all. Come back, you runaway coward. Don't flinch. Fight me. Sir Cadogan shouted from the back of his mask in a dull voice, but Harry just kept walking and thinking angrily, actually not many people are willing to stand up and help Professor Lupin. He was so good to everyone. What good is he to treat people in good faith? You regret it now. She doesn't let you use magic at all. She just reads that boring textbook in class. Professor Lupin is the best professor of black magic defense skills in the world. There is no one. Harry stopped suddenly. His gaze looked into the distance. Umbridge passed through the arched porch, proudly and Toady across the hallway. She dressed to capture the one Lupin wore that night, a fluffy pink cardigan with a black velvet bow on top of his head. Harry again strongly and vividly thought of a big fly stupidly landing on a larger toad. Neville and Fletcher passed her fast, her face in the corridor. She lifted her chin and pointed her wand. The two of them were struck back a few steps. The top button of the shirt was buttoned up, obviously a bit let them breathless. As Professor Umbridge walked by, the three of them got back on the back, and the part of the back where the shirt was exposed was also plunged into the pants. The two watched depressed Umbridge away. Her wand pointed at a pair of couples sitting on a long stone bench under the corridor wall and kissing. The couple was quickly flicked away, lowering their heads and daring not to look at her. Otherwise, once they showed up, what would be waiting for them was long confinement and corporal punishment. In a short period of time, The Weasley brothers and Harry have been punished several times. On the wall in the hall of the auditorium, many notices have now been hung. New school rules such as no music during study, all Weasley products are banned immediately, and proper dress and courtesy at all times are nailed to the stone walls. He is happy to be the executor and supervisor of Professor Umbridge. He feels that these regulations of Professor Umbridge are too good for his appetite. It would be even better if he could be allowed to resume the use of iron whips, captivity and other punitive measures. 2. Umbridge was already sitting behind the podium when Harry walked into the dark magic defense classroom. Harry lifted his school bag back, without looking at Umbridge, and headed straight to the last row of the classroom. When Umbridge saw this, the smile on his face grew sweeter. The students who came in later walked silently when they walked into the classroom. When they thought of the boring time they were about to face, they felt very suffering. They did not dare to mess with small movements. During the first black magic defense class in Umbridge, a paper crane that Simo and Dean played before the class was turned into a pile of ashes by Umbridge. The various deductions and penalties made them understand how strict Umbridge's requirements for classroom discipline are. "Good afternoon, students," she said after all the classmates sat down. Only a few classmates mumbled good afternoon in response, and she asked them to come again. "Please continue to put away your wand and come up with theory of black magic defense." Professor Umbridge's remark is not surprising. The students present stared at the magic book on their desk with no movement. They had expected that she would say this, which almost became her regular opening speech. Harry looked around at the expressions of the classmates, and inexplicably felt a deep pleasure. Turn to page 15. "We will change the way of learning today." Professor Umbridge faced the classmates, crossed his hands with his fingers, and placed them on his chest. "You can read silently by yourself. Read it again. I want to be absolutely quiet in class." There was silence in the classroom. Umbridge smiled with satisfaction. At this time, the knock on the door interrupted her lecture. She frowned and looked at, describing the haggard Lupin appeared at the door of the classroom, followed by several members of the Werewolf Control Board behind him. "Sorry to interrupt you, Professor Umbridge. I'll take my things," Professor Lupin said gently. Although Umbridge's anti-Wugen law passed in 1993 made it difficult for him to find a job and became impoverished, this time also because she let herself leave Hogwarts in disarray, but Lupin instead gave her there was no emotional ups and downs. Instead, the children sitting on the seats looked back at his eyes, causing Lupin's heart to hurt. If it wasn't for Dumbledore who agreed to some of the conditions of Cornelius Fudge, I am afraid that he would not be punished too harshly as he is now. Just go to the Werewolf Control Board to complete the registration, and then live under the mandatory supervision of the Werewolf Control Board later. Now, released from the Ministry of Magic, he was taken back to Hogwarts by the staff of the Werewolf Control Bureau and took his personal belongings. "Shall I come again after class?" Lupin asked in a pause. "Take it now, Mr. Lupin." Umbridge calmly reminded Lupin that he was no longer a professor. Harry, sitting in the last row, raised his eyes and glared at Umbridge. Lou walked quietly to the staff lounge at the back of the classroom. Neville's head was tilted down, watching Lupin's clothing corner rubbed over his desk, turning his head back slightly, pursing his lips. Very sad and self-blaming. Wherever Lupin passed, the little wizards looked at him secretly. The classroom was just like Umbridge's previous order, but there was a silence. But in this silence, the little wizards looked at Lupin, who was wearing a scarf around himself in the half-open door, and his emotions became more and more depressed. Professor Lupin is indeed a werewolf, but compared to the boring, punishing, imprisoned, and corporal punishment courses, the previous class is a pleasure. Unlike the gentle Professor Lupin who gave them many practical lessons, Professor Umbridge always likes to speak in the voice of her kindest, most gentle and sulky little girl. Except for those excellent students in the training class who can justifiably carry out activity exercises, others can only be forced to accept the theoretical knowledge she has taught them. not even practicing in private. Those contents are not helpful to them in real life, and even make them unable to pass the OWL's practice exam. The door creaked and Lupin walked out, lowering his head through the middle of the students' seats. Parvati watched him as he walked sideways, blinked, and unconsciously clenched her fists. Just as Lupin walked to the front door, Parvati Patil, the Indian girl, suddenly stood up from her seat. "Professor Lupin, I believe you will not hurt anyone." "Thank you, Patil." Lupin took 2 steps in her direction, gazing at Parvati, and nodded his thanks. "Go, Mr. Lupin," Umbridge urged coldly. "Now, Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Miss Parvati, please sit down." "He is the teacher who taught me the best black magic defense class in my professor." Parvati suddenly turned and yelled at Umbridge. "I want to put you in confinement, Miss Parvati," Umbridge commanded with wide eyes. "Whoever dares to speak again, just like her in confinement." Professor Lupin pressed his lips together and looked sadly at the classmates in the classroom. Harry looked at Patil Parvati's firm eyes and felt the heart. When he was in the 1st grade, in the flight class, Neville's memory ball was stolen by Malfoy, not someone else from Gryffindor. It was Patil who stood up immediately to help Neville. She was a real Gryffindor, Professor Lupin's best teacher of black magic defense class. Harry also stood up and shouted loudly, expressing his support. "Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Mr. Porter, sit down and go to my office from 5 p.m. every day from today." Umbridge's nostrils widened and his eyes narrowed. "Professor Umbridge, this is my fault. Please don't punish them. I will leave." Lupin took 2 steps back and forth, then stopped and apologized to Umbridge and said he would leave soon. He wanted to protect his former students. Mr. Lupin, I remind you that I am the teacher of the black magic defense class. I have every right to punish students for imprisonment. Now, please leave, and don't disturb my teaching." Umbridge lifted looking up at Lupin. There was no longer a smirk on his face, but it was full of mockery. Ron looked at Harry, who was shaking with anger. He gasped violently, bit his teeth, turned his eyes a few times, made his heart cruel, and stood up. "Professor Lupin is the best teacher of the black magic defense class." Since Umbridge served as a professor of black magic defense classes, the wizards have been unable to get a complete vent of resentment. At this moment, in the warning sound of Umbridge's anger, Gryffindors stood up one after another expressing his support for Lupin. Hermione wanted to stand up, but when thinking of the training class she managed for Alan, Umbridge's posture was low enough that she couldn't break the still friendly balance that both sides are now reluctantly maintaining. Neville blushed and looked at the others as he was encouraged. He also stood up, but he felt that the sentence "Professor Lupin's best teacher of black magic defense class" was not enough to vent. Not enough. After that night when Professor Lupin was arrested, Neville had been annoyed by his cowardice, regretting why he was afraid of Professor Lupin's werewolf form. He has been blaming himself every day for not being able to stand up like Harry. Maintain Professor Lupin. Apart from the sympathetic Professor Pomona Sprout, no professor is as friendly to him as Professor Lupin, encouraging him and comforting him. And when Professor Lupin needed the most encouragement and help, he actually flinched and became cowardly. Yes, this is not enough. Not enough. Neville felt that although he stood up, he couldn't vent the negative emotions he had accumulated over the past few days. Looking at Professor Lupin not far away, his desire to protect him is like a surging sea, rushing to Neville's heart one after another due to his stupidity. Professor Lupin is learning by himself when the guardian deity curse, the magic wand, has not responded, and even the white mist cannot be released, but the professor patiently encouraged himself, never disgusted or even abandoned himself. Thinking of this, Neville twitched his wand from his desk violently with anger and trembling, crying the guard. He shouted loudly, like a long-sleeping volcano finally erupted. Neville has been from these days the depressive emotions in here draw strength and turn them into courage. The Guardian's beliefs are led by Neville like a flood. It breaks through all the shackles, and a mass of silver spews out from the port of his wand. turning into a huge one. The toe jumped flexibly across the desk and flew to Professor Lupin. Guardian Guard. Harry also pulled out his wand neatly, and a silver stag spouted out, briskly jumping around Professor Lupin. Call God to guard. Ron's patron saint, Jack Russell Terrier, also caught up with the stag and wrapped around Lupin. Their outbreak let the students in the classroom of the Black Magic Defense class see the channels of catharsis. The energy of the positive emotions such as happiness and guardianship in the patron saint flooded the room. Like the lightning that suddenly cut through the sky in the silent night, the Mulborn students felt like they were witnessing the coming of God. And the unspeakable trembling burst from the soul of every wizard and spread quickly throughout the body. They pulled out their magic wands, and even a few Slytherin students stood up and expressed their love and blessings for Professor Lupin with a guardian curse. Even if not everyone can successfully perform like Neville a complete patron saint curse, but even the dumbest student is enough to release more white mist than usual. Professor Lupin, although my patron saint was not taught by you, but as the best teacher of the Black Magic Defense class. Hermione, who was still looking ahead, saw the scene before her and couldn't help it anymore. She stood when she got up, she raised her 14-inch mithril dragon heart tendon wand, even though she could completely cast the spell silently, but she shouted, "Call God to guard." Pansy Parkinson, who was sitting in the position and looked at the scene with the eyes of outsiders, frowned and watched Hermione's movements and complained, "This reckless lioness. Damn, if I don't follow along, Alan Harris will be unhappy when he knows it, Alan will be unhappy, and Draco will certainly be unhappy." She and the members of the Slytherin training class glanced at each other and nodded each other. Umbridge didn't dare to provoke so many pure-blood families at once. Call God to guard. Call God to guard. Call God to guard. The team of silver animals spewing out is also getting bigger and bigger, and their willingness of this kind of guarding is becoming more and more clear. www.mtlnovel.com. It seems like countless streams quickly merged into a torrent. Listening to the sound of casting spells endlessly, I feel that the patron saint that brings joy and tranquility surrounds him, and I see the faces of the students in the classroom that are touching and tearful. Remus Lupin's eyes were crimson, tears mixed with his nose running across his cheeks. At this moment, he felt for the first time that he was relieved from the wolf disease that he had carried since childhood. Those who were instigated by the situation, the resulting prejudice can no longer affect him. He looked at the staff of the two werewolf control bureaus next to him. At the moment, the other party understood Lupin's thoughts at once, and nodded to him after pushing each step away. Lupin thanked them with a depressed cry. Withdrawing his wand, Remus had never liked his patron saint before, because it would constantly remind him of those pains. He hated all things related to wolves. Although he taught the patron saint to students, he tried his best. Instead of having to do it yourself, let Harry Potter show it. Unless he had to make a last resort, he usually deliberately created a guardian deity curse without form, even when no one was watching. Call God to guard. A silver wolf ran out of Lupin's wand and led other people's guardians to run around all the students in the classroom. At this moment, his own guardian brought him from the wolves are family oriented and do not have the aggression they once felt. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL. Chapter 524 Violation Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Wukong. Chapter 525. Left Hogwarts, Lupin was still immersed in his emotions, his eyes were still red, but his steps were no longer heavy. The two werewolf control staff glanced at each other. The younger one scratched his head and politely interrupted Lupin's thoughts. Professor Lupin, you are basically free to go to the Ministry of Magic to go through the final procedures for registration and release from prison. Okay, thank you for your reminder. Lupin heard his different name from when he came, and settled down and thanked him. Ministry of Magic. The three of Lupin walked through the golden fence gate toward the elevator. The young man who had just spoken to Lupin pressed the button next to him, down, and an elevator appeared immediately. As the tinkling sounded, the golden fence gate slid open slightly, and they and the crowd swarmed in. The young man tapped the fourth button, the fence door slammed shut, the elevator began to land, and the chain clicked. The fence door slipped open, and they came to the corridor outside. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, they saw a man shouting angrily in the bathroom towards the corner of the corridor. The young man couldn't bear to look straight. He sighed with his forehead. It must have been caused by Mr. Diggory. Lupin was surprised. Is it true that there are frequent quarrels and disagreements in the Department of Magical Creature Management and Control? Why, say again. The young man saw his doubts, shrugged, and motioned him to come closer. Amos Diggory, your time in the bathroom must occupy the longest record in the ministry. You should spend more time at work than in the toilet. A balding middle-aged man exhaled. Today Mr. Diggory shouted. You can't interfere with me, David. Mr. Diggory in the toilet roared back with a more muffled voice. The toilet is the last place of freedom for the British wizards. The mysterious people in those years would not forbid the Death Eaters under their hands go shit. Lupin expressed a stunned expression but did not speak. The young man frowned, rolled his eyes comically, and spread his hands to explain. Our Magical Animal Management and Control Division is relatively less serious. They continued to walk with Lupin, and came to a room where the papers were stacked. Here are the documents of all kinds of magical creatures. The documents you registered are also among them. Ah, Professor Lupin, I don't mean to offend, but you still have to fill out a whereabouts form. He didn't want to hurt the real professor just after the incident in the black magic defense classroom, even if he was a werewolf. Sorry, I'm going to take Mr. Remus Lupin. A lazy female voice rang at the door, and Punlo Cravat stood at the door with his arms folded, and his tight-fitting equipment was wearing red lips. Unspeakable feminine temptation. Miss Punlo, excuse me, yours can't interfere with our Magical Animal Management and Control Division. This is against the rules, the young man said bitterly. Although he knew that the beauty in front of him was a famous killer of the Ministry of Magic and had a good background, he had to perform his duties. A permit flew lightly in front of him, and the young man swept the signature of his superior, Josephine Harris, at a glance. He quickly scanned the contents of the document, and he could only stop talking and quickly issue it. After he got out of prison, he gave Punlo a blank itinerary and asked her to fill it out. Then she apologized to Professor Lupin and sat in a chair, allowing Punlo to bring Remus Lupin go. Hogwarts, outside the Umbridge office on the 4th floor, Parvati, Harry, Ron, and Neville stood there. None of the 4 people wanted to knock on the door and step into the office. In the end, Harry knocked on the door and only heard a sweet, greasy voice shouting, "Come in." Several people walked in helplessly. Now this office makes Harry uncomfortable, and everything is covered with a lace cover and tablecloth. There are also several vases filled with dried flowers, each placed individually on a small cushion. On one wall is a set of decorative plates, each with a large, colorful cat wearing a different bow on their neck. These things were so disgusting. Neville was frightened for the first time, and looked at them blankly. Then Professor Umbridge said again, "Good evening." Harry was calm. He was used to Umbridge's mischief, but Neville looked back in a hurry. He didn't notice her at first, because she was wearing a fiery flaming printed robe of the same color as her. The tablecloths on the desk behind them blended together and could hardly be separated. "Good evening, Professor Umbridge." Harry said hello first, and the other 3 people suddenly learned to wake up to learn how to say hello to Harry unnaturally. "Okay, sit down," she said, pointing to 4 small tables with lace. She has placed a straight chair next to each table. On each table is a blank parchment and a thin, long black feather pen with a particularly sharp tip, which is obviously for them. "I want you to write, 'I will not violate the regulations again,'" she said softly to the people who had sat down. "How many times to write?" Parvati asked, ready to break his hand. "Oh, write this sentence in your heart," Umbridge said sulkily. "Start writing." Harry lowered his head, unable to see his expression clearly, and began to write. Although the other 3 are somewhat inexplicable, Umbridge did not prepare ink for them, but also started to write www.untilnovel.com when the tip of their quill pen fell on the paper, he could not help but take a breath of air, and the words on the parchment appear to be written in bright red ink. At the same time, this line appeared on the back of their right hand, and it was deeply plunged into the flesh, as if it had been carved with a scalpel. However, just when they stared at these red and colorful wounds, the skin healed again. The place where the word was just a little bit redder than before, but it felt smooth. Parvati suddenly raised his head to see Umbridge. She was watching them, and the wide toad-like mouth grinned into a smile. Parvati gritted her teeth, looked down at the parchment, dropped the pen tip on it again. The words were carved into her skin again and again, healed again and again, and the back of her hand was as painful as it was burned by fire. Ron kept shaking his hands as if he could get rid of the pain, but he didn't hum with a strong voice, nor did he ask for mercy. Compared with when he first came in, Neville's expression was calmer, and the unknown punishment was the most terrifying. For Neville, this kind of skin pain is much easier than facing Professor Snape. That's it. They wrote this line on parchment over and over again. Even Neville, who had a bad mind, finally realized that they were not using ink, but their own blood. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 525. Western Pavilion Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the paper full of ridiculous why after being transformed by Penelope. The Umbrella Company Biological Research Department. Lupin silently looked at the text next to the most prominent red and white umbrella icon on the concrete building at the entrance of the valley. He was alert in his heart. Recently, he often saw advertisements of the company's potions on TV. The Lily Foundation was also written by the company. Lupin knew that it belonged to the Harris family. Is he going to see Irving Harris? But the Department of Biological Research. Wouldn't it be to treat yourself as a werewolf as a magical creature research? After passing through the 3 gates in the building guarded by many heavily armed wizards, Lupin followed Penlo without a word through many tall stone pillars, and Lupin found that there were some from time to time behind these stone pillars. The same guards as those in the building were patrolling. They wore a full set of equipment called H94 that are as love now, but replaced the red and white umbrella-shaped badges with the same red and white umbrellas as the entrances. Lupin tried to ask Penlo where to take him, but the female student whom he had taught before told him coldly, "You will know when you arrive." When Lupin had just followed Penlo into a place called the Giant Sanctuary, Lupin felt the ground tremble. Loud footsteps came, and Lupin turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and could not help but hold on tightly, wand in hand. A small team was over 20 feet tall, with pale skin, slightly blue, and bald giants in black fur coats, appearing in the face of Lupin from afar without expression. Lupin's expression was amazed, and he looked at the figure of these giant men with bodybuilding figures who were completely different from the obese giants they had seen before. Little flowers bloom in the wilderness. Her name is Erica. Tens of thousands of tiny bees compete to fly to the Terrica. I tried to live in the mole world in my early life. Lupin, who wanted to avoid discrimination in the wizarding world, found that these giants kept their formation like the mole army, kicked along the road with a neat pace, and continued to sing in the expressionless mouth song. The lyrics sound like a fairly relaxed romantic ballad, but with the unmistakable footsteps of the thick leather boots worn on the feet of these strange expressionless giants, Lupin felt a little creepy in his heart. After the giants approached, Lupin observed that these giants had a red gem inlaid on their foreheads, and engraved magic runes on their metal leather gloves. As the giants walked by, Lupin waved his hands, breaking up the smoke that followed the giants' footsteps. He looked up at Penlo in front of him, knowing that the other party would not answer his question. Sexual content, so I gave up the question that was almost asked out. But obviously this made Lupin worry. If he can leave alive, he must inform the Phoenix Society and Dumbledore of the situation here. After another walk, Lupin was slightly relieved that he saw some places beside the venue like resting areas. The same dressed giants and the ordinary staff in white coats seemed to get along well. They actually gathered playing poker together. These giants hold specially made oversized playing cards, although the size of this kind of poker is a bit too big for ordinary wizards. However, the relationship between these giants with a somewhat indifferent expression and the staff is obviously good. Lupin saw that after a hand, a giant slapped at a staff beside him. The staff did not evade the giant's. The slap on his body did not cause any harm to him, but instead made him laugh so that the giant should not be fooled. It seems that even in the joke, this giant remembers to control his strength. The giant's brain, which is not much bigger than walnuts, can actually learn to sing in English, can communicate normally, not to mention playing poker. Can their intelligence understand these complex rules? They seem to be no different from ordinary people except for their size and strange appearance. Lupin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The giants in front of him were not as lazy and violent and stupid as he said he knew. He patted the dust on his body again, and after feeling the vibrations on his body, he felt that it was a magical place, but he was even more puzzled by the reason he was brought here. They wouldn't have imagined transforming these giants. Transform the werewolf. Pinlo saw Lupin's look, thinking that it was all made by Alan, and showed a glorious look on his face, and continued to take him forward. In the middle of the vast valley, there are many huge stone houses, and some young giants under the leadership of the old giant spile a huge snowman in the middle of the paved square. After passing through a forest behind the giant's sanctuary, a building different from the British architectural style appeared in front of Lupin. It is a foreign-style pavilion with Gothic style. All its doors, windows and column corridors are presented Baroque. When entering the courtyard gate, Lupin found that the entire garden fence and gate were equipped with magic defense means similar to the Antithief waterfall in the underground vault of the Guling Pavilion. When crossing the border, it can remove all magic spells and magic disguise. When Pinlo and Lupin completed the security check at the entrance where the armed guards seemed too cumbersome, they crossed the garden and finally entered the gate of the Western Pavilion guarded by two giants. Enter the gate www.mtlnovel.com. This is a double-decker hall. The direction facing the gate is the upward staircase leading to the burgundy carpet on the second floor. It is halfway up the wall and turned into two-floor wooden cloister. The windows, colonnade, arches, etc. are all semicircular arches. When they went upstairs and came to the door of a room that was obviously a living room, Pinlo tapped on the door 3 times. "Please come in." There was a man's voice behind the door which seemed a bit low and dull because of the relief oak door. Pinlo opened the door for Lupin, but she did not enter. When Lupin approached the room, she found that the room was luxuriously decorated, from ceilings, lighting, walls to everyday utensils, all of which were crafted by craftsmen, and decorated with murals drawn as characters in the history of medieval magic as the theme. Lupin noticed that the witch with a walrus beard on the first floor of Hogwarts is also in it. He is constantly working on murals. Shaking his exaggerated beard, a boy with light blonde hair wearing a Ravenclaw school uniform sat on the chair behind the desk and appeared in front of Lupin. He signaled that Lupin was seated. The silver-white teapot and tea bowl on the desk automatically flew to Lupin. For him, make a bowl of black tea. "Alan." "Mr. Alan Harris? I thought you should be in Distrom now." Lupin found that he could no longer call his name as easily as he taught him. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 526 Werewolf Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the paper is absurd. Why? Alan smiled friendly to Lupin. "You don't need to see it like that. Call me Alan, Professor Lupin." When I went to Distrom, I brought the TV with me and saw the latest news. Don't call me a professor anymore. I can't teach anymore, Alan. I don't know if you brought me here to see you. The boy in front of him was friendly, but Lupin didn't relax his guard at all. I received a warning from Dumbledore that I knew that although the other party was young, he was already a master of telepathy. So although Lupin did not control the occluded brain well, he also worked hard to prevent the other party from investigating. Alan did not directly answer Lupin's question, but continued to ask, "Professor Lupin, I don't know what you plan to do next." "I haven't thought about it yet, but what can I do now?" I think I should go back to find Sirius. Lupin tried hard to think about the purpose of the other party's question. Was he trying to take advantage of his own situation as a family dog? Alan shook his head at Lupin. I think we can be more honest with each other. You are so vigilant to me now. I'm sorry, Professor, but I think you have also seen Lily published in the Prophet Daily Task. It's false news that you have infected Sirius with Sirius, as far as I know you, except for the secret activities of your Phoenix Society. You will not plan to go back to Sirius. Since that's the case, tell me frankly, Alan, are you here to bring you here to see you? Lupin did not deny that Lupin was worried when he thought about the performance of the Harris family and the strength that is now showing when the Goblet of Fire is on. And the other party let Punlo take him like a visit to see these armed forces and those giants of his forces absolutely purposeful, as well as the TV station. That is also Harris Industry. Voldemort has returned, plus Fudge's attitude and the changes in the position of the school directors after this incident. Dumbledore himself has been unable to support himself, but Dumbledore asked the Phoenix Society not to take too many actions. And now if Harris wants to take the opportunity to do evil. Alan stepped forward. Professor Lupin, why do you think the werewolf is suffering such harm in the Wizarding Society? Lupin frowned. Obviously the other person was not a person who would discriminate against werewolves from the point of view of him. So he asked what his purpose as a werewolf is. He took a deep breath and tried to answer this question from the perspective of a bystander. Because the werewolf caused the death of many innocent victims? Alan shook his head and vetoed. Every year there are far more victims dying in the hands of black wizards than witches in the mouth of werewolves. Many of these victims are lying on commodity counters in Upside Down Lane and sold as products. But even Hagrid visits Overturning Alley from time to time. In fact, killing a person with a curse is much easier than using your teeth and claws. Lupin followed the meaning revealed in Alan's words. Are you trying to say the cause of infection? Yes. Ordinary wizards treat the werewolves much more biologically than humans, goblins, and elves, because of infectivity. Alan said with certainty. Although the wolf poison potion is a great invention, there is no magic potion in the world that can hinder the transformation process after being completely infected. In addition, the wolf poison potion itself needs to be taken regularly before the full moon to ensure that you stay sensible. Alan nodded this time, his tone calm, as if explaining a fact. Although I don't like her, Aramchi, she said it's not bad. Since you have been manipulated this time, there is really no way to guarantee that your medicine will not be manipulated next time. If it was okay in the 3rd grade, but this year when Dumbledore knew about the resurrection of Voldemort and started fighting with Fudge, in order to avoid the possibility of finding a professor willing to take the Black Magic Defense class, Fudge found an opportunity putting the Ministry of Magic into Hogwarts situation. Choosing to invite you back is indeed taking the safety of others at risk. Alan glanced at the contemplative Lupin and continued. You should be thankful that this time it seems that the person who worked on your potion is Foggy's person. Otherwise, it will be replaced by Voldemort's person. You should be in Azkaban now. This is not the first case. In fact, when Dumbledore asked you to come to Hogwarts in his early years, he was taking other people's lives or taking risks in the future. If it wasn't for James Potter's last awakening, he was deceived by Snell. Professor Pooh may have been killed by you in a screaming shack or also transformed into a werewolf. Even more ironically, Professor Snape must also bear the cruel fact that he was rescued by the most hated person in his life. Lupin felt that the scar healed because of the student's performance had been pulled away relentlessly, and the wound was exposed to the air again. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but he could not find a reason at all, which made him feel annoyed. What do you want to say? You let me come over to analyze for me. How correct was your suggestion not to let me come to school? You just admitted that Lord Voldemort returned. Why not admit it on TV? What do you Harris want to do? Your umbrella, the forces exposed in the company have developed so powerfully. If you are willing to join forces with Dumbledore and Phoenix. Alan put his hand on Lupin's shoulder to stop the question, that his tone sounded a little agitated and violent, and then handed him the refilled cup of black tea. Please take a sip of tea to calm down, Professor Lupin. I don't mean to disrespect you, and of course not to meet you to hurt you once in front of you. I just want to tell you some of my thoughts frankly. Alan and Lupin were no longer excited and suppressed their emotions before opening. Professor Lupin, what do you think caused the slow progress of the wolf-related drugs? Don't turn around and ask me questions, Alan Harris. What can I say directly? Lupin was obviously tired of Alan's way of talking. Alan bowed slightly to apologize. Please forgive my bad habits. So let me talk about my thoughts. The Ministry of Magic's policy on werewolves has always been chaotic and inefficient. In 1637, the Ministry of Magic once established a set of werewolf management regulations, which requires the werewolves to sign to ensure that they will not attack anyone, and will lock themselves securely once a month. The result is not surprising. No one came to sign, because no one was ready to walk into the Ministry of Magic and admit I am a werewolf. The later Werewolf Registry also faced this problem. The Werewolf Registry asked the werewolves to enter their names and personal details, but their information has been incomplete and unreliable for many years because many newly bitten werewolves will hide their situation to avoid inevitable humiliation and exile. The management of werewolves has been oscillating between the beasts and humanoids of the Department of Magical Biological Control because no one can be sure that you should is classified as a human or a beast. For a period of time, the Werewolf Registry and Werewolf Capture Team were in the Beast Department, and the Werewolf Support Service Office was established in the Humanoid Department. No werewolf walked into the Support Service Office. For the same reason, there are also very few people who register at the Registry Office, and the Support Service Office eventually closes. Lupin nodded, which is why he didn't go to register. Alan took a sip of tea and continued to say, in the second half of the 20th century, several potions were finally invented to mitigate the effects of deformation. The most successful of these was the wolf poison we just mentioned, elixir. And that's exactly what I want to say, why the history of the werewolf has been so long, but the progress of the relevant pharmacy research is so slow. It is because of the lack of understanding and research by ordinary wizards that you have suffered serious discrimination and all kinds of rumors. Even some authoritative figures, like Professor Everett Pickard stated in his book Wolves Unrecognizable, Why Werewolves Are Not Worth Living, werewolves will permanently lose their moral values. The statement is clearly wrong. Lupin clenched his fists tightly. Yes, when he wrote this book, he just referred to the performance of several irrational werewolves and decided that all of us werewolves would be the same. This book even caused a lot of goodness. The person who desperately renounced himself really turned into a bad guy like what he described. It is precisely in the absence of mutual cooperation that the research on the werewolf's knowledge, related treatment methods and related potions are very slow. In fact, in the humanoid state, the werewolf may be as good as any other person. Like Remus Lupin, you may be as bad as Fenrir Greyback. He will try to bite or mutilate others when he is in human form. For this reason he still maintains nails like sharp claws. The discrimination caused by the wolves because of these ignorance has made you farther away from ordinary society, and ordinary wizards have deepened discrimination and misunderstandings against you because of your self-exile evasion. Your father. Please forgive me for telling me the fact that he may not have told you. Your father Leo Lupin was when you were 4 years old, because the Ministry of Magic called the authoritative person to study dark creatures, seek help to understand and contain it. These threatened meeting invitations met Fenrir Greyback, who was suspected of causing the death of mole children. When he was ridiculed by other members for his expertise in Boggart, your polite father, who was polite most of the time, was irritated. and he yelled out, "Wolves only!" in front of Fenrir Greyback. The deserved end is death. So you were retaliated by Greyback just a few days before your 5th birthday and deliberately infected you with wolf disease. Alan and Lupin digested some of the news that was a bit difficult for him, and then told him in a firm tone, "My purpose is to invite you to join me in the plan to change this situation and fundamentally help you werewolves, even if not let those of you who have been transformed into werewolves become humans. But as long as they can solve the situation where there is no medicine to save before being transformed by the infected period, or develop a longer-acting wolf poison, the wolf people are so severely discriminated against it will be solved fundamentally. So before I say this purpose, I need to analyze the reasons for this situation. Of course, even the wizards of Mull background will be subject to certain discrimination today. Even if we complete this goal, it should just make you like a vampire and a baby, but at least you will be much less discriminated. If you still want to return to Hogwarts as a professor, we Harris can convince those school managers for you." Lupin Wenyan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. "I am not going back to be a professor." "Alan, is your purpose to want me to join the umbrella to be used for research and experiments?" "If you can promise me, the purpose is really to help the werewolf, I think I am willing to be studied by you." "No, you misunderstood, Professor Lupin. In fact, if you just want the experiment, you don't have to talk about it enough. In fact, our umbrella has already cooperated with the Department of Magical Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic. In the future, when they caught the infamous werewolf criminals, they would not be sent to Azkaban, but to an underground laboratory built under our Western House." Alan waved his hand to stop Lupin's fantasy self-sacrifice plan. "I mean, you are lucky among this unfortunate group of people. You have a few good friends who sincerely accept your identity, but even so, it was only after we reunited with Sirius that I made my life better. Now that report, as I have just speculated, I am afraid that you plan to conduct a self-imposed exile before. Like you are trying to maintain a good werewolf. It is difficult to solve even food and clothing. I want to provide you with some positions in my company. One is to provide you with a place to live and a source of life. The other is to allow yourself to participate in this plan to save your ethnic group. Finally, I want to emphasize that this is not a charity to you. Those of you who will not be infected with wolf disease again are very suitable as guards for those evil werewolves, and help us carry out frontline work during research to reduce the risk of infection for ordinary people. And if our umbrella successfully develops a better poison or even a magic potion to solve infections, although the direct benefits will not be too much, it is still very helpful to enhance the popularity of our company. Yes, I am very happy to provide this fee to achieve our win-win situation." Lupin had already wanted to agree, but suddenly thought of a question. "I understand, Alan, but if you want to solve the infection problem, does it mean, do you want to use a living person for the test?" Alan did not shy away from this question, and immediately nodded without hesitation. "Yes, and according to the extensive study of the werewolf's habits by Professor Marlowe Forfan, the authority of the 19th century British werewolf study, it was found that almost all werewolves he successfully questioned were wizards before being bitten. At the same time, he learned from the werewolves that moles and wizards taste differently, and moles are more likely to die after being bitten. So, the subjects of my infection test will be wizards, but like those evil werewolves, they will be some evil black wizards. Instead of letting them be kissed by dementors once, let them give back a little value to this society. This way to make up for the damage they have caused, I think. It does not violate the principle of justice. After all, if we complete, there will be no more children who cannot go to school because of wolf disease, and will alleviate some pain during growth." Lupin opened his mouth again but didn't know how to refute it. He knew that this behavior was wrong, but it almost became the life-saving straw for all their werewolves. There was no other wizard who could help them willingly and had the strength to do this. In Lupin's hesitation, Alan's next sentence became the last straw that overwhelmed Lupin. "Remember our third-grade agreement. I think it's time for you to keep your promise. Lupin finally reached out and Alan shook his hand and agreed to join. I remember my promise without violating morality, but for the future of the werewolves, although I could not fully recognize this practice, I promised your invitation. In addition, thank you for persuading me so patiently, Alan. I understand that my participation will not have any impact on your plan. After achieving his goal, Alan turned around and sat back in his chair again. Don't be welcome, Professor Lupin. Welcome to join the Umbrella Company. By the way, you will get along well with your new boss. She is also your student. Hermione Granger is currently the most important person in charge of the Umbrella Company. Let her talk to you about the salary. Lupin nodded. Hermione is really an excellent witch. Not only did she get excellent grades, but from the training class she managed, she knew she was very capable. After talking, Lupin couldn't help but think of the members of the training class who followed her to cast a patron saint because of Hermione's lead. Their patron saint seems to have been practiced for a long time. All of them are solid patron saints with solid light, although Lupin is for them. I am grateful to support myself at the end, but I am very worried about their relationship between them and Harris and the forces they have exposed in the Umbrella Company today. Thinking of this, Lupin hesitated and reopened. Alan, you and Dumbledore really can't. Alan sighed and interrupted Lupin, who is still organizing the language www.mentalnovel.com. Professor Lupin, Dumbledore believed the so-called prophecy too, which obviously made me and him stand opposite. The person who defeated Voldemort will be me, not Harry, who has high hopes for him. Dumbledore's desire to control is too strong, and he and I are actually a kind of person. We have tried cooperation, but obviously the final result is not pleasant. To put it bluntly, we Harris are not obliged to follow his orders blindly as members of the Order of the Phoenix and sacrifice for his purpose. Even if his purpose is good intentions, it is not worthy of me to do so. So now I am not going to confront Fudge for him and his purpose. I will accumulate my own strength, and then defeat Voldemort in person. After you go back, you can tell him everything that happened, seen, and heard today, and tell the Phoenix Society that I have no opinion on this. We will get along for a long time in the future. By the way, you know that what makes me different from Dumbledore is that I like to tell my people the purpose of doing this, not just to let you go to do it deliberately without telling everything. Lupin also sighed and nodded. Just when he said goodbye to Alan and was about to leave, he found that Alan did not respond but pressed his arm with his hand. Professor Lupin, you are in trouble when you leave. In the entrance building, Sirius was taken away. He seemed to have trouble finding my aunt in the Ministry of Magic because of your affair. After being driven away, she probed you here. As a result, he was subdued by the guards when he broke in. Rest assured, he was not injured, but I think you have to explain to him what happened, and then persuade him not to be so impulsive next time. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 527. I have never seen such a brazen person. Modified Chapter 521. I have never seen such a brazen person. Modified. Ron, I will never be able to play Quidditch again. When he came out of Umbridge's office, the Gryffindor Lions walked exhaustedly into the common room. Harry said hollowly, "But we are very restrained." Ron's expression at this time did not need Harry to look desperate. He said painfully, "We did everything according to her request, but she still gave you a penalty for suspension." But with a sneer on her face. Say King Weasley can continue to participate in Quidditch. Harry didn't know how to comfort Ron, who might have been more seriously injured. Why? Frustrated Ron didn't get a response. He waved his fists angrily. Hermione Granger, the Harris training classes she led, and the Slytherins did with us for the same thing. Umbridge even imposed the punishment they deserved on us. The reason given by Umbridge was because they were fooled by us. This can't be blamed on Hermione. Ron, don't be fooled by Umbridge's tricks. She did this deliberately to provoke our discord. Remember the song sung by the school hat at the start of the school, "Our Hogwarts, I am in danger"? and the enemies outside the school are watching. We must be closely united inside, otherwise everything will disintegrate from within. Although Harry himself was full of resentment, he still saw Ron, who was desperate and irritable, restrained his temper, patiently persuaded why our black magic defense class can only read those boring textbooks, but the people in the training class can be trained in a fair and honest way, using the magic spells that are obviously not the students should master. I bet, including the development of exchange students, it's all conspiracies such as Alan Harris Pure Blood and Fudge. You see those Dimstrang people coming here, and they are mixed with the people in the training class every day. Ron became more and more angry, kicked to an armored knight in the corridor. The armored knight fell to the ground. His helmet and weapons scattered on the ground. Harry quickly tried to stop the excitement of his companion, and pulled him quickly out of the corridor to avoid being punished by Filch. Calm down, Ron. Umbridge is afraid of Alan. Alan protected us while he was in school. Don't forget Hagrid, but he told us that Alan stopped Umbridge's actions against him. I think because of this, Umbridge, who did not dare to confront Alan head-on, had to use Team Strand's exchange student activity to make Alan leave. You see, her actions started after Alan left. It's not just Harry and Ron who are desperate. Hogwarts the next day, the little wizards eating in the auditorium heard the noise from the hall, and the students who went out from the auditorium to see what happened. In fact, there are many people crowded on the marble stairs. Onlookers formed a large circle, and some people were shocked, and some even looked frightened. Professor Trelawney sat on a suitcase in the middle of the hall, holding a magic wand in one hand and an empty wine bottle in one hand, and looked completely mad. Her hair was languid, her glasses were crooked, and her eyes seemed to be much larger than the other. Her innumerable scarves and shawls hung up messily, making people feel like she was ragged. In addition to the box she was sitting in, there was another box standing upside down as if it had been dropped from the stairs. He almost never evaluates other professors. Only Professor McGonagall, who often shows dissatisfaction with Professor Trelawney, does not show her previous disgust at all. Professor McGonagall trotted close to Trelawney. Professor hugged her and whispered her name, Sybil, to try to comfort her, letting the other person cry in his arms. Professor McGonagall's face was filled with pity. Slowly, Professor Dumbledore looked down at Professor Trelawney, who was trembling with tears on the box. Harry heard him say, Miss Umbridge, as the top investigator, you have full authority. Fire my teacher. But, I am afraid that you have no right to expel them from the castle. This right is probably, he politely owed him, it still belongs to the principal, and I hope Professor Trelawney will continue to live in Hogwarts. Trelawney laughed excitedly and chuckled a little. Please forgive me, Principal Dumbledore. Although I have no power to prohibit Principal Dumbledore, you allow her to stay in school. But as the new deputy principal, I think I have similar powers. I can allow her to stay every time you later, as the vice principal, she was ordered to leave Hogwarts again. It seems that we need to be more patient with the game, Professor Umbridge said, with a smug smile on her toad's face, which made people feel sick. You can't. Professor Trelawney howled, tears pouring from behind the big lenses. You can't drive me away. I've been here for 16 years. Ho, I am my home. It used to be your home, Umbridge said viciously. The Minister of Magic has signed your dismissal order. Now you are invited to leave the hall. You embarrass us. Professor McGonagall tightened Trelawney House at this time, and she shouted to Umbridge, for Merlin's sake, you fired her for your power. At least let her be fair. Stay here. Umbridge looked away from Dumbledore and smiled to Professor McGonagall. I thought you were an old professor at Hogwarts. Came to the middle of this hall, facing the teachers and students of the school. There must be a high on. I didn't expect to say such a crude word. McGonagall glanced at the teachers and students looking around, glaring at Umbridge. Umbridge lifted the skirts on both sides and bowed slightly to the crowd around him. I have a word, please listen. Professor McGonagall, since you and I mentioned fairness, Then I will come with you. You talk about fairness little by little. The failure to join the Quidditch team in the first grade was stipulated by Hogwarts School. When Mrs. Huochi sent the poor and accidental Neville Longbottom to the school medical office, she also made a decision after she left. Whoever moves the broom will be kicked out of Hogwarts. And this famous McGonagall professor, after Mr. Harry Potter clearly violated Mrs. Huochi's rules, not only did he not punish him, but even in the name of giving Gryffindor the Academy Cup, with as a Quidditch fan and Dean Gryffindor herself, she took Harry to Hogwarts Principal Dumbledore, and begged him to make him a first-year student and only go. Harry Potter in a flying class joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, did not consider whether the young Harry Potter can compete with other senior students on the field to ensure his safety. As the principal, Dumbledore not only did not maintain the school's own rules, but also agreed with Professor McGonagall's unreasonable suggestion. What's more, after obtaining the consent, Professor McGonagall, because of the school's grade, freshmen were not allowed to bring their own broomsticks and bought Harry Potter the only state-of-the-art broom wheel in the 4 college teams at that time. Professor McGonagall did not consider it at this time. Is it fair? Nor did she consider that she did not have any fairness to other first graders and previous students. Our Mr. Harry Potter, under the bad influence of Professor McGonagall, was quite dissatisfied with the new equipment that the Slytherin Academy team had to configure in order to fight against his other team's Optical Wheel 2000, and even tried to check the relevant regulations to stop the self-insurance behavior of Slytherin College. It can be seen how terrible negative effects the wrong guidance method will have on the character of the students. Harry Potter is now even lying in order to attract the attention of others, falsely claiming that the mysterious person is back. Professor McGonagall was so angry that she held Professor Trelawney tighter in one hand so that she could hardly breathe, while the other hand pointed at Umbridge. Strange. At the beginning, there was not Alan Harris. As long as the talents of the students meet the requirements, we will all be the same. Umbridge took a step forward in anger, and slapped McGonagall with her finger. Shut up, shameless old thief. Don't you know that the students of other colleges are all daring to be angry behind you, and still dare to mention Mr. Alan Harris here? How does Alan Harris's Quidditch talent compare to Harry Potter? At that time, Ravenclaw's flight class was more advanced than Gryffindor, and he in the first flight class, a better flying talent was revealed. I checked the school logbook, and Mrs. Huochi also reported the performance of Mr. Alan Harris. Can you express something to him at that time? Dumbledore the principal can say something to him. If you didn't take the lead in violating the rules yourself, Professor Flitwick didn't have the opportunity to fight for this more talented student who should have belonged to him. Dumbledore saw that McGonagall was speechless and wanted to help her out. Miss Umbridge, what you said is indeed a mistake caused by our inattentive thinking. There was only because of seeing Harry. His talents had a wrong judgment under the excitement, but this kind of thing did not have a big impact. After all, talented students can still participate in the Quidditch team in the 2nd grade, and we did not delay Alan in Quidditch. The strange development, on the issue of Quidditch competition equipment, Alan Harris also solved the problem for us. Didn't he? Umbridge also calmed down. She smiled sweetly at Dumbledore. Oh, please forgive my excitement, Principal Dumbledore. Quidditch does not really affect students so much, so please allow me to continue speaking. In the past, before the Ministry of Magic implemented education reforms to make students and the school strictly abide by the school rules, I wonder if you still have memories of the year that Mr. Harry Potter entered school. After the branch ceremony, President Dumbledore, but in front of the teachers and students of the school, promulgated the rule not to enter the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. However, at the end of the semester, several Gryffindors, led by Harry Potter, violated the school rules that you personally set as the principal. Principal Dumbledore, on the contrary, you added more than an extraordinary amount to them college points. In this way, other colleges punished in disguise because they abide by the rules you set. Is this fair to other law-abiding students of other colleges? Oh, Professor McGonagall, don't you want to use Mr. Alan Harris as a shield again? I checked the data of that year. Although Mr. Harris also violated this rule, even if he was deducted Ravenclaw with the extra points he usually gets, he will still get the Academy Cup without any problems. But the students of Hufflepuff and Slytherin were chased by Gryffindor, who violated the school rules because they obeyed the school rules. I would like to ask Principal Albus Dumbledore of Gryffindor, is there any fairness that Professor Milva McGonagall of Gryffindor has just emphasized? This encouragement of students to violate Hogwarts school rules is exactly the reason why the Ministry of Magic sent me to let us inherit those that should be inherited, perfect those that need to be perfected, and cut off those practices that should be prohibited. Professor McGonagall gasped, "You, Umbridge. How dare you accuse Dumbledore in this way?" We were Umbridge, who talked eloquently, won't let people go. Professor McGonagall, you have spent 60 years in vain. Apart from being excellent in metamorphosis, you don't make a big contribution to education in your life. High on the ground, discerning right from wrong, and blaming others for pleasure. It is Sybil Trelawney in your arms. Before that, I have heard that you have accused her in front of students many times, and the reasons are expelled from me today. Her reasons are basically the same. Are you here to pretend to be a good person? Professor McGonagall knows your life. I know a lot about it. Do you remember a local mole farmer named Doug McQueen in your hometown? After you have been with him for a period of time, you clearly agreed to the proposal to you. As a result, after you calmed down and weighed it, you did not want to give up the work of the law enforcement department that you obtained at the Ministry of Magic at that time, but you were afraid to even tell the real reason. I told the other party and ran away and rejected him. I didn't say goodbye after 3 days. I even married you. I Shidong Urquhart, the boss of you, who was much older in the Ministry of Magic. I am just for power and disregard for fairness and justice. I have never seen such a brazen person. Umbridge deliberately concealed some facts when he accused it, making it sound like something else. McGonagall agreed with Doug's proposal and rejected him because of the unfortunate marriage of the mole father and the wizard mother in his childhood. Life made her hesitate, and the stricter international secrecy laws at that time made McGonagall have no way to tell him the real reason for regretful marriage. When McGonagall promised to pursue her boss Fen Shidong, Doug, who had long been in love with other moles, had passed away. McGonagall was no longer working in the Ministry of Magic and taught at Hogwarts. Fen Shidong also retired early. Therefore, Professor McGonagall was trembling with anger. She wanted to refute Umbridge, but in anger, she only uttered, "You." The voice fainted after she was hugged. Sybil, who was unable to move and talk because she was angry behind her, was also brought down to the ground. www.mtnovel.com pressed on Professor McGonagall's black robe sleeve. Miss Umbridge, if you tried to use word games to frame Milva. After seeing Professor McGonagall faint, the gentleness that Dumbledore's face had always maintained disappeared. The wizards found that they had never seen Headmaster Dumbledore have such an angry expression, only to see him slowly approaching Umbridge, and the vicious witch who had just smugly now faced the world's greatest twite when she was a wizard. She could only tremble backwards. She was scared to sit on the ground, and she threatened Dumbledore with a trembling voice, such as she was the supreme investigator of the Ministry of Magic, and you could not move me. At this time, after regaining his freedom, he just got up and Trelawney said first, "No, Dumbledore, no, it's not worth it. Thank you for your protection. I want to go. I want to leave Hogwarts. Go elsewhere to make a living. Please send Milva to the school doctor's office." After that, her suitcase flew up and followed her, and stumbled towards the gate of the castle. Dumbledore sighed and regained his momentum. He stepped directly over Umbridge, who was still sitting on the ground. Instead of glancing at her, he grabbed McGonagall with one hand and began to support her in the direction of the school medical office, shouting to the onlookers who blocked his way, "Did you not do your homework?" End of this chapter. Chapter 528 Return to the House of Demands revised. Thanks to the leader for his silent view. Outside the crowd, Hermione disappeared quietly, and outside the castle she quickly caught up with Professor Trelawney, who was pouring wine in her mouth and staggering while crying. "Professor Trelawney, let's talk about it." Hermione gasped and called Trelawney's pale face. Although she had always disliked the nervous professor who was almost a liar, she couldn't help but feel pity when she saw her now in a state of embarrassment. Trelawney looked suspiciously at the student who had fallen out of her classroom. Judging from the expression on her face, the other party did not come to laugh at herself, so she came to see her off. Hermione calmed down and handed a clean wet handkerchief to Professor Trelawney, instructing her to wipe her face. "Thank you, dear." The drunken Trelawney's voice was still so vague and unreal that she felt a lot more energetic after rubbing her face with this handkerchief. "Professor Trelawney, forgive me. Do you have any plans?" Hermione looked at the other person carefully, for fear that the other party would predict anything bad. "I haven't planned yet. I might go back to my old house to live for a while." Trelawney pursed her lips, and her tears began to move around her eyes again. Hermione felt that this was the time when the other person felt the most normal, when she had been with Trelawney for so many years. "Professor Trelawney, would you like to host the program on Harris TV? They are worried about too few shows. You know, I have served in the umbrella at the parent company of Harris TV. If you want, I will immediately just arrange for you to go to the TV station." Hermione said quickly. She understood why Professor Milva McGonagall, who is used to rigorous analysis of affairs, just now treated Trelawney in the inaccurate branch of teaching magic that she usually hated. Mercy. Now Hermione herself is afraid that the other person's tears will fall again. "What can I do for them?" Trelawney was so surprised that he forgot to wipe the tears left on his face, and the question blurted out. "I think you can host the daily divination program. I think it will be very popular with the wizards." Hermione saw Professor Trelawney's blank look, afraid that the other party would not believe. "You know, since Lavender, after the rabbit that Braun raised died, she admired you especially and liked your divination class. So superstitious." "Oh, I mean there are many witches who are obsessed with the future of divination." At this time, Hermione could not care about herself in the 3rd grade. During the divination lesson, he used Lavender's death to say something, but used it as an example to persuade Professor Trelawney. Although Hermione herself improved her course when she was exposed to some divination spells after her personal attributes and magic were improved, she still doesn't like this kind of learning about opening the fog and seeing the future, but prefers it. Mathematics and divination are subjects that make her more visible and tangible. When it comes to TV, Trelawney's eyes light up, and since Hogwarts had a TV, the emotional dramas on Harris TV have become her favorite. Ash predicts that the emotions of those men and women are particularly accurate. Noting the look of Trelawney, Hermione was relieved. "Professor Trelawney, would you like to join Harris TV?" "Of course I do, dear. You can call me Sybil." In addition, from the 3rd grade, "I found that your halo has been growing. Don't give up divination." Trelawney took Hermione's hand, nodded head. Looking at Professor Trelawney away, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and finally completed the account of Alan. In addition to hosting the show, Professor Trelawney went to the TV station and usually had a camera at her office to shoot at any time. Make sure that the great-granddaughter of the famous divinationist Cassandra Trelawney makes real predictions, that those predictions will not be wasted like before. Professor Lupin also agreed to join the umbrella. Sure enough, Alan is still very kind. He has arranged a way for these people who were victims of the political struggle. Thinking of this, Hermione felt that she had done a good thing. Happy and relaxed, after shaking her hairy hair and carefully confirming that there were no people around, she moved a little mechanically to learn how Luna was bouncing and walking in memory, and hummed back to the Hogwarts campus. Hermione's good mood only lasted until the evening. Although she ignored Ron, he was nagging in the public lounge in Gryffindor, complaining unfairly and shady to the people around him. Many people left the lounge because of his complaints. After Harry tried to stop Ron a few times, he let him blame there, until Hermione was finally intolerable. She buckled up the divination book in her hand, crumpled the manuscript paper used to calculate the number of people into the trash, and said coldly to Ron and Harry, "Harry, the Sri Lankan training class has long been approved by the school, and last year we were awarded the Merlin Medal by the Ministry of Magic. Of course Umbridge will not do anything to us. Your training class was set up by the son of the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, and many of the officials of the Ministry of Magic were their own children. Umbridge certainly did not dare to provoke you. What is remarkable," Ron said angrily. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Weasley, when the training class was first established, you dragged Harry from joining." Ron opened his mouth, his face blushing, but there was no way to refute. But he sat on the side and sulked. Harry glanced to the left and right to make sure that no other classmates were close to them. He hesitated again and again to tell him the news that Sirius told him in private through the fire flames. "Sirius told me that Fudge didn't want us to accept for combat training. Fudge believed that Dumbledore was privately studying Alan to build legions, and then used these legions to fight Fudge as Alan and his family did inside the Ministry of Magic. The situation in the Phoenix Society was not very good, and Fudge was blocking them. Message: Fuji is also blocking the news, and there have been few reports of recent disappearances." Hermione was a bit worried when she asked Fudge to weaken the reported missing cases as much as possible. Harry stood in depression in the lounge window and looked at the scenery outside. "Voldemort has already started to act. Is he outright? But I didn't have a way to practice the spell to protect ourselves. Hermione, you really can't train us. Many people in Gryffindor can't even use your weapons now." Hermione felt a little guilty. "Sorry, Harry, the training class really can't call in new members. I can take this risk, but I think you can practice in private with Ginny and Weasley, just 2 or 3 people. I think you use the invisibility cloak." Went to Hagrid to seek his help and let him help you in your practice. Ron, who had been silent for a while, stood up, his eyes shining. "Harry, maybe we can build a training class ourselves. I mean, you had a special training last year at the Goblet of Fire. Your Black the Magic defense class scores are very good, and the magic spells are also very good. When Professor Lupin teaches you to use the Patron Saint spell, you can already use it. He has always let you show this spell on his behalf in class. Crazy, who will let me teach? They still think I'm a lunatic liar, claiming to pay attention to lying and claiming the return of Voldemort. Do you remember the reaction of Simone at school?" Harry shook his head quickly. "Rejected, and I will not curse the curses that are not taught in the schools where the classes are taught. I think their primary task now is to learn everything about your weapons, which is already pretty good, isn't it, folks? Be optimistic, you will never be worse than the old witch. They will be willing to join, especially in the case of the Harris training camp that is high up, unwilling to accept people. Think about it, this is our own training course. You are the president, I am the vice president." Ron stood up excitedly. He had long been envious of Hermione Granger's ability to manage so many people. He also imagined getting the attention of others like this. For a moment, Ron noticed from Harry that the others in the common room were looking at him and sat down. "Just how do you organize this group?" Professor Flitwick provided the curse classroom as a venue for the Harris training class. "I don't think that under the current circumstances, any professor will risk providing you with a venue. If there are too many people, don't count on Hagrid. You'll kill him out of Hogwarts." Hermione's calm words poured cold water on the head of the hot-headed guy. Ron Nana was speechless. "How about the Screaming Shack?" Harry's eyes lit up, and he thought of the place where Professor Lupin had transformed, which was very hidden. "People rarely go there in that place," Ron said, retching. He didn't dare to look at Harry and Hermione's eyes, fearing that they would also recall the unforgettable memories of the 3rd grade that would make him immortal. But Hermione snorted, and Harry looked at her. At first, Sirius had only 4 of them meeting in the Screaming Shack, Hermione said, and they can all become animagus. And I think if I want to, as I suggested, they can be packed into an invisibility cloak. But how many people do you want to organize? And you cannot become animagus. So what you need is not an invisibility cloak, and it's an invisible big dent. Then forget it, Harry said, looking a bit discouraged. Let us a few practice on our own. Anyway, it is estimated that the scammers in their eyes can't call too many people, regardless of them. Hermione was originally worried that they would be punished by Umbridge when they set up such a reckless training class, but she thought of the missing cases and the poor spellcasting level of the others in Gryffindor. Tone, I know there is a place that may be more suitable for your situation. Where? Harry and Ron asked in unison. If there is a request room, I can take you to see it first. When he left, Hermione packed up the books on the table and stood up. Hermione took the two to the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry of the monster Barbara playing Barnabas. Hermione left Harry and Ron aside later, and he was in the tapestry and the humanoid vase. I walked 3 times to let the entrance appear automatically, and then told the 2 people how to enter. After Hermione entered, she remembered that she did not concentrate on a room for training spells, but used to enter the one when Alan studied Animagus naturally, and the room remained almost the same at that time, except for those books. The parchment that recorded the knowledge had been recovered, but the stationery and the long table were still here. Somehow there were some claw marks. There was a strange smell in the air. Why is it so messy? Harry asked in surprise as he looked at the decorations scattered on the ground. Hermione pursed her lips. www.mentalnovel.com. When I first entered, I didn't concentrate on the need for a training room. I won't enter this room when you come next time. The training facilities you need will appear in front of you. There is a request room. As long as you need anything, what will appear? Hey, Granger, you come and see. Alan doesn't know which girl she has a relationship with, and their names are all engraved on the wall together. Ron shouted to Hermione suddenly on the wall. Hearing the words, Hermione's eyes were fixed on Ron's finger. She stepped forward and pushed away Harry, who was standing in front of the wall, to see the text on the wall. Distorted writing. The abbreviated name R middle dot R was inscribed next to Alan Harris' name. Hermione's fingers crossed the 2 names, looking at the traces. The initials were obviously engraved later. Hermione shrugged and explained helplessly, but it's just another girl who is in love with Alan. It was just that she was lucky enough to find the room where she asked for it. Knowing that Alan was not in school, there were still many people who secretly shoved love letters into his dormitory. Howard complained that several girls had sneaked into the dormitory in the middle of the night, but it didn't matter. Anyway, Alan would not read those boring letters. Ron was a little jealous of Alan's relationship with women, and he decided not to continue to humiliate himself on this topic. Don't look at Harry. What's the name of our training class? The Potter training class doesn't sound pretentious at all. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 529 YMDA modified. Sincerely thank the leader for silence. ? In the Harris Tower, Alan, missed by Hermione, was stirring a crucible seriously, as if the most important thing in the world was to brew the potion in front of her. Brother Albert and Furong are already engaged, and it is time to arrange for Furong to enter Harris Tower. Unfortunately, it is difficult to collect raw materials for making magic potions, so it can only be reserved for the next generation of Harris except for the new members of Furong. But at the same time, you can also cook some attribute potions to the members of the Umbrella team to complete the original promise to help them improve their strength. After all, the materials of the attribute potions are relatively rare, and there are still many before. After a row of attribute potions were neatly arranged on the table, Alan stretched a lazy waist and moved a little sore arm because he kept stirring the crucible. After all, brewing magic potions is really not an easy task. In order to ensure the efficacy, the amount of medicinal materials must be very accurate, and the treatment methods of medicinal materials must be correct. In addition, it has to undergo a long period of brewing. In the process, the appropriate medicinal materials should be added at the right time at the right time. A slight negligence may lead to abandonment of previous achievements. This is really laborious, but fortunately, it is not necessary to prepare a spiritual agent. Otherwise Alan must be busy for this half a year instead of half a day. After a short break, Alan sent Benny to send a beautifully made invitation to Furong, and solemnly invited her to attend the Harris family party. By the way, Alan also informed other members of the party. Obviously, after her mother heard the news, her mother was more interested in the party that welcomed Furong than Alan, and Alan simply asked her everything. Let her arbitrarily arrange on the first floor of the tower and enjoy herself. Alan is scheduled for the weekend, which is convenient for others to take the time to attend the party. Arranged everything, Alan turned into a phoenix and teleported back to Dimstrang, Hogwarts. The little wizards stepped through the thick snow to go through the vegetable field to take herbal lessons. The robes were blown up and fluttered in the wind. The wind screamed and struck the roof of the greenhouse, hardly hearing what Professor Sprout was saying. In the afternoon, the lesson for the protection of magical animals was transferred from the outdoors to an empty classroom on the first floor. But no matter what class, Harry and Ron were absent in class. They thought about their first meeting at 8 o'clock in the evening. Dinner. Harry was eating his sausages and mashed potatoes gorgingly. When he raised his head to drink pumpkin juice, he discovered that Angelina of Gryffindor Quidditch was watching him. "What's wrong?" he asked vaguely. "You look hungry," Angelina said in surprise. "I just want to finish eating quickly and go to arrange the place where we are going to train." At 8 o'clock tonight, on the 8th floor, the monster sticks against the silly Barnabas tapestry, and he'll wait for you there, Harry said vaguely. "Okay, Katie and Alia also want to participate. I will go with them when they come." Angelina blinked at Harry, picked up her book, and left the long table. Harry and Ron arrived early on the 8th floor, and according to Professor Hermione's method, Harry clenched his fists in silence. "We need a place to learn to fight," he thought. "Give us a place to practice." "Will not be found, Harry," Ron said suddenly when they turned around for the third time. A very smooth door appeared on the wall. Harry took the brass handle and opened the door. He took the lead and walked into a spacious room. The present response room and Hermione's scene were very different. The torches are like those in the underground classroom. Next to the wall is a wooden shelf with no chairs on the floor, but a large satin cushion. On the shelf at the other end of the house are various instruments such as speculums and explorers, as well as a cracked demon mirror. In the center of the site are several wooden dummies with masks carved on their faces. With a wand, Harry felt that the mask on its face was a bit like those Death Eater masks he saw during the last game of the Goblet of Fire. They will be satisfied, aren't they? It's better than the magic classroom in Harris training class. Ron walked to a wooden bookcase by the wall. "Look at these books. Common spells and solutions. Wisdom in black magic. Self-defense spell collection." "Wow!" Ron extended a finger from a rows of sheepskin to a thick book across the spine. "Granger's reluctance to join our new society is her loss. If she sees these books, she will regret her choice." Lightly knocked on the door. Harry turned around and looked at Ginny and Neville. After the greeting, Ginny found a copy of The Ominous Man of the Ominous and sat on the mat waiting quietly. Harry and Neville chatted one after another, and Ron kept looking at the clock on the wall. At 8 o'clock, there were people on every mat. Harry walked to the door, turned the locked key, and made a satisfying click, and everyone quieted down and looked at him. Harry arranged his members to fight against each other according to the plan he had repeatedly spent in his heart. Let them start practicing the basic magic spell of Accept Your Weapon. Harry began to tour house and stopped to make comments from time to time. This spell is Harry's own best spell at present. He hopes to show his strength during the first training to bring confidence to the members. Everyone's skills have really improved as Harry expected, even if this is the first training session. "Very good," Harry said. "But we are going to exceed the curfew time, so come here." At the same time, the same place the day after tomorrow? "Better early," Dean Thomas said eagerly, and many people nodded in agreement, especially the little wizards who have tasted the sweetness and the training effect is particularly good. "Can't wait to start the second training." Because of the large number of participants, They decided to leave in batches to avoid attracting the attention of others. Harry and several of their backbones stayed in the room where they were asked to continue their discussions. "The problem now is that I still think we should have an official name," Harry said clearly. "This can promote unity and strengthen the collective spirit, isn't it?" Called Anti-Umbridge League. "This old witch made Harry ban you?" Angelina asked expectantly. Or the Ministry of Magic is a fool group? Fred and George spoke in unison. "I think." Harry scratched his head, looking at Fred and said, "It's best not to let the person know what we are doing so that we can safely mention it outside." After Cedric graduated, he looked a little bit alone. Only Kujang raised his hand a little bit shyly, and said softly, "How about the Defense Association? When we are abroad, we can directly abbreviate DA. Isn't Fudge afraid of Dumbledore's Legion? What about the Dumbledore Youth Army? Although it is a little masculine, it can be referred to as Imda. I use the Mulsong Imka. The song was changed so that it is more hidden, and people even thought we were talking about a new Mulsong." Ron said with excitement. He thought the name he thought of was particularly appropriate. "Good idea." "That's it. It's called the Dumbledore Youth Army." Recently Ron especially liked the song called YMCA when playing Mulsongs on TV. The rhythm is very bright and can boost morale. We don't even need to modify too much. The lyrics can be used as our team song. Harry was recently brainwashed by Ron, who hummed every day, and he also felt good. The organization name was fixed now and given to them through Hermione. "Use Gingy Arlong to release the news." "But Harry, Granger is really rich, and he sent us 100 pieces of reformed Gingy Arlong as a liaison at once, and our members are only more than 20. Ron thought about Hermione at the time when I gave them a bag of Gingy Arlong. My eyes did not blink, and my expression was a little bit different from the excitement just now. As a result, until the day after tomorrow, at 8 o'clock in the second training session, Harry and Ron couldn't believe their eyes. It was different from the people sitting on each cushion at the first party. This time when I arrived, I still had a lot of cushions, and the people who came were basically not from Muggles. In spite of this, Harry was puzzled according to his previous plan, and arranged the members to fight in groups, continuing to practice accept your weapons. The effect of the rally was still very significant. After all, Hogwarts Black Magic Defense class it is unreliable for most of the time, and there is also a lack of practical training, not to mention having a dual class like Dimstrand. After the meeting, the puzzled Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room to ask about the reasons for the absence of the members who did not come to the party this time, but found that many people had returned to themselves because the time was late. In the bedroom, several wizards with Mole backgrounds who were still in the lounge saw them coming in and stood up and left the common room to return to their room without waiting for their questions. There was no way Harry and Ron wanted to ask Hermione for advice, but found that Hermione was arguing with Romida Vanny in the corner of the lounge. "I don't need you to care about my cat, Romida. I know how to take care of it." Hermione was obviously angry. She shouted to Romida with long black hair. The other side made her stand out because she was angry. The chin became more prominent, and without a word, she turned directly back to the room. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, trying to stay away from Hermione in their current state, but thinking of their YMDA, they had to lean over carefully. "Hermione, what happened to you and Romida?" Hermione complained to them like a cannon. "I know that for a cat, its weight is heavier than the normal weight of the cat recently, but it has part of the cat's raccoon lineage, and it is orange. No one will blame the cat when they see this situation. You know what I mean. No one will come to your bedroom and see your cat. They will say, 'What happened to you? Did you eat too much small things?' They will look at me and ask me, 'What have you done to it?' It's really unfair." Although Harry and Ron didn't understand the situation a little bit, they knew they could only nod at the time. "Right, it's not fair, because I tried it. I used a magic wand to make it bright, and there were also funny cat sticks. I kept running around in the bedroom and saying to him, 'Come, Crookshank, come to exercise,' but it just doesn't like to play." Hermione paused, thinking that when she had just become a magic animagus, She had not completely resisted the nature of the Sphinx and the Scorpion. I almost couldn't help seeing the light. But Hermione coughed and changed the reason to complain. I even mailed it a weight loss cat food for the Diagonal Lane Magic Zoo pet shop. They produced new products. Regulations: I can only eat 1 can a day, but this is to lose weight. I swear to do my best. And then at 2 o'clock in the morning Crookshanks will climb onto my bed and stand on my head. It's 30 pounds, the whole body is pressed against my head. And then it will scream continuously close to my ear. What can I do? I can only say to it, you are right, the weight loss plan is over. I don't know how you feel at all. It's like this. I apologize. And then I immediately got up to feed it. In addition to my studies, I also have training classes and umbrella companies to manage. I have to sleep. You have done a great job. Harry tried to appease Hermione, but unconsciously used Ron's pretentious tone when he said goodbye to Fleur at the end of last semester. Right, I'm in Hogsmeade Village. When I see a wizard's parents with fat children, I will nod to them and make eye contact to tell them, I understand you. Is he also standing at night? Your head shouting into your ears. I understand. Give him whatever he wants, and we have to sleep. Hermione was obviously more comfortable after complaining. She could really speak at Gryffindor. There weren't many friends who talked. After she eased her emotions, she looked at Harry, who was a little amazed. You have to do it yourself to learn something. Finally had the opportunity, Harry quickly told Hermione the strange phenomenon in his own training class. Hermione couldn't even hear her words. According to their original estimates, Harry should be more prestigious and popular in the eyes of Melbourne students. www.mtlnovel.com. Unexpectedly, the result was just the opposite. Why isn't my class YMDA pleased? Harry asked, sitting down beside Hermione in frustration. What? Hermione turned her head suddenly to look at Harry, couldn't believe her ears. What are you talking about? What is your training class called? YMDA, shorthand for Dumbledore's Youth Army. Harry didn't understand why Hermione looked so excited. Oh, you really not know? Hermione said, giggling very much like Hermione, and then thought of Harry's experience at his aunt's house and forced back the laugh with a little sympathy. You know, in addition to the meaning of youth, the direct meaning of youth can also be used as the meaning of young man. The lyrics of the song that Weasley likes have become Stay in YMCA is endlessly fun. There is everything young men need here. You can go with other young men. Actually, in the mole world, this song is often used as a hymn by gay supporting organizations. There is a national anthem, saying, you should check out the MV of this song during the holidays. The Wizard TV has changed to your own picture to avoid trouble. Harry just drank the water from his mouth and burst out of his nostrils, unable to cough. Ron's face paled for a moment, and immediately turned red again. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 530 at Archie Modified. Sincere thanks to the hunter, the leader. I found the material of the Rivks Devil's Eye in the storybook you saw before in the collection of banned books in the office of Principal Durmstrand, and found that the founder in Durmstrand was also the principal Bulgarian witch Nelida Volkanova died bizarrely less than a year after accepting the Vicana magic eye contributed by Huffon Monty, and the successor Huffon Monty became the second term. The principal, judging from the records in Hogwarts history of magic, he was evaluated as a wizard who pretends to be loyal or has bad intentions. He emphasizes the importance of duels and various forms of war magic, and Deemster Long is also well known. Today, these contents are still an important part of Deemstrand's curriculum. His descendant, Carson Monty, is now Deemstrang's dual professor. Alan talked to Luna, who was lying on a sofa with her nest and was watching the story set. In the few hundreds of years, there are also a few of the magic eyes that occasionally appear like meteors for a short time. The victim happened to be Monty, and it seems that this thing has nothing to do with their family. Unfortunately, this thing seems to be a cursed thing, and none of the people who got it have a good ending. Many of their families were originally talented, but they were young. I guess the dead wizard is also related to this thing. Alan felt that Luna stretched her leg over his leg after hearing the findings, and she turned a new page. I am more interested in the floating city in that book. You are interested in this? Did you find anything? No. But I turned to Kickoff before returning to the UK to find a musical curse invented by the principal of the Austrian Diemstrom, who came from Vienna. After all, Alan put his hand away from Luna's leg. He got up. This curse is because he thinks some of the moles are creating something they call Viennese classical music, which is beyond our imagination. I think so too. Alan stood up, shaking the wand with the rhythm of fantasy. In the bookcases in the corners, some books began to go offline, and their pages slowly rose, rotating and jumping around Luna, colliding with each other and rubbing the air into high hollow tones. A piece of paper flew in front of Luna. She uncovered the blanket covering herself on the sofa, straightened her waist, and grabbed it with interest. Alan continued to wave his wand, and all the pages floating in the air whistled and spun rapidly, bringing wind and more intense tunes. The piece pinched by Luna struggling to join it. Alan whispered a spell. The piece of paper broke free from Luna's hand, and it twisted into the center of the spell. The light blonde boy finished the last syllable, and all the pieces of paper were returned to their original positions and rebound into a book. Only Luna just pinched the piece and dropped it, twisted it into a paper rose, and resuspended it in front of Luna. I learned his curse from the old professor who jumped the building these days, Luna said, jumping off the sofa, picking up the paper flower and inserting it in her hair. This curse is actually in Germany. In the coldest period of Mstrang, a special flame spell used. The blue flame you took back from Newmangarden to the library collection in the tower should be Grindelwald. From this innovated in the heating mantra. She took Alan's hand holding the wand, then naturally took his hand and his wand, and began to wave. A red-yellow flame spewed out from the tip of the stick, and Luna clung to Alan, spinning a circle on the rhythm of the waltz, controlling the flame to form a circle, and crackling and jumping. The music that Alan played just now rang from the flames again, with the tongue of the fire tightening, rotating, bursting out and stretching again, bringing the warm wind against Alan's cheeks. Alan noticed that the flame was completely harmless to the furniture. He tried to reach into the flame. The warmth flowing from his palm made him snort. This is a new thing we created using these two spells. Alan smiled and squeezed Luna's hand. The beauty is beyond the imagination of wizards and moles. At this moment, the discordant knocking of the door came, and the slightly rough voice of the wolf mother sounded. Master Alan, Draco is here. Do you want to see him? A few minutes later, at their residence, Luna had returned to the sofa and turned over the book. Alan, who was interrupted and serious, sat on the other side. He faced all the members of the Umbrella team who were called to protect and Draco, who asked to see Alan. I already feel the second heart. Draco did not conceal his situation. He was a little proud and a little nervous. He never expected that even if compared with the elite men of Alan, he would become the one with the fastest progress. Now, as long as there is a thunderbird creating a storm, I can proceed to the next step. Just, boy, aren't you afraid? The doctor provoked, usually boasting that she was the best among the elite, but her progress was actually lost to a student at school. Although the other members of the Umbrella team did not speak, no matter the movement of the wolf mother's arms around the chest or the indifferent eyes of the four eyes, or even the long eyes that are usually very friendly, the upward curvature of his mouth has always maintained that they are showing they all want to see Malfoy's ability. Draco was in the training class much earlier than you were in contact with Animagus. Don't you adults like this put a bad face on children? Alan shook his head. He knew the worry and pressure of the Umbrella members this period of time did indeed give these arrogants a lot of blows. Although this is a good thing, he does not want them to lose the pride and self-confidence they should have. Originally Draco was vomiting. He was hesitant to continue, and the bitter experience of becoming a ferret made him a little resistant. But now, he is sensitive to the attitude of the members of the Umbrella team, and pride as a pure blood hits his heart. He was determined to succeed in becoming animagus, and he must not lose face for the Malfoy family. Alan, who perceives his thoughts with a dizzying eyebrow, raises his eyebrows and deliberately asks, "If you don't have enough determination, don't try it, otherwise you might be interrupted halfway through the transformation of animagus, and it leads to unpredictable effects, and even permanently becomes a half-human half-beast." Of course not. Draco decisively denied. He had wanted to tell Alan that he was afraid of becoming a ferret, but when he looked up, he saw the curious gaze of the fat man in the umbrella team who was unscrupulously looking at him, and he was more determined in his heart to succeed in transforming. "I am ready." Animagus registered in the 20th century plus I have only 8 people. Alan nodded. "If successful, I will immediately take you back to the UK and make you the 9th person." Draco heard the words and relieved his tension. Thinking about the honor he was about to get, he nodded in amusement, then him ready to speak. Alan felt a little funny about the other party's mood change. He opened the window and blew a whistle. The Thunderbird Corton, which Hermione had lent him before, flew down from the roof. Although he was young, this side Thunderbird's head is almost similar to an albatross. Its head touched Alan's cheek intimately, and spread its wings to the sky. It flapped 3 pairs of powerful wings, and the dark clouds fluttered fiercely. The clear sky was heavily covered. A lightning flashed across the sky, and a violent storm came, but because the weather was really cold, it turned into boiling snowflakes in midair, floating in the sky and earth, covering everything, and turning it into a gloomy and white world. Draco hurried back to the house and opened the cabinet where the son of Vice President Monty had hid. There were many small boxes neatly arranged inside. Draco's hand touched the one with his label. Box. Taking out the small medicine bottle that belonged to him, Draco found the leaves, saliva, hair, dew and grimaces that had not been seen in the sun for 7 days. The grey potions filled with moth's pupae now become a bite of red potion, which means that the potion was successfully made. He pushed the bottle into his pocket and walked towards the back garden. "Go ahead and make sure he is not disturbed by anyone." The wolf mother made a gesture, and the members of the umbrella team looked right and quickly scattered around. Victor's figure disappeared instantly from the living room. Long eyes and fat men guarded the door. The doctor's figure appeared on the wall of the garden, and the wolf mother and Four Eyes were scattered on the roof, paying attention at the same time. With the movement of Malfoy in the garden, they actually really wanted to witness the transformation of Animagus firsthand, which was good for them when they transformed themselves later. Alan observed Draco's situation through the window of his room. The snow outside was so heavy and the weather was so cold. He didn't want to wet his hair and clothes. After the matter was dealt with, he planned to continue to rest on the sofa. Draco pointed at the heart with the tip of his wand and said in his mouth, "Amado, Animo, Animado, Animagus." Then he took out the small medicine bottle just taken out of his pocket, settled down, and swallowed the red potion in the bottle. Soon, Draco felt a strong pain, which made him almost want to crumple his chest and roll wildly on the ground. 2 fierce heartbeats interlaced on his chest. The chaotic rhythm caused Draco to tremble. His face was pale, his lips were bitten, and blood was left from the corners of his lips. But he was in pain. In order to maintain the pride of pure blood, Luco seems to use all his power to maintain his dignity as pure blood, but has no energy to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth. A ferret appeared in Draco's mind, and he looked unforgettable. It was exactly the way he had been transformed by Fake Moody, and then he couldn't help but think of the Fake Moody turned by Alan. The black and white penguin and there that it shot into Weasley's mouth immediately thought of the tragic incident that occurred when he and Weasley were hitting Lou Meadow in the 3rd grade. When the white hair appeared on the arm when he was there, he couldn't think about it anymore. Draco didn't even care about the pain in his body. He fought desperately in his mind. "I don't want to become a ferret, I don't want to become a ferret." The pure white animal suddenly turned black and changed its shape continuously. Draco finally turned into a black and white animal. Malfoy had no fear at this moment. He was relieved happily, not white. Itachi is just fine. So he tried to concentrate on speeding up the process. His figure gradually shrunk. He seemed to hear the sound of his bones being squeezed, and felt the tingling sensation of the clothes blending into his skin. These discomforts made the fear that he flew away like a wave of tide. His thoughts were mixed and very messy. Finally, the pain like the sentence was gone. He moved his hand. A black sharp claw also moved. He turned his head around and looked at his body. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. He succeeded. But the flame of a little joy of success in Draco's heart was extinguished as soon as he rose, and he found that the members of the umbrella team around him saw their animagus immediately dispersed open. Even Alan in the room could not help but pull Luna beside him back 2 steps and closed the window quickly. Then Draco saw his reflection of animagus from the frozen pool in the garden became a skunk. The kind of skunk that would spray foul liquid from the buttocks under the tail to the enemy. Then, the knowledge that this liquid would cause the victim to be blind for a short time, and its strong odor can be smelled within about 800 meters clearly emerged from Draco's mind. Even if the black and white skunk that Draco had turned out to be pretty cute, the white hair on top of his head was in the same direction as the Malfoy human-shaped head. Its eyes widened, exactly the same as Draco's goldfish eyes, except that its eyes were full of despair and fright. Luna leaned over and asked, questioning Alan, why did he think about hitting Lumidao when he first transformed Animagus? Alan shrugged when he heard the words, I don't know, but I don't think it's the 9th person of Animagus who was registered in the 20th century. He will want to wait for others to complete the transformation to accompany him. He went to register together, so that it feels more special than me. Animagus is no longer so conspicuous. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 531 XUM modified. Sincerely thank the leader hunting capital Draco Malfoy slump through the forest following the route drawn by his long eyes. Nature uses an invisible giant hand to cut this piece of water near the sea and sculpt it into many solitary peaks and deep valleys. Some are steep and some are majestic, each with a devilish posture. But Draco didn't care about looking at the scenery, his mind was all about what happened before. It's better to become a ferret. He kept thinking about this sentence all the way, but he couldn't change the established fact at all, so he asked him to try to transform into Animagus in order to become familiar with what he was after changing the habits of animals. His long eyes showed his elite character, quickly drew a map of the forest on a piece of parchment, and then he was ruthlessly expelled from the warm building by everyone residential. The only comfort is that Alan let him take the magic potion that is said to slowly enhance the physical properties of the individual, but then the fact that other people also have a share makes Draco lose his short-lived special pleasure. Draco thought more and more, I already knew that I wouldn't even try to learn Animagus. Is it good to lie down in a warm room, comfortably, but to come out and hone my Animagus? Still driven out, it would be better to become a ferret. Draco, who was stunned, didn't notice that he had broken into the dense forest, and the light became darker as he walked. By the time he found that he had turned to the denser forest and deviated from the route drawn by his long eyes, he had completely lost his way. Draco returned to his human form so that his vision could be wider. The wind blowing in the valley, constantly raising the roar of the woods, and as soon as he turned into a humanoid figure, Draco felt a chill hit him. No, you have to be active, otherwise, your hands and feet will be numb. Draco was bending over and twisting his neck in the open space in the forest, and there was a strange clatter in the woods. He looked at it soundly, and the small bushes separated to the sides, mixed with the sound of breaking the branches. He was about to see clearly that a giant bear had burst out of the bush and ran to the open ground. When he saw Draco, he arched his ugly face. All the ruthless rumors about bear-eaters that I heard recently in Drumstrong flashed in Draco's brain. Do you attack or run away with a spell? After a little hesitation, Draco, who was always easy to counsel, ran back. He ran desperately without turning his head. As an experienced bear child, Draco also chose a path during the escape. He tried to find some big rocks that were not easy for the giant bear to run and climbed up and down. And the giant bear didn't give up. It continued to run towards him along the bushes below him. Draco heard the voice behind him getting closer and closer, feeling his sore legs, tears streaming out of his eyes. Those attribute potions haven't worked yet. If you weren't an exchange student, don't will come to Dimstrang. If you don't come, you will not practice animagus. If you do not practice animagus, you will not become a skunk, not become annoying skunk. He will not be kicked out. If he is not kicked out, he will not meet the giant bear. The more I thought, the more grievous Draco's tears and his nose flew together. He was inattentive and tripped over a tree root protruding from his feet. His shoulders twitched uncontrollably, and a groaning cry of despair was made. He staggered and continued to run forward. His strange cry was so sad that the giant bears running behind were startled, but after a slight pause, he continued to catch up. Draco's gasping breath became more and more rapid, and he heard the heavy bear's footsteps behind him, with a sense of upright hair, and Malfoy's tearful face was pale, and he pulled out of his cloak in despair. The magic wand in the plan is going to die. However, unexpectedly, the giant bear actually caught up and surpassed him faster than him. Draco looked at the giant bear in surprise, and the giant bear turned to look at Draco. The two running, his eyes were intertwined, and on his round face, Draco's mouth widened, his eyes full of disbelief. He even saw horror in the eyes of the giant bear, and also felt some kind of in the sense. His own expression should be similar to this giant bear. Before he could figure out what was going on, the giant bear jumped up, stepped over a huge rock, and ran forward without thinking. At this moment, there was a more rapid noise in the woods behind, and Draco's breath was suffocated, broken, a monster that scares the giant bear. He also accelerated his pace, following the giant bear the direction of running, fleeing faithlessly. Ha ha ha. A sound that was supposed to be low, but sharp and short because of excitement came. The big guy Vasily, who stood up to challenge Alan in the duel class, quickly ran into the valley. He recognized that it was the exchange student from England who was chasing the giant bear like him, and he could not help but exclaim from the heart, "I found this prey first. It's rare, and there are even so many British wizards." Brave hunter. Although your physical performance does not look good, but for your brave performance, if you will hit it, I will give you some bear meat, and I invite you to drink vodka. Draco's various performances were seen in his long eyes that followed him to protect him in secret. After going back, Long Eyes described the reactions of him, Giant Bear, and Vasily. Draco didn't just pour a glass last time. How dare you go drinking with Vasily? Alan was puzzled. Long-eyed Vladimir looked a little nervous, carefully looking at Alan's expression. This is actually blaming me. The last time I told him that someone asked him to drink and did not accept it, it was equivalent to insulting each other. Obviously Draco did not want to insult the big guy. Vasily, it's okay, if you take the attribute potions, hurry up to transform Animagus, and we will register together when we return to the UK, so that's fine. Then let's be more high profile and let everyone know that our Harris family there are such methods. So Draco is also embarrassed to register with more people so that he is not so conspicuous. Alan found that the other person's smirking expression couldn't help but smile a little. It's quite happy, you don't have to hold back if you want to laugh, but you still haven't changed. Don't overturn the boat yourself, and you've been with him for a long time. Go to rest. I have to go back to bed. This weekend you have to go back to the UK to attend one party at a time. At night Alan was lying in bed www.untilnovel.com thinking about Malfoy's encounter with bears and his experience in Distrom. He felt that he had neglected the actual combat abilities of the team members. Unlike his own training room in the Harris Tower, which can simulate opponents and various scenarios, the training class is now training at the Hogwarts Curse classroom. And in the teaching method, dual training is also available, but it is a near-known way full of rituals, like the traditional British wizard duel. In this way, Compared with the wizards of Distrom, the wizards of Hogwarts are obviously in a weak position in combat training, which is really too bad. Just like Malfoy today, even if the training class did not teach too much black magic in order to take care of the Hogwarts response, the knowledge gained in the training class is definitely better than that of Weasley and Dimstrand. There are many more things. Obviously, dealing with a bear doesn't need a very deep spell, but after a sudden encounter, Draco has no experience and courage to face this seemingly difficult opponent. If during the period when Dumbledore was temporarily driven out of Hogwarts, it would be an opportunity for reform before he was reset. Wait for this meeting to discuss with his father. Education in the British magic world needs a little reform. Thinking of this, Alan rolled over and went to sleep. Alan, you've pressed my hair. Luna pushed his shoulder. Sorry. Chapter 532 Blood Oath Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Xiaoyuan on the weekend. The Harris Manor in the winter changed from the former boss. The blue-purple vetiver iris that bloomed due to magic was wrapped around the gate of the manor. This French flower also bloomed on both sides of the road. The purple carpet spread from the door of the manor to the interior. Colorful clouds and golden balloons float in the sky, adding a bright color to the winter day usually wrapped in silver. Thera here, Irving. Harris adjusted his tie and said, "Where?" Emily looked around. "There." Owen patted her daughter's head and pointed to the sky. In the calm deep blue sky in the eyes of the moles, 5 Yeki pulled a huge black carriage across the sky. Their black fur clings tightly to the bones. The bones are clearly visible. The head resembles a dragon's head. The white eyes have no pupils. They hold a long black tail. The wings that grow out of the shoulder bones are right, struggling hard. Daisy's long blonde hair fluttered lightly behind her as the airflow rolled up in the carriage. She sat impatiently in the driver's seat, lifting the black whip from time to time, urging these night chicks to move forward quickly. In the carriage, Albert took Phil's hands and asked with concern, "How does it feel? Will it be a little cold?" "It's not cold, but the carriage is too bumpy." Furong shook his head and said, although her voice is very light, "Daisy, who has taken attribute potions and enchanting potions, has greatly improved her strength, still can hear clearly." Her brow furrowed and glanced dissatisfiedly at the carriage. Pulling the reins vigorously, the night horses waved their wings. The carriage went lower, and landed at an incredibly rapid speed, with a tremendous loud noise. Only seeing that the hooves of the night chi slammed to the ground, the carriage also landed on the ground, shaking on the huge wheels. The dense magic locks on the carriage door flashed red light in sequence, one by one, and opened automatically. Albert, who was wearing a formal suit, pushed the door open, slowly descended the carriage along the automatically lowered ladder, and then turned around and extended his hand. Going, a white, delicate hand was placed on Albert's palm, and Furong in a white fur cape jumped lightly from the carriage. When the two of them walked together along the carpet, Furong's head, the golden balloon on the blast, exploded, the bird of paradise and the little golden bell flew out of it and floated in midair. So in addition to the floral fragrance, the sound of birds and bells were added to the originally silent winter day. "It's too much trouble for you," Furong said in a brisk voice after greeting. Her French accent is already lighter than last year. "Albert told me that you have been working hard for this." "Oh, that's nothing. Mrs. Morgan laughed. Mrs. Harris had a loving expression on her face. "It's not troublesome at all. It should have been Ryan to drive for you. But Daisy's technology should be better. She played Quidditch well before, and I let her go." The smiling face of Furong nodded and walked up lightly, leaned over and faced with Morgan Le Fay, and Daisy, who was picking up the carriage and handing it to the next man, saw this scene and deflated his mouth. "It's too cold outside. Let's go to the advanced room," Albert urged. He can't wait to share the secret of his family with Furong, and show everything to his lover. There is no barrier. It must be wonderful. Irving nodded in agreement. It was not the first time for everyone to meet. There was no need to drag the mud. Recently, The Ministry of Magic has frequent cases of missing persons. People in each department have to take turns on duty during this special protection period. He had to be on duty today, but for this party, he exchanged the duty time on purpose. Of course, there are Len and Daisy who have vacated their stay in the house as he deliberately. Now everyone is in the important position of the Ministry of Magic. It is really a cherishable thing to want to get all together. Hall of the Manor, under the witness of Irving Harris. The fire tongue shot by the wand wrapped around the hands of Furong and Alan, who were making unbreakable vows, and then Alan printed the omniscience mark on Furong's left arm. The ceremony ended with applause from everyone. Albert quickly stepped forward and held Furong in a circle. "You are a Harris in the future. Simple and beautiful. I like this logo, which is much better than the dark mark of last year's World Cup. Mysterious people should improve their artistic accomplishment." Furong stroked the logo with satisfaction, and looked sideways at Albert's smile. Later, Furong was brought into the Ravenclaw Tower for the first time by Albert. "Furong, you can feel the coordinates here and get the permission to enter at will through that mark. I suggest that you can spend your spare time in the library recently, because the mysterious person you mentioned just now is really back, so accept the necessary work of the TV station, put your personal strength first. Please give me your wand, and I will complete the last gift that will be given to you. Now, let the family members take you to visit and explain each floor of the tower. The role." "Furong, welcome home." "Thank you. Oh, I mean, okay. It's here." Furong was obviously a little excited. She handed her wand to Alan and couldn't help but start to look at the room on the first floor of the tower, at Morgan Le Fay. With deliberate layout and decoration, the already artistic Ravenclaw Tower is more in line with the French aesthetic. While Alan transformed Furong's wand, Furong visited the Harris Tower one by one. "It's the most charming here." In the perception room on the top floor, Furong looked at the starry sky above him with a little fascination. Seeing Furong's beautiful face under the starlight, Albert tried to recall his brother Alan's usual performance, trying to imitate some love words, but his personality was relatively straightforward. He just gave up this kind of expression after a bit of tweaking. Not suitable for his character. "I will be a good husband, Hibiscus. I don't know much about romance, but I know what love is," he said. Furong showed a bright smile towards Albert. www.mentalnovel.com. She took the initiative to hug Albert. Her crystal eyes were full of joy. She fluttered her eyelashes and gently broke free from Albert's arms. A dagger appeared in her hand. Albert had no doubts or fears. He instantly knew what the other party was thinking. Furong smiled with satisfaction, and made a wound on his palm with a knife. The bright red blood was against the white and delicate palm, which was amazingly beautiful. This is what Furong once told him: intimate lovers can make a blood vow through blood blending, so that not only can the two people not attack each other from now on, but as long as they do not deliberately hide, they can always know each other's the state and whereabouts. Although the omniscience mark itself has a similar function, it is obviously for the blood alliance. It has a stronger private nature. Albert took the knife in Furong's hand without hesitation, solemnly cut the palm of his hand, raised his palm, closed his eyes and pressed his fingers with Furong. When they spread their hands again, two bright red blood beads flying from each other's palms, entangled and merged into one body in the air, and gradually transformed into a badge with a sculpted and engraved omniscience mark. Under the starry sky, there was a silver brilliance. The fused blood is stored in the most central pupil marked by the eye of omniscience. With the promise of never hurting each other, and the frankness of never hiding their whereabouts, they condensed into a glorious blood oath. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 533. Dream. When the two men who signed the engagement appeared together again in the lobby, the spring breeze on Albert's face and the smiling smile on Furong's face could not be concealed. "Congratulations." Alan handed the newly transformed growth wand and sincerely thanked the two. Hibiscus took the mithril wand. A light spewed from the wand's port, and turned into pink roses in the sky. The sky was full of fragrance, and the fragrance was refreshing. It's still my grandmother's hair, which is a little heavier than before, but it feels smoother by casting a spell. Thank you, Alan. When I received the attribute potions and potions, after she introduced the functions of these potions, she widened her eyes and took the potions carefully. Her expression was both joyful and there is a little melancholy. Alan, who noticed Furong's expression, raised her head and smiled gently at Albert. Furong, don't worry about Gabrielle. After she graduates, if you want to join the Harris family, you will take her to work on the TV station. Although according to house rules, I can't let her enter the tower. But the attribute potions and the magical knowledge that those professors give to the peripheral members can be provided to her without any contribution from her. In addition, you should practice more brain closure and habits at any time. Run him without mentioning that this can prevent outsiders. There are many guys who have developed the habit of capturing the mind at any time. In fact, we also use it as an exercise. I really don't like her very much. Looking at Furong surrounded by romance and happiness, Daisy, standing in the corner of the hall, said to Punlo, and when he saw Punlo's understanding expression, he quickly explained. Of course not because of her stunning beauty. Due to Maywa's lineage or her name that sounds like sticky phlegm. Father taught us that we should pay attention to demeanor when doing things. So don't embarrass you even if you don't agree. And she doesn't. I notice that she is a very picky girl and likes to express her ideas directly, regardless of the occasion. Daisy pouted. In addition, her pursuit of so-called elegance is almost a matter of ignorance. Even dinner has to be eaten together. Punlo nodded, looking at Daisy's appearance, but couldn't help thinking, before Furong joined, the most direct family at home regardless of occasions was Daisy yourself. Thinking of this, Punlo looked up at Furong again, and determined that the reason she didn't like her was purely because of her amazing beauty due to the Maywa lineage. The Blood Alliance badge she just appeared on her body aggravated this an idea. Neither Alan nor I have set up a Blood Alliance yet. On the other side, Hermione was also talking to Luna about the big and small things that happened recently. After asking about Deemstrand's information, Hermione mentioned Hogwarts. Today at Hogwarts at noon I held a Quidditch match, Ravenclaw's second game, against Slytherin. Ravenclaw won again. Obviously the Ravenclaw Quidditch team has already been training and tactics for those professional teams. The arrangement is on the right track, the players are more and more tacit, and the tactics are getting better and better. Now from the overall score, Ravenclaw is far ahead of the other three teams. In the final game, Harry of Gryffindor could not return. In addition to the College Cup, Ravenclaw will once again win this year. Luna looked at Hermione with a red glow on her face because of the high mood. You have become a really quirky fan. At this time, in the Hogwarts Gryffindor common room, Harry was also talking to Ron and them about today's game. I thought that without Alan, Ravenclaw's strength would be greatly reduced. I didn't expect that they will play better this year. The combat style and technology are not like the amateur team in the college. It would be great if Dumbledore could lift Umbridge's ban on you. Without you, Quidditch training would be a torment. Ron complained as he checked the distorted lesson paper he had just written. Harry was banned, but he was allowed to participate in the game at will, which is an insult to his ability. What's more, for him, every training is almost a kind of torture. The distrustful eyes of his teammates, and the constant sound of Weasley's arcing outside the court all upset him. Fortunately, the number of people participating in the training has returned to the original number, and our Black Magic Defense training team has finally entered the formal. Harry quickly changed the subject, and talking about DA is a good idea, which has recently become one of the topics Ron cares about the most. After listening to Hermione's explanation, Harry and Ron changed the name of the Black Magic Defense Training Group from YMDA to DA, Dumbledore's Army. Harry felt that such a name also made sense. After notifying the change of name through the contact gold coins distributed by Hermione, He also explained and apologized for the joke that he had made because of his lack of knowledge about moles. During the group meeting again, the mole-born wizards who participated in the training for the first time also appeared in the training class again. But obviously Ron's reputation was damaged again, although people accepted this as a misunderstanding. But again doubted Ron's orientation. Harry thought of Simeon Finnegan and Lee Jordan's guess about Ron when he had dinner in the auditorium just now. Seymour whispered to Lee Jordan sitting on his left, "Even if it's a misunderstanding, Ron would love a song so much." It also shows whether he's subconscious. You know, although Harry is obviously not, he is now playing fiercely with Ginny. Patron's maintenance of him is obviously beyond the scope of general friendship. The reports should be true. My mother said that the newspapers are still credible. Lee Jordan nodded thoughtfully, and then opened his mouth with his unique rhythm of the commentary and the gesture of gestures. Being is much harder than being black. It is really like this, because Ron, as a homosexual who dare not expose his true orientation, he will face many problems that would not be encountered as a black man. I don't have to go out at least to announce that I am black. I don't have to ask me parents sat down and told them that I was black. I don't have to specifically ask them to come and say, "Dad, Mom, I want to tell you something. I hope you will still love me after listening. I am black. I am born, that's it." Thinking of this, if Ron wasn't sitting in front of Harry, he felt he couldn't help but smiled a little. He settled on his mind and continued to talk to Ron about Dumbledore's army. Now Harry is very serious about DA in the heart. Ginny has replaced him as a Gryffindor finder in his life. In addition to learning, the most interesting and meaningful thing is www.mentalnovel.com. Even in Sleep in the Middle, he actually dreamed that he returned to the assembly room to guide the students in training. The dream is transformed. His body was soft, powerful and flexible, leaning against the ground and gliding with his abdomen. The light was very dark, but he could see the light of the surrounding objects, some strange and vivid colors. He turned his head to see someone sitting on the ground, his head hanging on his chest, his outline flashing in the dark. Harry was eager to bite the man, but the man woke up and jumped up. A silver cloak slipped off his leg. Harry saw his bright, blurry silhouette standing in front of him. A wand was pulled from the belt. He had no choice but stood up and attacked, 2, 3 times, and inserted his fangs deeply into the man's skin, feeling the ribs cracked between his teeth. Warm blood. The man yelled in pain, and then went silent, paralyzed at the foot of the wall. Blood splashed on the ground. His forehead hurt terribly. It seemed to explode. Harry. He opened his eyes, covered in cold sweat, and the sheets were all wrapped around him, like tights. He felt like a hot tongue was inserted in his forehead. Ron stood in front of the bed, as if frightened. Harry took a deep breath and propped himself up from the bed, his eyes blurred with pain. But he had to tell Ron that it was very important. "Your father," Harry said breathlessly, his chest undulating. "It's your father, Mr. Arthur Weasley. He's an accident." "Harry, buddy," Ron doubted. You are just dreaming." "No," Harry said violently, making Ron understand. "It's not a dream. It's not a normal dream. In there, I did it." Chapter 534. Do you think Dumbledore will mourn for him? Modified. In the Harris Tower, in the study, Irving Harris and his younger son, Alan, sat opposite each other, and beside them was a hot cup of Ceylon black tea. The Ministry of Magic is not a problem. This kind of thing that can weaken Dumbledore's control of the college. Foggy will be happy to help us. I will help you contact the Hogwarts school directors for their support for your proposal. Owen Harris is satisfied with Alan's proposal, which can further expand the family's influence on Hogwarts. If Dumbledore can really be driven away as Alan guessed, even if only a period of time is enough to operate this, something happened. This matter should not be difficult for our current Harris family. Alan raised the teacup beside him and took a sip. At this moment, the study door was knocked 3 times. The conversation between the two stopped. The door opened automatically, and Ren walked in with a parchment note. In the study, it was half bright and half dark. The hot air above the tea bowl, the look of Rin in the white pajamas and a sky blue velvet jacket was quite dignified, and the joy in the day seemed to have never appeared. He handed the parchment note to his father. Mr. Irving Harris sat in a wide-handed high-backed chair behind the desk. He glanced at the note quickly by the dim candlelight on the table. His brow furrowed, and after reading it, he handed it to Alan. Arthur Weasley was attacked while on duty at the Ministry of Magic. Although he apparently ran to the place of the silent in violation of the Ministry's regulations. But this matter our Harris family needs to express our position. Albert and I immediately go to the Ministry of Magic. In addition, Alan, you go to Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Arthur is being robbed to save her life. You go to their home for condolences. We can't leave him alone. After all, except Arthur Weasley, in addition to working in the Ministry of Magic, we also work part-time in our Harris family. We develop TVs for us. We are regarded as our employees. As the heir of the Harris family, you can't say nothing about it. Irving Harris's fingers faced. Thinking a little bit later, I ordered to open. Alan nodded, changed into the wizard's robe, left the tower, and went to Street Mungo's Hospital of Magical Injuries through Phantom. At 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry finally convinced everyone in the school to believe his dream. After telling Dumbledore to save Arthur, they were brought from school. Just a moment ago, Harry resisted the irritability and embarrassment of his heart and told Ginny and the twin brothers their dreams with slight changes. He concealed that he was attached to the snake at that time, as if he was looking by. When the serpent attacked Arthur Weasley, instead of directly through the snake's eyes, the children of Arthur, worried about his father's safety, immediately wanted to rush to Street Mungo's hospital, but was stopped by Sirius helplessly and angrily. This was the decision of Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. This is because it is impossible to say that Harry Potter can dream about things thousands of miles away, so as not to be exposed before the hospital informs Mrs. Molly Weasley that they already knew that Arthur was attacked, which is likely to be fudge. They misunderstood and used it. After all, in that situation, Arthur Weasley's child could not know the situation within a few seconds after the incident, which would seriously damage the stability and plan of the Order of the Phoenix. Therefore, after Fred and George were persuaded in a fierce dispute with Sirius, the twins could only sit in the Black Mansion with their brothers and sisters and Harry, waiting for news. They sat silently around the table, worried about Asia. Arthur Weasley feels a long time suffering every minute and every second. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Fortunately, the mirror door opened from the inside without black blood. Forgive me. Good evening everyone. Alan Harris walked in. Everyone turned their heads to look at him and saw that it was not Mrs. Weasley, and there was a look of disappointment on the faces of the red-haired wizards. Sirius Black immediately jumped out of the chair. He noticed that the children hadn't responded. He reached out and touched his wand subconsciously, but gave up the movement a second or two later. How do you come in? Yes, it's obviously being loyal. Don't worry, Black. If I were looking for you from outside the door, I wouldn't see you if I put my nose on the window of your house. But remember this thing? Alan took out a pair of dragon leather protective gloves. I let Maggie hide it in your treasure room after it was used up, and it was still stained with her blood. I didn't have to try to find where the house was cast with a daring loyalty curse. I only had to teleport myself to just buy the glove. Alan, are you here? Shouldn't you be in Distrom? Harry jumped off his chair and deliberately blocked between Sirius and Alan. He wanted to avoid conflict between them. Our family has a party today, but when I learned that Mr. Arthur Weasley was attacked, I went to the Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Diseases. You know, Mr. Arthur Weasley is also my family employees. I can't just let go of such a big deal. Alan explained. How is Dad? Ginny, anxious to learn of her father's safety, could not help interrupting when he heard that Alan had been to the hospital. Arthur is still alive, and the therapists are trying his best to rescue him. I think it is better for you to see him for yourself. After all, I think the children should see their father out of danger. Alan shrugging, That's why I came here. I met Mrs. Weasley at the hospital. I had a little unpleasantness with her. She thought she knew what she was doing and didn't want you to pass right away. But after knowing your situation, I think that she, as a mother, does not have the power to deprive her children to visit her father. It may even be the last power, let alone the Phoenix and Dumbledore, so I came. Wait, children should theoretically still be in school now. Professor McGonagall found reason for Umbridge. You can't let them appear in street. Mang now. Sirius tried to stop Alan, but his words stuck when he saw Alan's sharp eyes. Mr. Black, are you willing to go with the children to visit Mr. Arthur Weasley, or would you like me to throw your uniform here and take the children to San Mungo? Alan said calmly, I don't want to be this bad guy who blocks you. Sirius' face didn't have a trace of blood on it. Letting go of his body, I don't think anyone has any reason to stop you from seeing Arthur anymore. At least I can say me tried it. In the cold night, a group of people appeared in front of an old red brick department store. Street Mungo is here. There is not enough land in Diagon Alley, and it is unhygienic, built under the ground like the Ministry of Magic. Choosing here can make the sick people come and go in the crowd. Alan saw Harry, who was looking around. A few sentences are briefly introduced. This department store called to Otago Limited looks decayed and deserted. There are only a few broken dummies in the window, wearing wigs crookedly, with different postures, and wearing clothing at least 10 years ago. On the dusty doors are hanging big signs of out of business decoration. I used to come here with my mother when I was a child. This is where she works. This department store has never been open. Miles won't notice it. After that, Alan leaned closer to the window and looked up at the ugly man. The dummy exhaled a glass. Hello. You'll see Arthur Weasley. The dummy nodded slightly, and stroked the fingers together. Alan went straight through the glass, disappeared. The waiting room in the middle of the night was very empty, and the wizards and wizards in green robes asked the situation of these patients who came to the emergency department with a tired face, and made a quick record on the tablet. Harry noticed the emblem embroidered on their chests, a cross composed of a wand and bones. That represents the therapist. In fact, there is no scary daytime at night. At least I don't see too many patients with terrible appearances wandering in the hospital. Alan comforted Ginny, who was a little scared, and then took the lead to lead the way. Others people followed him, and they moved quickly in the corridor. They came outside the door of the rescue room, and Molly Weasley leaned tiredly and weakly against the wall, his expression burning. Through the transparent observation glass, you can see that Arthur Weasley has collapsed on the bed and has been comatose. The life and death are unknown. The therapists are nervously rescuing. It's really troublesome to be bitten by an unknown kind of venomous snake. This snake's venom, there is a special ingredient in it that prevents wound healing. I couldn't find an antidote for a while. Clean the wound, and then take the blood supplement temporarily. Mrs. Morgan Le Fay and Miss Daisy also came back to help temporarily. They will find a treatment plan. A male therapist commanded. Dad. Arthur's children immediately ran to the glass and cried. How did you guys? I didn't tell you the reason. How did you find the house? Mrs. Molly, who was worried about her husband, apparently only noticed that the children were brought by Alan. If anyone asks you, I said that I became the Phoenix after I got the news and brought them from school. Mrs. Molly, if Mr. Arthur is really surprised, you think Dumbledore will have time to attend the funeral for him mourning? He didn't even want to spend time thinking about such a simple excuse, but directly let the children over. Alan turned his hands behind his back and looked at Molly Weasley. The Phoenix Society takes care of those sacrifices. A member's family? Arthur is also my employee. I will not let his children see their father at such a time. Neville Longbottom was also tortured by his parents, who were tortured by Lestrange. In addition to poor Neville and his family, no outsiders have been here for so many years. The idea of not letting the children come is not deng. Forget it. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for bringing them over. Mrs. Molly Weasley wanted to defend Dumbledore, but then shook her head. I'll help the Weasleys greatly, not to mention finding a good excuse for the children to visit Arthur. even if the other party misunderstood Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix and had their own purpose. But Molly also does not intend to argue with Alan at such times and places, and tried to resolve their misunderstandings in the future. But obviously, the children of the Weasley family did not know the specific situation Molly used to keep everything from the adults away from the children and not let them touch them. She thought it was too early for the children, so this time after the incident, plus a series of events that occurred before, although adults can still try to maintain their own judgment, but in the hearts of the children of the Weasley family, especially for the twins, you are reading www.uukansu.com. Their superstition on Dumbledore has fallen to the lowest point. Even Ron, who still hates Alan, agrees with Alan's words instead of trying to refute Alan like usual conditioning. After a long wait, early in the morning, the tired Daisy and the therapists pushed Arthur wound around the wound with layers of bandages. Without giving them a chance to greet them, he was sent directly to the ward. Others people had to follow into the ward. "How is he, Miss Harris?" After the therapists exited the room, Molly Weasley leaned over and kissed her husband's cheek, looking worriedly at his face and asked, "He looks very haggard." Daisy gave Mrs. Weasley a hug and patted her back to comfort. "Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, we are using a special bandage to help him stop the bleeding, but don't take it off. His wound isn't healing. There is a special snake venom in the snake's teeth, which will cause the wound to crack all the time. My mother is brewing a special magic potion as an antidote, but it takes a certain time. During this time Mr. Arthur needs to spend every hour using the blood booster. I still have work in the Ministry of Magic, so I will go back first." After that, Daisy let go of Mrs. Weasley and took the era bodyguard Tunks, who was waiting for her outside the ward, to be given to her by the Ministry left. After a while, Alan opened her mouth. "Mrs. Weasley, I'm sorry, the eras searched the entire area, even if they summoned the Hellhound to track, but the snake was not found anywhere. It seems that it disappeared after attacking Mr. Arthur. The Ministry of Magic is too rigorous in its monitoring, and I think they need to improve things. In addition, Mr. Arthur Weasley broke into the Mystery Department's prediction without authorization in the lobby. My father will help me to try my best to prevent him from being punished afterwards." Chapter 535 Monitoring Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Xiaoyuan in the Ministry of Magic. Owen Harris stood at the end of a long and splendid hall and whispered with Fudge. The polished and appreciative look of the wooden floor was piled with various monitoring equipment, some wearing Harris family tooling uniforms. The wizard of the city wields his wand and directs these pieces of equipment into the air. The sound of jingling bangs is endless. Behind the statue, above the fireplace, on the peacock blue ceiling, under the huge chandelier, all angles are installed from Harris family monitoring equipment. "Owen, are you sure that these little things can guarantee that we will not happen again in the future, such as the incident of Stodge Bodmo's illegal invasion and the attack of Arthur Weasley?" Fudge looked suspiciously at these small camera equipment. "Install one by one in a hidden location. Of course you can't make sure, Your Excellency Minister, but it can guarantee that they will be discovered as soon as they happen." Owen's hand waved in the air. "This time it's Arthur's luck. If we discover it later, we can now. A funeral is prepared for him." Alan, who came out of Street Mungo's hospital, returned directly to the Harris Tower. Hermione leapt from the sofa and handed a prepared cup of hot tea to Alan. He asked with concern, "Mr. Arthur, how is it going?" At breakfast today, Umbridge discovered that Harry and Ron were gone, and asked Professor McGonagall for a long time, only to know that you took them away. Alan took a sip of hot tea and fell into the sofa. "Mr. Arthur Weasley is out of danger, but he still needs to stay in the hospital for a while before being discharged." Hermione's expression relaxed and directed the breakfast left for Alan to fly to Alan. While looking at Alan, she talked about the situation of Furong and Albert yesterday. Furong wore it as a necklace and hung it around her neck. It looked beautiful. Although Hermione had been running occlusion, she couldn't read her thoughts, but her longing for the blood oath had been written on her face naked for a long time. Alan had to bow his head and swallow a fried egg. He did not have the confidence to make blood vows with Hermione. Penlow, and Luna, but it did not cause any contradictions and conflicts, at least not yet. Hermione clearly didn't see Alan's mind. She continued, recent reports show that many of our R&D projects have already begun to make a profit. In addition to television stations, R&D and other types of potions are progressing rapidly, and now the sales amount has been very impressive. In fact, we are about to form a monopoly in the production of potions. However, in comparison, the progress of the battle glum is the slowest, and the few samples currently developed are far less than the fighting power of the giant. Alan, I suggest, can we slow down the research of battle glums first? If we focus our research and development on housework glums, we will make more profits. After all, only those very few ancient pureblood families have house elves. Alan praised Hermione's business acumen. The girl had her own ideas about management. Alan raised his head and smiled. This housework-style glum should be developed to have a market, which can provide another option for many wizard families without house elves. In addition, if the housework-type glum becomes a trend, it has a housekeeping. The elf's pureblood family should not be stingy to purchase some, which is equivalent to reducing the workload of house elves in disguise. Moreover, the US Magic Congress has used similar glums for cleaning work, but the function it has still very simple and can only sweep dust. We can use the existing research results and upgrade on the basis of them to strive for more functions of housework glums, more convenient for the wizards to use, and more for everyone's life. Convenient. Alan's words were in Hermione's heart, and she said with emotion, although I don't want to liberate them anymore, the house elves should have a certain amount of their own life, not the whole life around others. There is more freedom to choose. Next, Alan and Hermione talked about what happened next to each other for a while. When Hermione knew Draco Malfoy's animagus, she laughed breathlessly. Why did he think about hitting Lumidow when he first transformed? That night, in the Hogwarts principal's room, Harry looked nervous. He didn't understand why Dumbledore had to take himself back to school early, and in such a hurry. He didn't even give him time to say goodbye to Sirius. Dumbledore, why did you call me here? He finally couldn't help but asked in terror. He expected Dumbledore to give him an answer. Harry noticed that Dumbledore, who called him to the principal's office, looked dignified at him, but did not give him the answer he wanted. Principal, are you looking for me? Professor Snape pushed the door in and broke the silence of the room, but the atmosphere was more tense. Harry turned his head to look at Snape and lowered his head. Snape also glanced at Harry. The silence between the two of them was full of disgust for each other. Severus, Voldemort is probably aware that Harry can perceive his thoughts and feelings. www.mentalnovel.com. He can even infer that this situation can be reversed, that is, it had been thought that he might be able to perceive Harry's thoughts and feelings. Dumbledore looked at Snape seriously. I need your help, Severus, to teach Harry the brain closure technique as soon as possible, otherwise we is dangerous. Snape nodded, pulled Harry out of the principal's room, and quickly walked to the underground potions classroom on the spiral staircase at Hogwarts. Sit down, Potter. Snape's cold eyes stared at Harry unblinkingly, with every trace of disgust on his face. Potter, you know what you are doing here, he said. I know Sirius has been teaching you occultation, but it is clear that he is a very bad teacher and not a master of occlusion. So long, I didn't even learn at all. Now I am taking over. I just hope you can be a little smarter than you in potion class. At night, Alan, who had returned to Distrom, lay in bed. He thought that the recent development of the Harris family was indeed very rapid, but this was not enough. If it has always been a peaceful environment, this development trait is enough to rejoice, but the war coming soon, leaving less and less time for them. We must plan and seize the opportunity to seize the time and develop the armed forces. In addition, Dimstrand's collection is about to be copied, and it is time for him to increase his time in the training room. It's time. I'm going to defeat Voldemort. Thinking of this, Alan turned over and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly the quilt tightened. He turned his head and found that Luna, who had fallen asleep, woke up and suppressed Alan's quilt. Luna, I'm sorry to wake you up, but it's pressing your hair again. Alan nudged Luna gently. Just a dream. Chapter 536. Jailbreak Modified. If you ask what is the most popular lesson of Hogwarts now, it is of course divination. Hogwarts Principal Dumbledore's newly appointed divination professor Maureen Felonsey successfully aroused many little witches with his pale blonde hair, amazing blue eyes, some melancholic mystery and beautiful face interest in this course. Inside the Gryffindor common room, I dare say, you must also think that divination is the most attractive class now, isn't it? Hermione, Indian girl Parvati Patil asked her roommate Miss Master with a smug smile. It's really peculiar, Hermione said lightly while reading the Prophet's Daily. But Umbridge won't compromise so easily. Her overbearing has just begun. You mean she will drive away Professor Fiennes? Lavender Brand screamed in her voice in horror. I don't know what she will do, but you remember what I said. Dumbledore appointed a new teacher without consulting her, and she would retaliate. Hermione closed the newspaper. Not to mention Fiennes. The professor is another horseman. When Umbridge saw Fiennes, you also saw the expression on her face. No, she has drove away Professor Drawlini, and I can no longer drive away my handsome Professor Maren. Parvati clenched her fists, her tone firm. Anyway, don't be too happy. Hermione said coldly, yes, I think Trelawney's resignation made the two of you sad. It's sad. Lavender said to her affirmatively. But we think that she is now the host of the new divination show on Harris TV, which is much more popular and beautiful than being a professor at Hogwarts. Much more. We also mailed her several enchanted yellow daffodils, beautiful daffodils, not the ones Sprout would call. Harry also likes the horseman Fiennes as his new professor, not only because of their encounters and conversations in the Forbidden Forest, but also because he no longer has to worry about weaving some daily disasters and accidents. Insignificant injuries. Trivial accidents for humans, said Fiennes. His hoof made a tom on the mossy floor. Compared to the vast universe, these things are like ants that crawl around. It's as insignificant as it is unaffected by planetary movements. The horseman's divination that Fiennes revealed next impressed Harry. We observe the sky and pay attention to the important movements of disasters or accidents. Sometimes these movements will be marked in the sky. It may take 10 years to confirm what we see. Fiennes pointed to the red star directly above the classroom. In the past 10 years, there have been signs that people in the wizarding world have only spent a brief period of peace between the two wars. Mars, which can bring war, shines brightly on our heads, indicating that it will be sure in the near future. The war will break out again. As for how long, the horseman may be able to try to predict by burning several herbs and leaves, by observing smoke and flames. Dim Strand. Alan sat by the burning fire, reading a magic book borrowed from Dim Strand. The mark on his hand was hot, and Lucius Malfoy sent a message. Alan frowned. Voldemort and his Death Eaters were about to go to the Azkaban prison, and this should have happened after Christmas. It seems that the expansion of the Auror team has put a lot of pressure on Voldemort and he can't wait. I also want to restore my team. Alan put down the magic book, stood up, and paced in the room. The Harris family did not need to get involved in this matter prematurely. Anyway, the current Azkaban is Dementor's responsible. And Dementors also belong to Fudge's jurisdiction, and the Death Eater's jailbreak will not damage the interests of the Harris family. Alan held his foot and quickly responded to Lucius by perceiving the mark. Just let him act according to Voldemort's arrangement, and Harris would not act. Sitting back in the chair again, he picked up the magic book, and Alan looked at Luna sitting beside him. Luna lowered her head and fiddled with the beer stopper in her hand. Alan found that today Luna would always peek at him, and she would occasionally show embarrassment. Is she also wanting a blood oath? Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lucius Malfoy, who was wrapped in a black magic robe all over his body, clasped his hands tightly. The hand under the robe quietly pressed his hot perceptual mark. He was relieved when he received Alan's news. Although the last time was the master recruited the giant to make his life in the Death Eaters a little easier and regained a little trust. But if the master's secret action is detected by the Ministry of Magic, he will definitely check out the ghosts. Then he is in danger. Last time, despite his warning, he insisted that McNeil, who stayed and attacked Hagrid, be punished by the master. At present, he has lost the trust of his master and will now be cruelly treated by some favored Death Eaters. But now it is completely in accordance with the master's command. No difficulty for him. Hey, Lucius, when you go to Azkaban for a while, you follow me. Rudolph Lestrange, who described the haggard, walked to Lucius and said, due to the torment in Azkaban all year round, despite almost a year of rehabilitation, Rudolph still did not recover, but also vaguely restored the style when he was the chief chaser of Slytherin. He suddenly tipped his feet and hit Lucius' shoulders with a shoulder. The guilty Lucius was pale and scared. For so many years, you are still so timid. Don't worry, I will let you be safe. Not to mention the master has persuaded the Dementors and secretly reached a deal with them. Rudolph said with a consistent irony. He raised his chin, and turned his wand flexibly with his fingers, instantly pulling out several patterns with the flame from the tip of the wand. Rudolph's, the speed of your right hand is the fastest among all the people I have seen except the master, but please don't burn things this time. Lucius nodded slightly, complimenting the Death Eater in front of him. A few words. That night, Hogwarts, coming out of the common room, Harry opened the door of the dormitory and just stepped inside. His head hurt like a cut. He didn't know where he was, whether he was standing or lying. He didn't even know his name. Crazy laughter echoed in his ears. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. Excited, ecstatic, ecstatic. A big good thing happened. Harry lay breathlessly on the ground, staring at the ceiling, the scar on his forehead beating with horror. The front page headline of the Daily Prophet posted on the bulletin board the next day seemed to be evidence of Fearon's prediction. Dozens of black and white photos occupy the front page, but regardless of their appearance, men and women are very emaciated. Each photo is bet with the name and the crime of being imprisoned in Azkaban. Neville stood pale in front of the bulletin board. He looked at the only witch in the Daily Prophet, Bellatrix Lestrange, with her long black hair on the photo. It looked unkempt, her eyes under her thick eyelids glared at him, and a thin, contemptuous smile appeared on her thin lips. Neville squeezed the wand in her hand. Navi. Harry walked to Neville Longbottom, who had stood in front of the bulletin board for a long time. Neville frowned, staring at the wanted man in the newspaper. His voice full of sadness. 14 years ago, this Death Eater named Bellatrix Lestrange. They were cruel. Rudolph Lestrange's curse was surprisingly precise, and Bellatrix Lestrange, the cruelest and craziest witch, they used a heart curse on my parents, thinking try to torture them and get information. But they never succumb. Neville jerked his head and looked at Harry. I'm proud of their son, but I'm not sure, except Flag and you, I'm not ready to let anyone know this. We will all make our parents proud, and I assure you. Harry looked at the wanted criminal in the newspaper with a firm look. Harry had long encountered this woman in the newspaper, Bellatrix Lestrange. She ran out last year, and in the Goblet of Fire, Harry saw it in the cemetery. She even grabbed one of her palms for Voldemort's resurrection ceremony. It seems that Fudge was planning to put together the unfavorable mistakes of the Ministry of Magic guarding Azkaban last year with this announcement. Harry thought disdainfully. Chapter 537, Little Sweet Bear. Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Huang Tan. In the office of Hogwarts Umbridge, Emily Harris stood in front of several vases filled with dried flowers, tilting her head and looking at the decorative plates hanging on the opposite wall, each with a color bright big cats with different bows on their necks. Our professor's aesthetic is unique. Pansy came to Emily's side with his arms, looked at Emily's eyes, and rarely expressed his opinion in a gentle tone. The black cat is still very cute. Emily pointed to a plate hanging on the side. The black cat raised its ears, as if staring at each of them, looking at it with its glowing green eyes. People. Pansy glanced away and looked away. Compared with this cat, at least those cats with bows in front of them can still be called cute. Emily sat quietly in the chair under the cat, observing the wizards who had entered the room, all pure blood. Many were members of the training class, and the family was still rich. "Good evening." Umbridge's voice was sweet and greasy. "Everyone will find a place to sit down first." She walked to Emily's side, lovingly touching Emily's hair, sitting in a chair, and in the dark heart occupied by cruelty and power, she had a rare and funny look. Thought, "If I give you a basket of hugs, what will you give me?" "A basket of kisses." Emily gave Umbridge a sweet, perfect smile, and her crescent eyes made her lashes look particularly long. "Oh, my dear little sweet bear." Umbridge looked like he was about to throw a big hug to Emily, who was a little fat, but she restrained herself and winked at Emily. Walking to the back of her desk, a thick, strong iron bolt was nailed to the wall behind the table. Harry's fire bolt was tied to the bolt with an iron chain and locked. Pansy, who was beside Emily, noticed that Emily's black calfskin boots hidden under the magic robe were constantly pounding on the ground, looking a little impatient. "Welcome to you, Hogwarts' best little wizards." Umbridge raised his head, raised his hands as if to hug them, and poured a glass for each little wizard. "Black tea that is too sweet." As she herself, after the Christmas holiday, "We will form an investigation action team, and you are students that I personally selected. You all support the Ministry of Magic. Please accept my invitation if you want. Become a member of the investigation action team, and I look forward to your joining." Umbridge was satisfied to see that everyone's eyes were gathered on her. She enjoyed the feeling of being paid attention. Although the people in front of them were just little wizards who had not graduated, but behind them the power and financial power represented cannot be ignored by anyone, and their future will inevitably be infinitely bright. If you join the investigative action group, you will have the same power as the professors, and you can freely requisition such as Quidditch stadiums and functional classrooms. In order to correct school style and discipline, you can also deduct the scores of other students. With Woomorek's words fell, and even Crabbe and Gower's little head melon, who ate the refreshments prepared by Umbridge, realized the benefits of participation. Members would each have the power of a senior. After coming out of the Umbridge office, Pansy deliberately spoke to the surrounding Crabbe, but he actually wanted to express his faithfulness to the Harris through Emily's mouth. Umbridge deliberately bypassed Miss Granger, the manager of the training class left by Alan. It seems that the attitude of Miss Granger in the last incident of Professor Lupin made her care about it, but it was really a naive idea, thinking that given the bones with this power, our members of the training class will be at odds. Emily apparently didn't take Pansy's words to heart because of her age. She turned to Gore and Crabbe behind her and said, "She put too much tea sugar on it." "By the way, do you know the tea itself? Was it discovered by accident?" Goyle was a little embarrassed when asked. I don't know too many things." When someone was boiling water in his garden in ancient times, a leaf on the tea tree just fell into the pot. Emily, who was petite, raised her head and looked at the bulky Gower, explaining to him friendly. Crabbe on the side looked a little surprised. "Is tea coming from the tree?" Emily raised her small eyebrow in doubt. "Where did you think it came from?" Crabbe also looked down at Emily wondering. "Grocery store." Christmas is approaching, and there is a festive atmosphere in the waiting room of the Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Bright crystal bubbles turn into red and gold, like giant Christmas balls, blinking. Holly is hung at every door, and the Christmas tree covered with snow and ice and magic is shining in every corner, with a shining gold star on the top of the tree. Arthur Weasley leaned on the bed, with leftover turkey set on his legs, with a sheep-like docile expression on his face. When Mrs. Molly Weasley put away the plate, she glanced at him and suddenly made a terrible sound between screaming and roaring. "Arthur!" She pulled off Mr. Arthur Weasley's sick suit and exposed the wound that was stitched by a thread like a centipede, and her voice was as crisp as the mousetrap. "What is this, your bandage?" Mr. Weasley seemed afraid, pulling the sheet over his chest. "Don't be angry, Molly. Auguste Pay told me this treatment is called sutures, moles." Lee, It's a combination of mull and wizard medical methods. Mulls? Mrs. Weasley said louder than words. Are you using mull therapy? It's not useless, Molly, my dear, Mr. Weasley pleaded. Just pay and I want to try this new treatment from San Mungo. Mrs. Weasley sneered and said, but, Arthur, you are not so stupid, you actually use mulls. Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Our suture therapy was recently developed by the Umbrella Company. It was developed on the basis of the combination of mull and the medical means of the wizard. www.untilnovel.com. Wait for the wound to heal well. The suture will naturally disappear. At least it is much better than the traditional treatment for healing this snake venom wound. A handsome young man with brownish curly hair who was still very young said to Mrs. Weasley. This made Molly unable to talk about Arthur's wound again. Mom, does Percy still refuse to come at this time? Ron saw the atmosphere embarrassed and wanted to divert the topic. As a result, this stupid question made Mrs. Weasley, who was still watching her husband sew the wound, burst into tears. It shed. She turned her head, wiped her tears, and choked. He said he would not come back for the holidays. Sorry, Mom, please let me go. After I have checked the wound, you can be discharged. August Hopi thought it was better to finish his work as soon as possible. After the inspection, the twin brothers helped Arthur Weasley out of the hospital bed, and Mrs. Weasley quickly packed up their belongings. When going downstairs, they bumped into a witch with a walnut in his left nostril. In St. Mungo you can see all kinds of strange injuries. George shrugged his shoulders. A woman with long hair, a greyish-yellow face, and a man with a frowning face talking to himself. Ginny heard the twins describe their adventures in the hospital a little uncomfortable, and she also saw many strangely shaped patients. Mom, we also saw Neville Longbottom and his grandma. After finishing, seeing Mrs. Weasley's disapproving gaze, George quickly changed the subject. I also saw a patient with loose pox. The skin on his face looked a bit like Ron, and they were all disappointed. Who said you don't like it? My face is just freckles. Ron's ears were red. Chapter 538. Mad Girl. In the living room of Durmstrand's house, the Wolf Mother nodded with satisfaction as she looked at the holly and gold and silver ribbons on the chandelier. Although they could not follow Master Alan to return to the UK for Christmas, they always walked on the scene of life and death. It was rare for them to have a peaceful Christmas. The Wolf Mother was very interested in it. She seemed determined to make everyone happy. When her mother broke out, she tirelessly directed the fat man to clean and decorate the room. In the master bedroom, Alan sat on the bed, watching Luna, who was playing with a mistletoe on her side, trying to find whether there was a stink hook, and her throat was itchy. His eyes were from Luna's pale pink lips. I slipped and couldn't help but ask, Luna, what gift do you want for Christmas? As soon as I spoke, I saw Luna's light silver eyes lifted up, and Alan secretly regretted it. In the past few days, Luna returned from the party to celebrate Furong's party, and she was a little wrong. Look at yourself. That blood oath is too lethal to the girls. Sure enough, Luna's voice like a singing sounded. Blood oath. Since Luna made the request personally, Alan felt that she could no longer be perfunctory and escape. Anyway, Luna is also a love that is hard to let go of her heart. It is better to be more free and easy and directly meet her wishes. As for Penlow and Hermione, Alan, it doesn't need to be known to Hermione and Penlow. Luna's thorough human eye made Alan feel that occlusion was never an obstacle for Luna. For the first time Alan saw the girl in front of her. She also showed a melancholy look, and for a moment she was quite greedy and self-confident. At this point, Luna's eyes softened and she smiled at Alan. You don't understand anything, Alan Harris. Luna glanced sideways at the mistletoe in her hand, and then she leaned over and leaned in to catch Alan's tight lips because of guilt. Later, the glorious blood oath was held in the hands of Luna lying on the bed. It was a raven-shaped pendant. Let's not go back. What? Alan was making tea for himself and Luna. Luna turned over and took the black tea Alan handed her, and took a sip, Alan, I think we will stay in this bedroom this semester. Alan put the black tea in Luna's hands on the bedside table. What a fool. We have to go back to take the exam at the end of the semester. I have to take the OWL's exam this year. Hogwarts, and more freedom. Luna said no more and just nodded. She sat up calmly and lifted the quilt. The underwear and coat flew over her one by one, making her figure bloated again. Alan, thank you for your gift. My dad wrote a lot of letters to let me spend Christmas with him. This holiday I will come to your house for lunch, so I won't live in your house. Luna gently said. Her long blonde hair was pulled out of her coat, and when she lowered it, her hair flowing like a waterfall attracted Alan's heart. When he responded to Luna's words, his heart suffocated. Alan's fingers rubbed gently, as if the fingertips still had the temperature of her skin. The news that Luna is going to return to Mr. Lovegood to spend Christmas makes Alan, who knows the flesh, a little bit reluctant, but he will not go against Luna's wishes. On Christmas, in the Harris Tower, the new furry carpet is covered with snowflakes that cannot be melted by magic, and a huge Christmas tree stands in the middle of the hall, covered with large and small packages. Good gift boxes are piled up under the tree with huge piles of sorcerers' colored firecrackers. Albert accompanied Emily to tear down these wonderfully colored firecrackers tirelessly. In fact, from Alan's point of view, it was more like Emily coaxed Albert to crack the firecrackers. The explosive sound of the cannon bombardment engulfed them in a blue smoke. After Morgan Le Fay Harris distributed gifts and a Christmas sweater to everyone, Christmas roast goose, milk-flavored mashed potatoes and German roast pork knuckles appeared on the table. In the end, only the girls who left some gaps in the stomach for desserts were left on the table, and after eating a dish specially added by the mother for the hibiscus, Daisy on the stump cake, took another red Christmas pudding. On her first bite, she discovered that she had wrapped a piece of gold gallon shrunk by magic in her pudding, and almost shattered her teeth. She spit the gold gallon directly onto the table. Furong, who deliberately kept a distance from Daisy, sat frowning. The Christmas pudding made by my grandmother will put a piece of sugar in it, so that it can be chewed and swallowed, and it will be more ladylike. Slow down. Are you saying that I am not a lady? Daisy asked, rubbing her lips with her hand. Frowning, Furong raised her eyebrows and looked at the stain on Daisy's back. I just don't think it's beautiful to spit it directly on the table. Daisy stood up and had been arguing with each other over the past few days. In the end, they looked at the side who was still eating pudding. Luna, who do you think is wrong between us two? Emily took a few pieces of Christmas gingerbread at the beginning of their argument, pulling Hermione and Penlo to the other side. Luna apparently didn't want to give up the heart of meat in front of her and wanted to continue to eat it. Luna scooped a small spoonful of pudding and swallowed it. Furong is too picky. Daisy is not elegant enough. What? Too picky. But she is not elegant enough. Not elegant enough. This Frenchman is indeed too picky. Luna said that the two girls burst into hair at the same time. The two heard the accusations from each other and began to argue. Albert in the distance wanted to get closer and tried to persuade, but was pulled away by his father Owen, and told Albert that his mother and aunt didn't get along well at first, and taught his son how he handled this kind of thing. After eating the last bite of the patch, Luna jumped out of the chair, and she planned to leave to return to her home in the village of Ottery, San Capel, to accompany her father, Xenophilius Lovegood, during the holidays, because she was not good at arguing. But Daisy, who was not a native English speaker, was irritated. She saw that Luna got up like a good man and was going to leave. She thought that her brother was magical with herself. Penlo, who got along well in the ministry, was good, but now she focused too much on the later girl. She left the table, staring at Luna, and said, Luna, maybe I'm a little elegant, but do you know what I think of you? Furong, who was just an enemy of each other, instantly understood Daisy's thoughts. She thought she heard rumors about Luna when she was at Hogwarts last year. Furong followed her with her arms akimbo and her head up. I'm sorry that being said, but you, Luna, Many people think you are a crazy girl. www.untitled.novel.com. Ha. Daisy agreed immediately and glanced at Furong. The two of them rarely reached an agreement. Opinion: would like to see if Luna's reaction to this kind of thing will be at a glance with herself. Yes, I'm a crazy girl. Luna looked puzzled and nodded in agreement with them. Her expression didn't seem to understand how aggressive this sentence was. Hibiscus put down her hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow, and asked in a soft tone, "You mean, it doesn't matter if you say you are a crazy girl?" Luna nodded. It doesn't matter. After she finished, she turned around again to leave. Daisy was a little surprised. She shrugged when she recovered. It doesn't matter if I say I'm not elegant. Furong looked at Daisy, and pretended to relax. It doesn't matter that I'm too picky. It was just too relaxed to let her French accent come up. Luna, who was wearing her coat, smiled at them. It's great. It doesn't matter if you are picky or not. You can be elegant or not. I'm not picky. I can be very elegant. Luna, who was about to leave, found that she was entangled again, and the action of buttoning her jacket had to stop. Who said you are too picky and inelegant? Luna, it's you. Daisy and Furong also moved in the same step at this time, and they pointed to Luna with their hands. Luna snapped her last word and smiled at Daisy and Furong. I'm a crazy girl. I just talk crazy. After that, he waved at them while turning around, and the phantom disappeared. Daisy and Furong, who stayed in the distance, had a powerful feeling that they couldn't make it. They glanced at each other to find that they were so close for the first time but not too uncomfortable. Chapter 539. Please drink tea modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the 360. The presence of Dolores Umbridge makes Harry feel that his life in Hogwarts is becoming more and more oppressive. With so many annoying things and things to do, missing homework that often keeps 5th graders up late, the amount, Snape's regular coaching, constant deductions for various reasons, and his Firebolt Quidditch ball game. There is also this newly established investigative action group of female toads after Christmas. Those investigative action groups, mainly composed of Slytherin students, are estimated to have not caused their own troubles due to Alan-S reasons, but they keep trying. We'll find Ron, Neville's stubble. This year's academic points for Gryffindor this year are destined to be at the bottom again, and even they have recently started to find troubles for Gryffindor Quidditch team players, causing them to be confined and forced to be punished for all kinds of heavy lifting work hard to influence their performance on the court. Harry estimated that this group of Slytherins was so unscrupulous that they wanted Gryffindor and Ravenclaw to trail Gryffindor in the final game, especially after they lost to Ravenclaw in the last game. It seems that the goal has been set at the second place in the total standings, and Harry can only retaliate in his only way, to double into DAS activities. Had it not been for D.'s special training activities, Harry would feel that life was hopeless. He sometimes felt that he was alive just to spend a few hours practicing in the house where he asked, although it was hard, but it was very pleasant. While looking at the DA members around him and seeing their progress, he was full of pride in the continuous high-intensity Anian and dual practice. Although these members cannot all use the Iron Armor curse, but your weapon, fainted, all of these basic attack spells, even petrified, are mastered even by Neville. Harry sometimes really wanted to know how Umbridge would react when all DA members achieved excellent defense in black magic in the OWL's exam. What made Harry even more upset was the administrator of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Argus Filch. Umbridge spared no effort to pull Filch to his side. The worst thing was that Filch is likely to become an important threat when it comes to his familiarity with secret passages and hiding places in the school. He may be second only to the twins of the Weasley family. And this bad old man is very bad. Recently, Harry can find Filch's bad eyes every day. It seems that his daily task is to stare at himself. Fortunately, there is an invisibility cloak, otherwise Harry is really worried about going to participate. DA will be discovered by him. Umbridge is now as annoyed as Harry in her office. She recently discovered that Hogwarts students often disappear in groups, especially those of Gryffindor, she sent when Filch went to follow, they all ended in failure. They couldn't guess where they were going and what they were doing, but they could still go back before the curfew. The investigative action team she set up seemed to deliberately let Harry and them down on this matter, and seemed very uncomfortable. Umbridge concluded that Dumbledore and Harry Potter must have conspiracy behind them, and the investigative action team could not be trusted, at least in this matter. Alan Harris' influence in the circle of excellent students is too deep. Although he has been sent to Distrom, obviously the remaining members will still be used to doing things according to his personal preferences. This is not a good thing for Fudge. Maybe he should really switch to more potential Harris, Umbridge thought anxiously, rubbing his eyebrows. At this time, on the school publicity wall, I told Dumbledore for many years, he was too generous to you, Filch said, nailing various new bands to the wall with hammers. It is almost full of nails. If I knew that I had the power to beat your skin with a whip, you despicable little creatures would never throw stink bombs again, would I? If I could hang your ankles and hang you upside down in my office, then no one is going to throw a mace in the hallway, is it? Waiting, I will have the right to do it soon. As long as I catch. Professor Umbridge also asked the minister to sign order, expel Pippi. Ha! Wait until she comes to power. The situation here will be very different. Filch chuckled softly. He did not notice the twin brothers of Weasley twins frowning. When he came back after inspecting the castle, he saw a box of chocolates on his seat under the Panama mural on the 4th floor. This is where he found the little wizards often disappear, so he basically, after inspecting the castle, Shang will be stationed here to find out. He looked at the label, which was sent by Professor Umbridge. He picked up a piece of chocolate tremblingly and put it in his mouth. Behind the column not far from him, the Weasley brothers gave a high five softly. Suddenly, Filch threw away the chocolate in his hand. He felt his face scorching pain. He found a mirror in horror and found that his face was covered with yellow oval herpes. The herpes continued to grow until the thick slurry broke the herpes like a water arrow squirted out, and then the herpes grew again at the location where the herpes ruptured. Filch directly found Umbridge angrily www.untitled.novel.com. In Umbridge's consternation, he almost hysterically asked to investigate the perpetrators and severely punish the culprit. Just when he was emotionally stroking, he made a few splashes. The herpes on his face burst. The pus inside sprayed Umbridge's face, and the expression on Umbridge's face was like swallowing like a fly. Umbridge tolerated discomfort. After appeasing Filch and her soon-to-collapsed emotions, Filch went to the school hospital herself. After cleaning up several times, she taught Severus Snape called to her office, and after only a short conversation, she called Filch, who had not completed treatment, back. Subsequently, a new announcement was added to that school publicity wall. All students must be questioned for suspected illegal behavior. She questioned the investigation team and Filch's list, and took them one by one to her office for interrogation. Of course, she had a good attitude. She also used her hot teacup to provide each student with a cup of tea. But whether they want it or not, they will let them drink. At this time, in the residence of Carson Monty, the former vice president of Dimstrand, white flowers and snow fell in the garden, and the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. Sometimes lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating this dark area. The storm caused by the thunderbirds turned into small ice beads because of the cold and freezing before it hit the ground. Let the fat man practice a little more these past few days, and now you are one of your team members who hasn't deformed yet. We will be back to England soon, and finish it before that. Put down the hand holding the arm's knowing mark on it. Get after hearing the news from the house elf Maggie. Alan commanded a wolf with grey hairs and yellow eyes in the yard. It looked like it had a larger head than a normal wolf, sharp fangs, and a long nose and nose. Compared with the body ratio, its legs are very long. Chapter 540 Whistleblower Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Landler. The wizards of the Special Investigation Team gathered in twos and threes at the door of Umbridge's office, and they all received news of the call. But after a long wait, The door of Umbridge's office remained closed. Emily leaned her head down against the wall quietly, her long curled eyelashes twitched slightly, and Pansy was beside her, but she never dared to touch her head like before. Treat Emily as a child. After the first party in Umbridge before Christmas, she accidentally saw Emily sitting blankly in front of the makeup mirror and suddenly smiled sweetly, constantly practicing to be the sweetest. After trying to say a basket of kisses in different tones, she can no longer treat the little girl with the nickname Little Sweet Bear as an innocent little girl. Now think about it. Emily told members of the Special Investigation Team some time ago that Gryffindor's Quidditch players didn't like her just so that her brother Alan's team could easily win the next game. Seeming to notice Pansy's sighs, Emily looked up and gave Pansy an equally sweet smile, then frowned, and nodded the ground with her little leather boots. Pansy, I'm a little tired. I'll ask. Pansy stood up altogether, walked to the door of Umbridge's office and held out her hand just to knock, but she heard Umbridge talk to a male voice in the door. She wanted to hear more clearly, but her voice stopped abruptly. She hesitated and knocked on the door 3 times. The sound of the third knock on the door just fell, and a dazzling fire burst from the door. Umbridge's voice came from the room. Please wait for me for a while. It took a long time for the fire to disappear before the office door was opened. Umbridge pulled Ron's collar with a somewhat trance look and walked out. The look was no longer as proud as before. Full, but it seems to be full of thoughts. Argus, please take everyone to surround all the entrances and exits on the 8th floor of the castle. Umbridge gave Argus Filch a few words and gave Ron to Crabbe and Goyle ordered, look at him. My boys. Miss Uckmore, you are behind Miss Parkinson. Umbridge showed a girl who had been outside her own company and buried her head in her collar, pushing her to pansy around. Umbridge left his office head to head and gave Filch a look that looked at everyone, and Filch nodded knowingly. It seems that Potter is escaping this time, but in this case, even if Alan knows, he will not complain to us. Pansy noticed the eye contact between Umbridge and Filch, and understood that the other party wanted to let Filch monitors the intentions of these special investigation teams. Zizzaby Candy, Umbridge said rhythmically in front of the headmaster's room. The stone monster jumped aside. The wall behind split into 2, and she walks up the moving stone staircase to the bright in front of the gate. There was a Sphinx Eaglebeast knocker, but Umbridge had no effort to knock on the door. She took a step and ran straight into it. The office is full of people. Dumbledore sat peacefully behind the table, his long fingers together. Professor McGonagall stood upright beside him, his expression very nervous. Minister of Magic Connolly Fudge stood by the fire and rocked back and forth in excitement, apparently satisfied with the current situation. Rufus Scrimgeour and several other era-worn wizards stood on both sides of the gate like guards, and several TV crews were holding cameras to film what was happening in front of them. Freckled and glasses Percy Weasley walked around the wall excitedly, holding a quill pen and a thick roll of parchment in his hand, obviously ready to record at any time. I have sent people to surround the 8th floor, Umbridge said. There was a sense of excitement in her tone. Very good, Fudge said with appreciation. Then, Dumbledore, we found an illegal student organization in this school. It is said that the name is DA, which is Dumbledore's Army. Maybe you can tell me what's going on? Oh, Dumbledore's Army? Dumbledore's face showed an incredible expression, as if he knew nothing, and was very surprised. Minister, I think, Umbridge said softly beside Fudge. If we go directly to the scene, maybe our progress will be faster. Yes, yes. Go. Fudge nodded and gestured for Umbridge to lead the way. He glanced at Dumbledore with a bad intention. Nothing can be seen with his own eyes, right, Dumbledore? Also, please take your bird. Fudge lifted his chin in the direction of Fox. Let's go. The era of the Ministry of Magic straightened up. The reason Umbridge took this risk was to avoid Dumbledore's use of Phoenix's ability to let Harry Potter and them fleeing. She didn't dare to start real action until they went to the principal's office to stare at Dumbledore. After all, she had just seen Phoenix's abilities in her office, but she had to carry Fudge's promises to the others' unreasonable conditions. Settled in, Umbridge started, and a group of people followed her with great force and fierce rush straight to the 4th floor. In the request room, Harry was practicing the Patron Saint. Suddenly Hannah rushed in and shouted in horror, "We are surrounded. I just saw Filch outside with the special investigation team surrounding here." It seems that Umbridge is not satisfied to let Filch guard here alone. Everyone stopped practicing and stared blankly at Hannah. It must have been Umbridge's discovery. Will it be related to the new interrogation notice? Harry said frowningly, regretting a little in his heart. Although they saw the notice in the afternoon, they didn't pay much attention to it. He believed that no one would be willing to betray them for Umbridge. As a Gryffindor, he did not intend to succumb to this and change the original training plan. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Simone looked around the room. Ron, he hasn't come yet. Won't he be caught? Don't forget that Ron is often late. Neville defended Ron. Jang looked pale, and she raised her hand and said, Marietta hasn't arrived yet. She's not always late. What should I do now? Hannah said sharply, and she felt a little afraid of Umbridge's punishment. Harry straightened up, glanced at some of the panicked people, and seemed very calm. They can't get in anyway. But the wand he was turning around in his hands betrayed him, and he couldn't think of a good way for a while. But instead the thought of if Hermione or Alan is here is turning in her head. Why should we guard this empty corridor? Dumbledore asked calmly with his hands folded. Umbridge dragged Ron, who was still in a trance, to the front. Ron Weasley, he told me that tonight, on the 8th floor of the castle, a room called the Room with the Request was called Deng Deng. The illegal organization of the Brido Army is usually held by Mr. Harry Potter there. Dumbledore glanced at the Transtron in a low voice, looking at Mr. Weasley's current state. I am afraid his words cannot be used as evidence, and the credibility is not high. Obviously this is not from him. Willingness. In addition, I seriously suspect that Mr. Weasley was illegally used as a veriticide. Hogwarts' prohibition of veritimide on students was protected and recognized by the laws issued by the Ministry of Magic. Fudge frowned, but Umbridge smiled sweeter. Minister, Principal Dumbledore, we have another informer, a wise informant. Chapter 541 Connolly Modified. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year. Umbridge grabbed the shoulder of the girl next to Pansy, who buried her head in a magic robe. She raised her head, and there was an air-smoothing sound immediately around her. A series of dense purple pustules had crawled over her nose and cheeks, showing the word whistleblow, making her face as ugly as possible. A parchment signed by DA members was enchanted by Harry on Hermione. If anyone whistleblower will suffer such punishment. At the same time everyone recognized it. It was Marietta, and she quickly covered her cheeks with both hands. Don't panic, darling. Don't be afraid. Professor Umbridge gently patted her back and said softly, it's okay now. You are doing it right. The minister is very satisfied with you. He will tell you, Mom, you are a good girl. Minister, Marietta's mother, she added, looking up at Fudge, adding, it's Mrs. Ackmore of the Flyway Administration of the Department of Magical Transportation, you know. She's helping us monitor the fire at Hogwarts. Well, a mother must have a daughter. Fudge just saw Marietta, and said uncomfortably, okay, let's talk. Hurry up, dear. Don't worry about these spots now, my dear, Umbridge said impatiently. Take your hand off your face and tell the minister. But Marietta wailed sullenly again, shaking her head desperately. Well, you stupid girl, let me tell them, Umbridge said angrily. She quickly put on a disgusting smiley face and said, that's it, Minister. This evening, the Miss Ekimo came to my office shortly after dinner and told me she had something to tell me. She said if when I enter a secret room on the 8th floor, I will find something that is good for me. It is said that this secret room is sometimes referred to as a room for requests. When I further questioned her, she admitted that there was some kind of party there. Unfortunately, at the time these poison curses, she waved impatiently at the face that Marietta hid in her robe again. It started to work, and she suddenly saw her face in my mirror and was so sad that she couldn't help it anymore. Tell me more. This illegal organization is really cruel. Even if a member wakes up and makes the right choice, he will be punished like a black wizard. Poor girl. Minister, we can get a good reward later. What about her behavior of abandoning secrets? Fudge nodded impatiently and patted Marietta Wickmore's shoulder to try to comfort the little girl who was now ruined, but the other person just buried his face tighter in his palm. But that's okay, we can conclude with Mr. Weasley's words. Umbridge pointed to the corridor. They must be here, Minister. We can send people to guard here in turns, even if they refuse to come out now. But you have to eat, right? Although we can't see them now, we can indeed send people to stay here. Dumbledore, you may have to wrong you and your fox for a few days. Although I don't have the power to arrest you directly, I still have the authority letter as stare at you and your birds for a while, lest your phoenix pick them up secretly. Fudge narrowed his eyes and walked a few steps in the corridor before Umbridge sang and said them before. After negotiating a good plan, he turned to smile at Dumbledore. Connelly, there is no need for this. I will let them out. Dumbledore's gaze slipped over the entrance of the request room. He took out a piece of parchment, and the wand nodded against the parchment. The parchment was handed to Fox. Aha. Dumbledore, you can't use Phoenix, even if it's a letter. Your Phoenix can teleport. I thought I heard Dumbledore's intention to surrender, and Fuji shouted excitedly, hopping on his feet jumping, but for the sake of caution he still asked the other party not to use Phoenix. Oh, the minister thought. Well, and the minister was right. Percy complimented. I think you will find yourself wrong at this point, Connelly. Dumbledore whispered, the half-moon glasses drooping on his twisted nose. He was staring at Fudge from above the glasses. I just wanted to call them out. Since you said that, I would only use the phoenix tail feather to communicate. Then, Dumbledore pulled out a golden phoenix tail feather from his sleeve. In the request room, a phoenix tail feather suddenly appeared in Harry's hand. Come out. Dumbledore's voice was uploaded from the letter above. For Dumbledore, the little wizards in the request room have absolute trust, and they were relieved to obey any exit from the exit, thinking that the omnipotent principal helped them solve the problem again. Look, Harry, Umbridge said happily when he saw Harry heading out, there are also members of illegal organizations. Harry and they only noticed Ron in a trance, and understood why he didn't see Ron at the rally tonight. At this time, Filch handed the list of nails to the wall of the house in response to Fudge. Awesome, Fudge said, with a smile on his face. Awesome, Filch. Let me see. Oh my. Look at what this name is, Fudge said softly. Dumbledore's Army. Dumbledore reached out and took the parchment from Fudge. He stared at the headline written on the parchment, and for a while he seemed unable to say anything. Then he smiled and raised his eyes. Umbridge made her smug with a sweet smile. Not to be too obvious, so President Dumbledore, you now admit that you are recruiting these students to join your army? I organized it. Dumbledore nodded calmly as always. I should have attended this party for the first time tonight, just to see if they are willing to cooperate with me. Of course, now I understand. Invite Miss Ekmore was a mistake. You are really secretly planning how to fight me. Fudge roared, and looked very hurt. In fact, although he had tried to use various means to attack and discredit Dumbledore after the Goblet of Fire, in the end he just wanted to keep it. His position denies the return of the mysterious man. He even had a hint of illusion. As long as he fired Harry Potter who lied to attract attention, Dumbledore could wake up and restore his previous relationship. In fact, he was reluctant to believe that he had been with him from the bottom of his heart. For many years Dumbledore would leave the Hogwarts principal without running and compete with him for a Minister of Magic. What he really wanted would not be his turn, but now, Umbridge and Owen. Harry C. has always warned him of the fact that Dumbledore's purpose is really trying to overthrow himself. It seems that everything is over. Dumbledore said briefly, do you need me to write a written confession? Is it enough to make statements in front of these witnesses? All of this is it was planned by me that these students only acted under my direction as the principal of Hogwarts. They could not go against the will of a principal. Hearing this, Harry finally understood the plans of Umbridge and Dumbledore. Umbridge wanted to use DA to splash dirty water on Dumbledore, and Dumbledore apparently planned to resist in order to protect himself. They made mistakes for recklessness, and he must not let this happen. "No, Dumbledore," Harry shouted, "it's nothing to do with you. It's my team." "Shut up for me, Harry Potter," rejuvenated Fudge snapped www.mtnovel.com and glanced at Dumbledore with a terrifying joy. "Well, I didn't expect you really organized an army." "Dumbledore's army, Connolly," Dumbledore said, waving the list in front of Fudge, still with a smile on his face. "Not the Potter army, not the Weasley army, but Dumbledore army. I personally organized it." At this time, Harry had been stopped by Professor McGonagall, and some other D.A members who knew it had already started to cry. "Weasley!" Fudge yelled loudly, "his mind has been disillusioned and his attitude has changed. He is now trembling with joy. Weasley, have you written down all these?" "What?" he said, his confession. Did you write it down?" "Yes, sir. I think yes, sir," Percy said eagerly, his nose splattered with ink while he was recording quickly. "He wants to build an army against the Ministry of Magic. He wants to overthrow me." "Is this record recorded?" "Yes, sir. I wrote it down." "Yes," Percy said while browsing the records happily. "You are now being escorted to the Ministry of Magic, where you will be formally charged, and then sent you to Azkaban for trial," Fudge said loudly. Dumbledore just smiled and gently grasped his old wand with his hand. "Well, you seem to have an illusion, thinking I will. How do you say that sentence?" "He'll be put to rest." "I'm afraid I am not going to die at all, Connolly. I don't want to be sent to Azkaban at all. Of course, I can escape, but how much time is wasted, and frankly, I think I still have a lot of things I would rather do those things." Chapter 542 Former Headmaster Modified. Sincere thanks to Lord Tengu Bailing. At this moment, a big Manora sneaked behind Dumbledore, his wand pointed at Dumbledore with his back facing him, and said softly, "Accept your weapon." However, his spell seemed to hit an invisible wall, which was the iron armor cast by Dumbledore's rod, and the principal himself didn't even move his fingers. "Don't be stupid, Drex," Dumbledore turned around and said kindly, "I'm sure you are an excellent remember your NEWT test scores seem to have achieved excellent, but if you want to arrest me with violence, so I have to treat you rudely." "He will never fight alone," Professor McGonagall shouted. She continued to pull Harry Potter in one hand, and the other hand was already in the robe. "Malwa, Hogwarts needs you." Dumbledore gave a stern look and made her give up. Then, in the blink of an eye, a petrified mantra of Dumbledore hit another wizard who was still trying to approach him quietly, keeping his hand in his pocket, and fell straight to the ground. "Minister, he'll protect you." Percy Weasley stood firmly in front of Connolly Fudge, who panicked. "The Minister of Magic." "Weasley, you know you are the most loyal." Fudge jumped and patted Percy on the shoulder. Percy seemed to tremble with excitement and pulled out his wand to attack Dumbledore, but the opponent was faster than him. Percy's eyeball rolled upward and fell back softly, pressing Fudge behind him. On the ground, Percy's lips hit Fudge's bark-like cheeks heavily, and then his lips slid along Fudge's facial muscles to his neck, leaving a wet mark. "Protection, Minister!" Umbridge's eyes widened and screamed, and the surrounding Aurors rushed in the direction of Fudge, but Umbridge herself retreated faster than anyone else. She knew clearly, Dumbledore, it was a violent refusal to arrest. If the person whom Dumbledore hated most about this matter would be none other than herself. After all, the whole thing plus the previous Lupin incident was arranged by her. In case Dumbledore wants to retaliate against herself, she must be unable to contend. It is better to protect herself first. Dumbledore waved his wand quickly, and there was always a figure falling wherever the wand pointed, while the Aurors attacked the spell on Dumbledore with shields made by the armor in front of him, stopped and collided with colorful brilliance. Fudge's loose cheeks twitched unconsciously, and he wiped the marks of drool on his face with his sleeves. He tipped Percy Weasley to the ground and climbed up in embarrassment. A flash of magic spells twirled around the house. The enchanted spell hit the wall, several portraits were shouting, Fox screamed, the sky was dusty, and the director of the Error Office of the Ministry of Magic brought by Fudge Lingy, and the errors he brought were blown off one by one and fell to the ground. Umbridge, who was already hiding in the student heap, was also caught by Dumbledore. She screamed, waving her hands and feet trying to catch something or floating herself, but in the end it was just swirling in the air. Was thrown at the foot of the Minister of Magic Fudge, Conley Oswald Fudge. Dolores Jan Umbridge, I will leave the school, but I don't want you to do anything to this group of students. Appropriate punishment, otherwise I will personally come to the door to correct your wrong decision. Umbridge, who had been swallowed by the fear created by the greatest white wizard in the world, nodded tremblingly, her face flushed as if there was a large pot of boiling water in her body. She first learned by the time the power in this world competes with absolute power, it is nothing. Foggy, who climbed up, looked at Dumbledore in astonishment, as if he had been hit by a major blow, and he was totally unbelievable that such a thing really happened. In the face of Dumbledore's threat, he could only run. The tone uttered a low, almost inaudible whimper. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. He raised his wand to help Marietta Wakemo solve the purple pustules on her face and let her back to normal. Only a little left. It takes time to repair minor scars, but the trend is more. The fierce remorse and shame made Marietta dare not show her face. She just continued to bury her face in her hands. Poor girl, I can't help you anymore. Dumbledore couldn't help thinking that the students and TV reporters around him that he deliberately avoided hurting when he cast the spell made Dumbledore unable to forget Marietta. Curse or modify her memory to make her forget about whistleblowers to protect her. I won't hide, and I assure you that Foggy will soon hope he never managed to drive me out of school. With a determined smile, Dumbledore beckoned Fox to circle in the corridor, then he flew low above him. Dumbledore raised a hand and firmly grasped Phoenix's long golden tail. With a flame, the two of them disappeared. The next day, yesterday, the Ministry of Magic discovered an illegal rally organization in Hogwarts. Dumbledore's army. www.untitled.novel.com. In this regard, the original principal of Hogwarts, Albus Percival Walfrey Brian Dumbledore, confessed to the second, which was a rebel organization that he personally formed to plot to subvert the British Ministry of Magic. And after Dumbledore's arrest by Minister Fudge, he defeated all the Pride Luo, violent refusal. The following is the image recorded by our TV station staff at the scene. With Phil's crisp and neat report, the edited video appeared on the Wizard TV. The video completely avoided Dumbledore's behaviors with warnings or feelings of goodwill, only focusing on how Dumbledore was, acknowledging that he organized what conspiracy the army wanted to do, as well as images of resisting arrest by force, one after another overthrowing the Ministry of Magic officials and others, making him look like a hypocrite tearing off his usual mask, looking like a full dangerous man. Public opinion is booming. No matter where you go, you can hear people talking about Dumbledore's absconding in Hogwarts Castle. The little wizards who participated in the DA knew that Dumbledore was responsible for them, more precisely for Harry Potter, so that they avoided being expelled and punished instead of confinement. And Richie's infamous Corporal Quillpen writes a check as a punishment. Uninformed wizards, with the help of these deliberately guided messages after abridgment, firmly believe that Dumbledore is a dangerous man and a conspirator. He is definitely not as kind as the surface, and the formation of the army is for secret development. Even some wizards who were neutral or even favored Dumbledore began to suspect that he was a raccoon with the officials of the Ministry of Magic, such as Fudge and Umbridge, as politicians with their own purposes. Chapter 543 News Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Teng Ubeilang in the evening news. Furong Dracula's sweet voice continued to echo through the family of the wizards with TV. She broadcast 2 news content to attract the attention of the audience, so that the Dumbledore incident no longer it looks so unique. Except for those frivolous children who have not yet reached school age, the adult wizard who is drinking tea forgets to put down the teacup he is carrying. There was silence, and all the little wizards stared closely at the TV, watching the pictures inside. It takes several years to become animagus. Even so, it is only possible to make people the most suitable animals for them. but it is more likely to fail, so it takes courage to transform. Therefore, there were only 8 animagus registered in the 20th century, and the most recent animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic was Alan Harris. But at noon today, 7 animagus came to magic registered by the ministry, and today, the number of registered people in the world has almost doubled. And it is worth noting that 6 of them are currently affiliated with umbrella companies and have followed the only one in the world for a period of time. The magic of animagus Alan Harris is at Deemstrand, and we have reason to believe that Alan Harris has mastered the method of transforming animagus more easily. Furong raised her chin, and there was a pride she couldn't hide. This is the information that the Harris family deliberately disclosed to the outside world. After Dumbledore was driven away, Alan needed to start to build momentum for himself, and the Harris family also decided to gradually start to reach the front desk from behind the scenes. The following is the last piece of news tonight. The Little Wizard of Hogwarts will usher in a new optional subject, Ancient Magic. A professor of this subject who created the history of Hogwarts. For the record, he is the youngest professor in history, and he will continue to be a Hogwarts student until he completes the OWLs and NEWT exams. He is the Alan Harris who is about to return from Deemstrand exchange study. Although he was young, he used to be a teaching assistant in black magic defense and curse classes, and was widely praised by teachers and students. The vast majority of Hogwarts school managers proposed to recommend him as a professor of the new course, and the new principal of Hogwarts, Dolores Jan Umbridge, has officially accepted this request. We look forward to the young professor's ability to inject more vitality into Hogwarts and promote Hogwarts. The magic level of Hogwarts students is constantly improving. According to reliable sources, Alan Harris will teach students some powerful spells and even black magic in this class to improve the graduation of Hogwarts under the original educational guidelines. A terrible situation in life where even the Armacus cannot be released. As Fleur Delacour ended the news broadcast, the British wizarding world seemed to have started some kind of switch, and the sound of discussion rang out. Whether it was Dumbledore's arrest, the appearance of the 7 animagus, or the new course, the setting has caused extensive attention and controversy among the wizards. In the eyes of the wizards, any one of these 3 things can be taken out alone to cause public uproar. When the 3 things are brought together, the effect achieved is even more remarkable. Public opinion is booming. In the wizarding world, no matter where you go, you can hear the wizards talking about these 3 topics: the debate about whether Dumbledore is the right side or the evil side, about the new method of animagus high success rate inquiry, and to Alan Harris as Hogwarts' new professor. And Hogwarts school itself began to like the Deemstrand School of Witchcraft and the laissez-faire attitude towards the powerful spell. At this moment, the Ministry of Magic Fudge was furious. This TV station didn't cut off my ugly picture. After roaring, he wiped his face uncomfortably, and then fired at Umbridge again. Umbridge stood cautiously at his desk, silently watching the minister hopping and pointing at her nose and lesson. And why such a big thing as Alan Harris as a professor of new disciplines in the Ministry of Magic? I report they actually trained so many animages behind their backs. What do they want to do? Fudge felt that the situation did not get better after Dumbledore was chased away. Instead, he felt a sense of loss of control, a feeling of being overwhelmed by a huge conspiracy, and the more cases of disappearance that broke out after Dumbledore's disappearance left him in utter dismay. The people who have been trusting now allow even such a big thing to allow Harris to act without his consent. Please forgive my minister, I was forced to agree at the time, otherwise our actions would fail and become a joke, and may even be implicated. This is the case. When you were in the principal's office, and Alan Harris appeared in my office directly using his phoenix form, asking me to promise him his condition, otherwise he would pick up those students. He also took out the signatures of the school managers, and the pureblood families also. It can't be trusted. But I think Harris didn't want to take action against us. They could put forward conditions instead of being scary. If they really wanted to do something, they would really use Dumbledore's piece quietly. Things. Umbridge complained of her grievances in a somewhat contrived cry, but what she didn't tell Fudge was that Alan threatened her at the time, saying that if she didn't agree to Alan's teaching, she would use family power at least. Let Fudge replace himself with other Fudges, and Umbridge would have no need to think about how Fudge would choose whether to start a full-scale war with Harris or just to replace himself as the principal of Hogwarts. Fudge heard the expression slightly relaxed and relieved. It's a bit like their style. It's really a group of greedy predators. They want to get a little bit of sweetness in everything. Distrom is not enough. Now it seems that Harris is thinking he reached into Hogwarts. Early the next morning, in Dimstrand's principal's office, Alan, sitting on the principal's couch, explained to Kakarot, who was standing next to him, "It's not the same as the original idea. I heard that this group of guys, it seems that I originally wanted to attack me when I returned at the end of the period. But I have no time to solve the problem of the mods at the moment. I will use the Phoenix form to take the exchange students back to the UK directly. Your movements can be slightly slowed down. Let us focus on preserving our existing forces. I will come again to solve the problem after a year or two." Although Kakarot was a little disappointed when he heard the words, he immediately bowed after seeing Alan saying, "Obey, my master." But his turning eyes were fixed on the door of the principal's office, where two giants in black fur coats were guarded. If they were still giants, their huge figure would not enter the gate of the principal's office. "Kakarot, you should remodel the door of your principal's room, and now you as the principal will look too small." Alan noticed Kakarot's gaze and chuckled. Speaking of Kakarot's face with surprise, he tentatively smelled to Alan. "Master, you mean?" Alan nodded slightly. "Well, www.untitlenovel.com, they are the personal guards I assigned to you. You can also assign them to complete some simple tasks that are not too complicated in the process. But you must ensure that there is at least one at any time being by your side. So whether it is Monty or Death Eaters, and with the guards in the school, you have enough time to use the mark to ask me for help." With a grin, Kakarot threw himself directly on the ground beside Alan, trying to kiss his boots, but Alan drew back his feet in one go. "Don't do this kind of courtesy anymore, Kakalo husband. I am different from the mysterious person. Your status in Harris is more important than you think. My men must have enough self-confidence and pride, so you should be more elegant. In addition, if the wizard can't solve you, I'd like to introduce you to a mole dentist clinic in the UK. The couple-less treatment technique is good." "I'm very sorry, master. I will correct this." Kakarot climbed up a little embarrassedly. He couldn't help but secretly took the expensive leather boots he had just seen on the ground, and he learned about his former master Voldemort last year. The style without wearing shoes and their background are compared. Sure enough, the real pure-blood family school and the mixed blood from the orphanage are still different. Alan was a little displeased with his still so voracious appearance in front of him, but then shook his head and decided to give the former Death Eater some correction time, and then gave Kakarot a half-joking command. "By the way, the maintenance of the giant's wages and equipment will be borne by the family, but you need to solve their rations. The taste does not need to be too particular, but the meat must be managed. It is best not to let them drink. Otherwise I doubt if you have the ability to solve their alcohol as a problem." Chapter 544, Reproduction of All Knowledge Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Ling Moyu. Although Mariette's face lacked the dense pustules that made up the word whistleblowing, after Dumbledore removed the pustules from her face, the three words were invisible on her. "In my heart, it will never be washed away." When she was walking in the corridor, she always felt that everyone was looking at her with contempt. The people who whispered saw her and immediately stopped talking, which made her feel that the other party must also be talking about her whistleblowing. When eating, no one would like to sit beside her, except for Kuki Ujang, and no one would like to talk to her, just as if she was hit by a stinky dung egg. In the Black Magic Defense classroom, all the members of DA, such as Harry and Ron, are sitting in the classroom. Everyone holds a long and thin black feather pen with a particularly sharp tip. Umbridge, carrying a tea bowl, sitting high on a gorgeous and comfortable chair on the podium, elegantly squeezing a small pink teacup with his hand, drinking black tea, watching the strong faces emerging from the faces below. She was very pleased to endure pain, dare to be angry but not to speak, which greatly eased the fear that Dumbledore brought to her when she was angry. Harry's hands opened up the skin again and again, but healed again and again, but he just continued to write on the paper numbly. Compared with the pain in his heart, the pain in his hand was nothing. He regretted why he named the training class Dumbledore's Army, and then regretted the establishment of the training class, which caused so much trouble. Dumbledore was willing to flee for them in order to prevent him from being expelled. Hogwarts made him extremely uncomfortable. Ron, beside him, was in a trance, as if the effect of vomiting authenticity had not disappeared. He swore in his heart for the 10,000th time that he would never touch anything Umbridge handed him. He felt that when he was conscious, nothing would successfully induce him to betray his friends. Ron knew that more information was more important than Marietta, although Dumbledore had deliberately explained to himself that he was vomiting the truth agent, and because no one was blaming Marietta. But Ron still swallowed by feelings of self-blame and guilt. The Weasley twins behind him simultaneously looked up at Umbridge on the podium, and then made eye contact with each other. At Hogwarts, they had never hated a person so much, even Filch. Compared with her, they are very cute. When they came out of the Black Magic Defense classroom, when they passed the school bulletin board, they saw a notice to replace the principal and the establishment of a new discipline, Ministry of Magic Order. Dolores Jane Umbridge Senior Investigator succeeds Albus Percival Wulflick Brian Dumbledore as the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts set up a new optional subject Ancient Magic class, the first professor by Alan Harris. The above regulations are in accordance with 20th Education Order. Signature, Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge. The TV station's editing was obviously malicious. They deleted all the friendly words and manners of Professor Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet was even more abominable. It simply described Dumbledore as a dangerous black wizard. Harry said. Ron said that there was irresistible anger in his voice, and his heart was exactly the same as the continuous gloomy weather during this time. I drank Umbridge's vomiting agent that day. Although I was in a trance, I can be sure that I heard a man talking to Umbridge, swearing with Merlin's razor, and I saw it dazzling twice. Fire, Ron said, staring at Alan's name on the notice. That doesn't prove that it's Alan, but it may have appeared from the fireplace through the flying powder. Although he has been angry at the Harris family's attitude this year, Harry could not help being Alan after hearing Ron's suggestion. Absolve. Don't be stupid, Harry. It's the light of the flames. It's the same as when Dumbledore used Fox to leave. And as soon as Dumbledore was driven away, he came back, and took with him those who learned Animagus. Go to the Ministry of Magic and make a note. In the end, I even became a professor of ancient magic classes. If there is no connection between them, I will sleep with the 8-eyed giant spider. Harry, think about it, why we are established DA. The most fundamental reason is that Umbridge just let us read those boring textbooks in the classroom, and did not allow us to set up an organization like the Allen training class. All kinds of behaviors prove that the Ministry of Magic does not want us to increase our strength. As a result, as soon as Dumbledore left, their attitude was very different from before. TV said that Alan would teach ancient spells and how to use spells to fight in his elective course, and it also said that some blacks were included. Magic. He is talking about fighting, not dueling. Why did they wait to drive Dumbledore away and let Alan Harris change his attitude like that? Harry, they had long confirmed that Voldemort was back, but still decided fight for power first. These pure blood families. Ron has always been very clever in analyzing Alan. Harry couldn't help but nod. It's undeniable that Ron was right. The contrast of the attitude of the Ministry of Magic was really unfair. I thought that Alan was so kind and helpful to him. Contacting Ron's words and Alan's indifference to the mysterious man's return made Harry feel a sense of betrayal. Not only Harry and Ron, but Professor McGonagall, whose lips were not far away, also thought of this. The benefits the Harris family received in this storm were second only to Fudge, which originally had a small amount. When did Harris of shares have such a big say in the Hogwarts school directors? And Umbridge, who has been arrogant, actually simply accepted the unreasonable request for a student to be a professor. There must be an agreement behind it. Dumbledore's departure must be the result of their joint planning. But why did Dumbledore bring me the news that I should not try to stop it? This is all about teaching students black magic. In addition to them, some of Hufflepuff's classmates are also very cryptic about the fact that the school offers ancient magic classes that teach black magic and dual classes. Hedgepuff's wizards are mostly from mixed race or mole families. After hearing too many horror stories of black wizards and the harm of black magic, and the nature of the characters made them feel fear and worry about the school's upcoming introduction of such courses. On the long wooden bridge leading out of the school from Hogwarts on Monday, the wizards of the Harris class under the leadership of Hermione Granger were neatly and quietly arranged on both sides of the bridge. Alan will take the exchange students back to Hogwarts. When Alan showed up with those exchange students, Hermione was about to greet the members, but found that Pansy Parkinson looked up with her wand hesitantly. When she wanted to ask the other party what to do, Hermione found out Emily turned her head to Pansy and smiled sweetly. The omniscience reappears. With Pansy's mantra, her wand shot a silver grey spell quickly hit the gloomy sky, bursting in the sky. The mark of omniscience is now floating in the gloomy sky. In it, it consists of a curved ruler, toe-legged ruler, hands held together, and an omnidirectional eye that is radiating a dazzling silver light surrounded by triangles. The omniscience reappears. Goyle and Crabbe spoke in unison, and their enchantments made the omniscience mark another round. Although Gore's expression seemed somewhat reluctant, Crabbe was still blank, and he just obeyed the orders given to him as always. The wizards of the other training classes waiting here looked at the symbols in the sky with surprise, hesitating a little, and their wands in their hands were pointed straight to the sky one after another. All knowledge reappears. All knowledge reappears. Although Hermione looked at the increasing omniscience mark in the sky and was as excited as the other members, she also began to worry that the omniscience mark of the Harris family was launched in this way. Wouldn't it be reminiscent of a mysterious person? Will it have an adverse effect on Alan's reputation? After all, he has caused a lot of controversy to be a professor at Hogwarts. But even Alan's sister Emily had raised her wand and fired the mark of omniscience. No matter how much she thought, it would not help. Hermione blinked and raised her wand high, issuing a spell. A huge imprint of omniscience was finally formed in the sky. The scattered silver light began to merge with the rotation of the eyeball in the eye of omniscience. Finally, the silver light seemed to pierce the dark clouds, illuminating the originally gloomy sky. Like a holy, the light came straight and enveloped the approaching Alan and others, as if illuminating the way home for them, and following their steps. Even the scenes at this time gave some of the students watching in the school a trembling sacred feeling that was felt when the teacher of the Black Magic Defense class bid farewell to Lupin. www.mentalnovel.com. But this vaguely contained evil atmosphere makes they suddenly thought of the dark mark of the mysterious man in the sky after the World Cup. Hermione, your welcoming ceremony is really ingenious. Alan and Hermione gave a hug and compliment. This way of welcoming surprised him a bit, but it really felt quite good. Hermione was trying to explain that it was not her arrangement, but was interrupted by the scream of Umbridge, who was approaching the trot. Professor Alan Harris, welcome back to Hogwarts. Umbridge originally planned to take a squeeze attitude and let Professor Alan Harris come over to say hello to her new headmaster, but after seeing Alan have such prestige among the members of the training class, they then think of each other's family background, and before Dumbledore gave her a lesson when the power in this world is nothing when it competes with absolute power, Umbridge, who secretly observes in the distance, changed himself because of these days the stupid idea produced by expansion. She passed the other students in a fuchsia suit. She opened her arms exaggeratedly, embraced Alan passionately, just like showing how intimate the relationship between her and Alan was. and at the same time in Alan's ear Pan said, "Sorry, Mr. Alan Harris, I failed to do the thing you confessed to me." Alan turned her head away from Umbridge a little repulsively. The perfume on her body was too strong and sweet, and then asked in a low voice, "What happened? Hasn't the thing moved?" "I'm going got it." "Mr. Alan Harris, I haven't touched anything in the principal's office at all," Umbridge said with a slight flinch. "In fact, I couldn't get into the principal's office at all because I couldn't pass the guard's office." Stone monster. The principal's office is automatically closed. Chapter 545. Open the door modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Ling Mo. You'll check it out first, settle the exchange students, and Dolores will wait for me at the door of the principal's office. Alan waved gently, and explained to Hermione again. After a burst of fire, Alan became Phoenix's figure disappeared. "Thank you so much, Professor Harris." Umbridge was so excited that her voice ran out when she answered, and she made a fugue-like voice, even if Alan was gone. Richie still bowed to the place where he disappeared, then turned and walked the short leg all the way towards the principal's office. Alan's feet fell quietly on the solid ground. "Why, Alan Harris, how are you?" An indifferent voice went to silence as soon as it sounded. Alan quickly waved his wand. A string faintly and quickly hit all the portraits in the room. The portraits of the old school principals and boys were all sleeping in the photos. Some fell directly to the ground, some collapsed on chairs with armrests, and others leaned on the frame of the portrait. The exquisite silverware in the principal's room stood on the slender-legged table, quietly spraying smoke and rotating. Alan looked around the room without any rash action. He went to the door, opened the door of the monster's copper ring, stepped on the revolving ladder, and opened the stone monster at the door. Umbridge stepped up the stairs with his eyes shining brightly, and as soon as he entered the principal's room, he wanted to pounce on the long table. "Stop, Dolores. Don't you think Dumbledore just closed the door? The protective spells are on these appliances. There is no way for these portraits to ventilate to anyone, some of them are time." Alan he waved to Umbridge across the air with his hands. As the other party was caught by Dumbledore, he was easily pinched by the invisible hand and brought to the side. "Wait, Professor Harris, Umbridge. You can't enter the principal's office without Dumbledore's permission." Professor McGonagall broke in with excitement, and she looked at Umbridge's mad attitude. Standing next to Alan like a servant, frowning, they really colluded together, and Dumbledore was kicked out of school under their conspiracy. "Professor McGonagall, I think it's now that you can't enter the principal's office without my permission. I am the current principal of Hogwarts. Dumbledore is just a fugitive. In addition, you should call it Alan. Mr. Harris is a professor, and he is now your colleague." Umbridge, who had just sorted out his hair messed up by Alan's curse, had a sinister and kind smile on his face. McGonagall's lips squeezed tightly together, her fingers clenched her wand, and she let it go, and Umbridge smiled happier. Professor McGonagall looked at the mark of omniscience that hadn't dissipated in the sky until now, with a few traces of disgust and powerlessness in his eyes, turned his head to look at Alan and couldn't help but recall the flattering look of the other's own defamation class. There was another heartache and self-blame. Although he was not the dean of the other party, McGonagall thought that Alan was also his own student. Why is the more talented little wizard the easier it is to take the wrong path? Ron, who was watching from the outside of the principal's office, pestered Harry. A flash of pleasure flashed across his face, and he turned wildly in his heart. "Look, I know, Alan Harris is not what the idea of good stuff." Harry stared at Alan, looking sad. Alan didn't prove to them that Voldemort had returned. He could still use Alan's failure to see it. Alan had other plans to convince himself, but the scene before him made Harry's illusions. With the excuse that the smoke disappeared, it was clearly not that Alan was the accomplice of Umbridge, but that Umbridge was doing things in accordance with Alan's instructions. There are more and more people watching outside the door of the principal's office, but neither the teacher nor the students can only watch Alan carefully. But one by one, they are used one after another against the appliances in the principal's office. The cracking spells, The protective spells opened by the collection of books and magical wonders were cracked piece by Alan, and the books on the bookshelves in the principal's room all automatically flew to the floor of the open space next to them and accumulated automatically. After a long time, Alan withdrew his wand and extended his hand to Umbridge under the eyes of the Hogwarts teachers and students, and the expression on Umbridge's face was like a toad was about to swallow a delicious and juicy fly, quickly twisting his fat body, and sat on the chair of the principal. With a long breath, he closed his eyes and felt the huge backrest brought to her by the principal's sofa chair. A sense of power. Seeing Umbridge finally sitting in a position that had long belonged to Dumbledore, McGonagall looked shaky, but fortunately, the support and comfort of Dean Pomona Sprout of Hufflepuff as for being stunned as before. Seeing that nothing could be done, the two female professors began to turn around to leave the principal's office, which already belonged to Umbridge. "Well, please wait a minute, Professor McGonagall, where are you going?" Alan asked, with his hands on his shoulders, exaggerated with a surprised expression on the head of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, who needed someone else's help, was stunned and suddenly straightened up, pushing Professor Sprout aside with a slight but determined energy. "Is there any other instruction, Professor Harris?" Scarlet and courage returned to her already pale cheeks, and she turned around, looking straight at Alan. "Professor McGonagall, don't you plan to keep Dumbledore's personal belongings on his behalf?" After that, smiling, Alan blinked to McGraw and Sprout's right eye like a prank. "What, are you asking me to keep Albus items?" "Not going to." McGonagall's eyes widened so that her glasses slipped onto her nose. Umbridge, who had closed her eyes on the principal's chair, couldn't sit still, and she stood up at once. "Wait, Professor Harris? What are you doing?" She tried to grab Alan with her hand but eventually didn't dare to really touch each other, only to embarrassedly let the hand stop in the air. Alan glanced at the people with doubts. "What's strange, everyone?" Dumbledore was removed from the post of principal of Hogwarts after he left. He also illegally occupied the principal's office. "I just came to correct him, but no matter which company has the right to occupy the employee's personal belongings after the employee is expelled, right?" Umbridge stomped on the side anxiously. "Wait, Mr. Alan Harris, our Ministry of Magic needs to find Dumbledore's evidence and whereabouts from these items." "You can't. Please don't give them to me. I let her be taken away." She just wanted to order with a consistent bureaucratic tone, but she had to change her tone to a more subtle tone. "Our Ministry of Magic?" Alan's expression is still full of exaggeration as before. www.untitled.novel.com. "Dolores, I don't remember. I haven't heard of my second LUN." The Magic Law Enforcement Division managed by Harris issued a permit to temporarily withhold Dumbledore's items and property. It is illegal to temporarily withhold a wizard's property without permission. "I don't have it, but I will go." Minister Fudge can also issue the relevant permission. Umbridge seemed a little incoherent, and was surprised to find that the other part even pretended to be arrogant and misrepresented his enforcement of the magic law due to the influence of the division. Umbridge had to grab Fudge as the final hole card attempt to get Alan to change his mind. "Of course you can do this, Dolores." Alan stopped his smile and continued to walk a few steps towards Umbridge with his hands. The new principal of Hogwarts was unconscious as Alan slowly approached. The ground retreated. Upon seeing this, Alan stopped and let the smile come back to his face again. "You can still tell Fudge this matter originally and let him come to talk to me if he is dissatisfied. But this time before you get it. But there is no way to stop this action, right? Maybe you can compare speed with Professor McGonagall." Then Alan shook his head and sucked his mouth again. "Oh, naive Dolores. Do you really plan to move the personal belongings of one of the most powerful white wizards in the world? When I saw the news on TV, I thought you had already learned the lesson." This almost compassionate look made Umbridge instantly realize the stupidity that she had been swept to the head by victory again. She recalled that day's feelings, and then thought of her ignorance and a cold sweat. Umbridge now looks like a terrified middle-aged and young girl who is holding herself down on the headmaster's chair in fear of a high-speed beating chest, unable to speak. Chapter 546 Books Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Moss Ancient Road Professor McGonagall. Alan turned to look at Professor Mulvin McGonagall with satisfaction. I think you heard it. I personally suggest that you move faster. McGonagall was too late to thank Alan and flew to Dumbledore's memory bottles. Hermione, carrying 2 suitcases, squeezed in from the crowd watching from outside and handed Professor McGonagall a suitcase that had been expanded after multiple inconsistencies. Professor McGee, please use this. This is Alan told me to take it just now, Hermione said loudly in the direction of Harry and Ron in the crowd. She had endured their malicious speculation just now, and now she raised her chin in revenge, like the first grade she did to them. Ron's face turned red, making his freckles look less conspicuous, and Harry felt ashamed and embarrassed. George and Fred even clapped each other, even if the report questioned Dumbledore. The little wizard was also delighted to see the disgusting expression of Umbridge. After a short time, Professor McGonagall, you misunderstood. You can only hold Dumbledore's personal belongings, but you can't move any of these books. These are the property of Hogwarts. I will put them back to school after finishing. Library. After speaking, Alan said in a playful tone to the students who looked at the outside of the door, I will talk about some of these knowledge in my class. If you meet my requirements and accept the inspection in the affirmative period, you will find me. Professor Bilohat also speaks better, especially with regard to the approval of the prohibited book zone. McGonagall immediately tried to stop Alan, but Mr. Alan Harris, these are basically some hidden books in the school and dangerous books from the library ban area. Dumbledore moved it to that why I don't want others to be exposed to these dangers. How dare you think of teaching them to students? Professor McGonagall, why did Dumbledore think that he was qualified to replace the decisions of the principals of all generations so that since the establishment of the Hogwarts school, the knowledge accumulated by countless predecessors has been completely confined to this little principle? In the office, Professor McGonagall, knowledge is good or bad? Alan also stopped the movement to pack up the books, pacing closer to the gate in the principal's office, so that the students who would be watched from the outside by the next words hear. The reason why I returned to Hogwarts from Dimstron early to apply as a professor of this new course is to correct the irresponsibility and willfulness of President Dumbledore's educational career during such a long term, the mistakes he made and the bad effects he caused. The teachers and students were stunned by Alan's remarks. These days they have thought about the question of whether Dumbledore is good or evil, but they have never considered that anyone would dare to question the coach of the world's best magic school for so many years. Level. Alan Harris, please take back you immediately. Professor Sprout apparently reacted very strongly to Alan's remarks. She was always kind-hearted at any time, and she immediately refuted, but then was immediately refuted. Alan's left hand stopped the words. Professor Sprout, I would like to ask, what level of enchantment has graduated since the British wizarding world taught in Dumbledore? Now, it is the responsibility of many postgraduate wizards who cannot even release the Iron Armor spell, and our neighbor across the ocean, graduates of Distrom School, will not have this situation, which makes me proud of being the best student of Hogwarts in the world. I feel very embarrassed. We are now the reason why this name can be maintained is that it relies on the past illusions brought to others by the strengths of former UY and Dumbledore's principles. Alan deliberately did not mention the strength of Hogwarts in potions, herbalism, and curse classes compared to other magic schools in teaching strength, but exaggerated the weakness of Hogwarts, ignoring the Ministry of Magic for Hog. The deliberate weakening of what's combat teaching. Although Professor McGonagall also admitted that the level of fighting among wizards has declined sharply in recent years, she does not think that this is Dumbledore's responsibility. Practice class. The long-term curse of the Black Magic Defense class. Few professors can work in this position for a year. Albus has tried his best to find an excellent Black Magic Defense class teacher every year. Try your best, like Gillo, Lockhart, or Little Crouch. Alan couldn't help laughing. Professor McGonagall, if Dumbledore really wants to solve this problem, he thought it was very easy to do as the principal. But obviously people were fooled by the light of his greatest white wizard and ignored such a simple problem and solution. Although Umbridge had heard the rumors of the curse, she did not take it seriously. She heard that she stood up in her seat, and just wanted to echo a few words to explore the curse. She was once again Alan Gay. I returned to the principal's seat. Cracking the curse itself is much more difficult than cursing, Alan. I think even Dumbledore can't easily break this curse. But you are also a master of curses, if you add me. Wait for Albus to come back to us. If 3 people work hard together, it may be possible to decipher this curse by the mysterious person. Professor Phileas Flivy finally squeezed those students who were far above his height into the room and saw his college's favorite student had a dispute with other professors, even if he had any questions about Alan's practices. But his first reaction was to try to ease the atmosphere. He didn't want Alan's speech to go to hog. On the opposite side of Watts, and the half-truths of Umbridge's previous falsehood made his friend Millicent McGinnis stunned. Flitwick did not want to give her any new stimulation in the near future. For Alan, Flitwick has always been his most respected professor in the school. This is a real Ravenclaw, and he never lacks courage. He and Professor McGonagall both attended Hogwarts in the 1st grade. It is a difficult student in a branch. After the branch hat hesitated between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for 5.5 minutes, Milva McGonagall went to Gryffindor. You read the book www.uukanzu.com, and Freve also met in a similar situation. When he was supposed to be entangled in the Lion and the Eagle, the branch hat finally made the opposite choice, and let Flitwick arrive in Ravenclaw. The 2 deans also took this opportunity to become friends and often amuse each other. If it is not because of the critical moment when they were young, their dean positions may be swapped. At this time, the expression on Umbridge's face was like a toad swallowing a delicious and juicy fly and found that it was also poisoned. She was in her heart and immediately returned to the Ministry of Magic to ask the Fuji to send others to replace the plan to teach the course, but before finding a suitable candidate, she can only persist for a while, and then put all her energy into the position of the principal of Hogwarts. Forgive me, Professor Flitwick, but please believe me. This is also for Hogwarts to return to the right track and allow the British wizarding community to develop benign. Alan looked at Professor Flitwick, whose hair was dishevelled, and he remembered that this was the first time the other party had become so embarrassed for himself. Alan no longer maintains an arrogant posture like facing other people, and helps Professor Flivy organize his own clothes. So he uses the curse to help him organize his hair. We don't need to dispel the mysterious person against the black magic. The curse under the defense class. As Professor Flivy said, it is much more difficult to crack the curse itself than to curse it. But like the devil's contract, curse is a very precise subject, since the mysterious man is targeted black magic defense class. Then we only need to set up a new course, just like the course I served as a professor. In fact, some content of the duel club or the spell course in my 2nd grade is more or less in itself. If there is less, there is connection and repetition. We can avoid it by including other courses in the Black Magic Defense class. Chapter 547 Corrected Modified. Sincerely thank the leader. Moss Ancient Road. Alan saw that there was no reaction for a while, and continued to say, "This is the simple way," but Dumbledore, as the principal, did not do it. On the contrary, I don't know what the purpose is. I personally think he has been trying to guide all of you into the dark magic defense class was cursed by the mysterious person and made you unconsciously give up thinking about other possibilities. Professor McGonagall, who had already recovered, was delighted that Alan had solved the biggest problem in Hogwarts teaching, but she also heard the accusation of Dumbledore. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's best friend, I couldn't help but excuse Dumbledore. Alan, maybe it's just that you misunderstood Albus. You're a real Ravenclaw, but you can't ask everyone to think outside the frame like you do. The ability. Maybe Albus is just like us. He also fell into that strange circle himself. McGonagall finished looking forward to seeing his approval from Alan's expression, but to her disappointment, what she saw from Alan's expression was more of a mockery. Professor McGonagall, let me tell you, when I was in the 3rd grade, I had the privilege of doing some transactions with Principal Dumbledore, so I was fortunate to be able to read the restricted area of the Hogwarts library, but I was disappointed. Yes, the content of the books currently stored in the forbidden area is not as dangerous as I thought. Although there are some black magics in it, it is not dangerous compared to the ordinary area of Deemstrong School. More is some private collections of potion recipes such as powerful potion and rare magic spells exist in it. Books that really allow wizards to improve their knowledge and improve their own realm have been transferred to the principal's office by Principal Dumbledore. It is hidden in private, and obviously this knowledge is insignificant to his own strength. Professor McGonagall was obviously not persuaded. Albus is to protect the students. For them, a lot of knowledge is too esoteric and dangerous. Not only may they delay their normal studies because they prematurely indulge in these knowledge will lead us a little crazy to go crazy, and even a lot of magic spells will be used to kill you. Pandora, the mother of Miss Luna Lovegood, who has a good relationship with you. I still remember how this girl went to school at Hogwarts. Very smart and very fond of doing magic spell experiments, and it is precisely because of this that she died a few years ago, because she made a mistake in testing a spell related to the soul. And the purpose of Principal Dumbledore is to avoid the students from appearing like this situation. Professor McGonagall, take the unfortunate example of a student's mother or even a loved one who has passed away. As the dean of a college, I think this behavior is very inappropriate. The smile that Alan had always maintained disappeared. He raised his hand again to stop McGonagall, who wanted to apologize after the impulse, and Professor Flitwick, who tried to mediate the conflict. But since that's the case, let's open it up. Professor McGonagall, have you considered the purpose of setting up a restricted area in the Hogwarts Library and Deemstrang Library? Is it to protect and train students, so that ordinary students who are not good enough and have no self-control ability will not be hurt by these knowledge beyond their ability, and also leave a gift for those who are talented enough to let them go further road, without falling into the stagnation of growth, because there is no knowledge to grow, which is why the principals of Hogwarts have been collecting and updating various knowledge in the library since the school was established. And, in my opinion, this action of Brido is just to satisfy his uncontrollable desire for control. He not only does not want to have another Voldemort, but he does not want any characters who cannot be completely controlled by his strength. Like Bill and Percy of the Weasleys, they both got 12-0. Two of them became the Curse of the Gilling Pavilion, and one became a staff of the Ministry of Magic, but as a result I think we are already seen on TV. Dumbledore ensured that these geniuses who were amazing among the little wizards in the same period were vulnerable to him. He made sure that no one could grow like a mysterious man into a wizard who would compete with him, even if this person does not become a bad guy like a mysterious person. Speaking of which, Alan suddenly hurried to McGonagall, staring at her eyes, combined with his practice in the black magic defense class. Professor McGonagall, you think he did these things for the real purpose, and before you, is his real purpose consistent in his mind? Professor McGonagall was a little flustered by Alan's sudden approach and sharp inquiries. No. It's not like that. Albus didn't completely forbid students to go to the forbidden area. As long as there is a professor's signature, you can borrow relevant knowledge books. And Albus is very concerned about the personality growth of students. He loves them, not as you speculate. He just doesn't want any surprises to his beloved students. I think I have emphasized this point before. Even if the books in the restricted area are open to reading restrictions, it will not make students more powerful, at least not in combat. As the principal of the school, he is concerned about the students' personality, and emphasis on love are not wrong. But if you only emphasize love and ignore their most important intellectual development as students, in my opinion, Dumbledore should act like the Mole World, the role of a campus psychologist, and as far as the principal is concerned, It is a serious malfeasance. Do not let students learn more powerful magic to prevent students from having an accident. Professor McGonagall, please tell me, the beloved group of students can't even release the iron armor curse after graduation. How many Hogwarts graduates in the recent disappearance cases are succeeded by the Black Wizards because they are not good at fighting and do not know how to defend themselves? What about it? After talking, Alan took a step closer to Professor McGonagall, and McGonagall stumbled almost because of involuntary retreat. Fortunately, Professor Flivy nearby supported her with a short body from behind McGonagall. But McGonagall couldn't think of how to refute this point. In fact, the former students in the disappearance case associated with her www.untitled.novel.com, she also fell into self-blame and thought that she did not do what the professor should do. Responsibility. Hogwarts did not let them learn to protect themselves. Seeing that McGonagall no longer speaks, Alan is not talking about Dean Gryffindor, but instead turns to the students outside the door and uses a loud voice. I think magic and enchantment are not good or bad. Ordinary witchcraft, it may also be used to do bad things, and use black magic, as long as your purpose is kind. There is no problem. Even a small amount of black magic will affect your temperament to a certain extent. But this should not be the reason for refusing to learn them. Humans are not only positive emotions. I will teach you how to use these magics correctly in your studies so that you will not be polarized to which end. At the same time, you can have positive emotions and negative emotions. As a person, I will not teach you to be a saint, nor will you become a devil. My elective course will not be immediately added to the OWLs or NEWT exams by the Ministry of Magic, and it will not bring you more at present. A certificate. However, it can ensure that you are more likely to survive when you face the enemy. Alan paused. I know whether the mysterious man has really returned recently is one of the hottest topics in the wizarding world in the UK. I also want to determine whether the mysterious man has really returned. But this, for the Harris family and Umbrella Company, we actually don't care too much, because we have been prepared to deal with all kinds of situations for many years. Even if the mysterious person really returned, Alan waved his wand. Umbridge behind the spiral ladder leading to the Eyes of the Omniscience mark outside the large terrace on the second floor of the house were under the control of Alan. The silver light shone in, and the office of the principal, who was a little dark, suddenly brightened up. Just beat him. Chapter 548. People's Hearts Modified. Sincerely thank the leader T. Alan's words fell and there was an immediate applause. The wizards of the training class had habitually applauded after Alan's speech, even if there was some reluctance in their hearts at this time because they were originally in the training class. You can touch and learn those powerful spells. Now Alan will release some of the knowledge to share with all students at Hogwarts. They still have the feeling that their own cheese has been moved by others, but fortunately it should be just the original part of the Hogwarts book collection. In addition to the students in the training class, other little wizards of Hogwarts also patted hard, and some of the more extroverted little wizards even whistled and cheered. Alan's words came to their hearts. Even George and Fred deliberately did not go to the annoying Percy, but also felt that the talented Bill could go further if he had these resources. After all, there are not many family collections for Lei's family to study for him. The twins glanced at each other's psychological thoughts. Dumbledore is not as bad as Alan thought, but indeed, maybe he is more than us in this matter. No sense of responsibility. They are still the same as Dumbledore's diehards, not to mention other students who do not know Dumbledore well. After seeing recent news published on television and newspapers, Dumbledore left them with the impression of being narrow-minded and selfish in addition to their ambition and hypocrisy. So I have to say, Alan's words, Dumbledore's reputation among the students has worsened. At the same time, they are very much looking forward to what Alan will teach those powerful spells. They are very happy that they may have a new way to improve their strength relative to their father and brother. For the future, they may have many choices. Hufflepuff's wizards who were originally opposed to opening new disciplines were more or less convinced by Alan's words, and they were no longer so resistant to new courses that might have black magic, perhaps because of their nature. Not many people will take this course, but they have learned that the other party has legitimate reasons. They obviously show the characteristics of tolerance, and the Hufflepuffs no longer think that they should oppose others to study. The DAs who had witnessed Dumbledore's arrest at the scene in the 8th floor corridor at the beginning did not fully believe in Alan's claims, and those who doubted them were very resistant to Alan's claims, and they did not want to believe Deng Brito would be the image in Alan's mouth, and they couldn't accept that they glared at Alan. Umbridge, who was sitting on the principal's chair, felt that today's events were more exciting than her first flight class when she was at Hogwarts. In just a short time, she was taken to heaven by Alan, sitting on her dream in his position. He was then shot down to and lost the opportunity to seize Dumbledore's personal belongings. But now, the heart-lifting Dolores Umbridge feels that he has been dragged back into the sky again. Although he has lost the opportunity to obtain Dumbledore's personal belongings, his original purpose to get these things is to think from those things. Further evidence against Dumbledore was found, but now after hearing Alan's analysis, if Alan agrees to report his remarks, as long as he avoids the other party's last hint, sexually admits that the mysterious man may return bad speech, and he certainly can regain Fudge's approval. Umbridge aimed at Professor McGonagall with tears in his eyes. He couldn't help but think that the other party was similar to his own experience. But as Dumbledore's die-hard, it was clear that the other party was pushed to in the end, and Alan past these conversations reversed the reputation in the eyes of most students and allowed his actions to be at least justified in the clear. He did not try to find or create a situation where Dumbledore committed a crime like Fudge and himself. Start directly with the most essential and important point in the other party's profession. Thinking of this, Umbridge gave Alan a dreadful look, then sat on the chair and waited for McGonagall to leave with Dumbledore's belongings. She closed the door of the principal's office. To Alan, who was still collecting books, tried cautiously, "Professor Harris, I am very grateful for your help to us when recycling the Hogwarts principal's office. I think that what you said is very correct and I don't know. Could you allow me to publish them on the Prophet Daily so that more people will know what Dumbledore is?" Alan continued to sort through the books and didn't look back. "Dolores, why should I speak in front of everyone if I don't want to?" Umbridge didn't realize that she was unconsciously accustomed to listening to each other's opinions. With permission, she was uplifted and even worried for Alan. "Professor Harris, you just reminded me to be careful the strongest white wizard in the world, but don't you worry about yourself by doing this, because I no longer fear them as much as I used to," Alan said quietly. Umbridge thinks that if the answer is for someone else, she will definitely feel that the other party is arrogant. But after Alan spoke out, she produced a feeling that this is the case. "Why do you want to help McGonagall let her take those things away?" "I'm not afraid of them. It doesn't mean that I have to cross the bottom line to irritate him completely. I'm just reasoning with him." Alan, who put the last point of the book in the lee box, stood up, the most basic respect. There was still a crowd gathered outside the principal. "It's disgusting. He is playing with people's hearts, Harry. He is enjoying the feeling that he can manipulate others at will, and the process of letting others' emotions change with his mind." Ron's eyes almost burst into flames. He firmly believes that Alan is slicking his tongue and confusing people. I swear he smiled insidiously there every time he reversed. Harry, who lost his face, nodded. Although he also felt that Alan's words made sense, many of the senior wizards who participated in DA did not even cast Accept Your Weapons. The frequency and quality of the black magic defense class teacher replacement is indeed the same. Flawed. Dumbledore restricted others to communicate with him this summer before 5th grade. Then Harry shook his head. Dumbledore had just lost the principal's position just to blame himself. Alan must have misunderstood Dumbledore. Dumbledore was the greatest white wizard. He was so against black magic. It's normal, and he's so kind to students. Maybe he's not so particular about the way he handles some things. But Alan can't ask everyone to think about everything like Ravenclaw. Dumbledore had a heroic duel with Voldemort on the Goblet of Fire. He almost had no time to defend himself from the other party's magic in order to protect himself. How could such a Dumbledore be a selfish person? Look at those short-sighted people. Alan is so happy to promote black magic in Hogwarts. www.mtlnovel.com. Is this to become the Dark Lord to gain their faith? Mysterious people, Little Crouch. Think of who the black magicians are. Following Ron's words, Harry thought of his own experience of stumbled into Upside Down Lane, the dirty and spooky storefront, the creepy old witch, and the book Power Potion just mentioned by Alan. He had also read the recipe for the compound potion obtained from above, but the painful expressions and painful howling of the characters in the illustration above made him immortal. And Alan felt that such books were not enough. Harry couldn't help it nodding. He looked at the indifferent Slytherins who stood behind Draco, and those ambitious conspirators who had learned dark magic brightly and surely would do bad things. At this time, Alan, who had just come out of the principal's office, casually glanced at the direction of Ron and Harry. The devotion was already attained. He probed the thoughts of the wizards who had not yet learned the brain closure clearly. He turned his thoughts and suggested, let us prove that if anyone wants, they can discuss with the exchange students who have been to Dimstrang. The facts will prove that how much Lido has failed to improve your strength. But if they use a powerful spell, there is absolutely no need to learn. But they have already learned a lot in the training class. Some people questioned it, causing an echo. Of course, everyone can only use the Hogwarts to learn the spell when fighting. Alan quickly responded to these objections. The time is set on Saturday, and the venue is at the Quidditch Stadium. Students who come to challenge can come over and try it, as if it was my first class. Chapter 549 Opening Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Horit. On Saturday, the Quidditch field was full of voices, as if the wizards of the whole school had come here. The little wizards were a little bit excited and talked about the field. Not long after the conversation that day, everything that happened in the principal's office was known to everyone. The camera machines mounted on all angles of the stand have been turned on, the TV station staff have appeared on the scene, and Furong enthusiastically gave Alan a hug. You are the first Hogwarts to board. What about TV professors? Of course not me. Alan explained in Furong's puzzled eyes. Principal Dumbledore is. Then you are the first professor in history to put the class on TV. Punlo, who came to watch the duel with Daisy, pulled the windblown hair and stubbornly made a history for Alan. The first name since then, officially opened. Faded the student uniform. Alan, who was wearing an extra leather coat outside the H94 uniform, walked to the center of the temporarily rebuilt duel stage at the center of the Quidditch Stadium. He played with the wand in his hand. Personally, my students, my colleagues, my audience. Alan spread his hands and welcomed everyone on the scene. There was a burst of cheers and applause from the audience. The Harris family and their umbrella company. But this time a lot of people came to help Alan and help spread out. Cheng Xiaokun's voice completely betrayed the talk of dark magic and Alan who came to be professors before graduation. Although it is actually not the same as the actual course teaching, what you will see next is Hogwarts' first ancient magic lesson in history, Hogwarts' first public lecture on ancient magic preview. Alan found that he had accidentally said an all-time laughter, and on the big screen on the court, Alan only lasted for a moment and forced a smile, which caused a big exclamation of the witches in the stands. Cheers! Oh! Punlo folded his arms to Daisy and folded his mouth in the stands. Hey, these women cried just like who opened the chicken coop. As you have recently seen in the Daily Prophet, in order to eliminate the adverse effects of our British wizards for many years due to incorrect educational methods, let our Hogwarts continue to maintain the world's best magical academies. Title: In order to ensure that our students learn what can really protect themselves in school, I opened this course in Hogwarts that revives the ancient knowledge and combat skills that our wizards have gradually lost. although as a semester the new courses that are offered after most of the time will not enter the examination system for the time being, and they will not be too formal to impart too much knowledge before the beginning of the next semester. But Alan made a slow walk around the duel and gave a speech. Quidditch was quiet on the field. Recently, the topics discussed in the castle were based on Alan's comments on Dumbledore's words. Alan's words caused the wizards, after thinking about what kind of classroom I really need, even some muddled little wizards who had just graduated for the purpose of mixing credits and successfully graduated were also triggered plans for their own future. Ancient magic. Alan pointed the wand in his hand to the seats of the members of the Harris class in the stands, and then put his hands up habitually. It is only given to those who have higher pursuits for the truth and living people. The grandstand remembered the warm applause and cheers. The original members of the training class and the little wizards who had signed up slaps desperately. They feel that they have become superior after making this choice and decision. Alan put his hands behind his back in front of him to spread out and wait for applause. It is time. We will have a renaissance in the wizarding world, so that the precious knowledge and wisdom left by those sages will not be affected by those so-called standardized safety spells promulgated by the easy life, are not replaced by those so-called decayed thoughts for the sake of thinking. After talking, Alan held up his wand, and countless lightning struck the sky, and a deafening sound erupted. The dazzling light made the audience unable to open their eyes. When their eyes could be refocused, they found that several students of Ravenclaw and Slytherin had stood on the duel stage. These are the training classes I founded and the students who went to Distrom to study this time. Alan extended his hand and introduced Edward Fox, Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini, etc. The man stood up proudly. For the sake of fairness, the first duel I arranged was carried out in our traditional British Annian way, and I would not use the powerful magic that will be taught in my class next semester, just use them in Hogwarts. The curse I've learned before is a fair confrontation with students who disagree with my course. As he said, Alan pointed to the other side of the entrance of the venue. Since last year, the debate about the mysterious people has continued until now. I have no way to prove who is right or wrong, but I will try to prepare the students to deal with these possibilities. There will be a bad situation, instead of not making any efforts to improve the strength of the students, like the former headmaster who declared that he has returned www.mentalnovel.com hula. A large group of people poured into the stadium, among which Gryffindors have the largest number of wizards, with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley walking first. Harry and Ron felt that they had all the equipment and magic books to train in the demanding room, as long as the other party did not use the magic that Alan taught them in advance. If they only used regular spells for the game, they had not practiced for half a semester. The reason is to lose to the opponent. Umbridge, who was under the stage, did not deny that Alan was in public again. The mysterious man even hinted that he had returned and felt angry and embarrassed, but after seeing it, Alan once again pushed the responsibility that should be borne by the Ministry of Magic. Theoretically, only Dumbledore, who has secondary responsibilities, is relaxed afterwards. Originally the Ministry of Magic didn't want Dumbledore's presence to allow students to increase their force. In fact, even without Dumbledore, most of the magic when the minister was in office, he hoped that the students would develop like this, which is very beneficial for the Ministry of Magic to govern the wizarding world. At least I can give Fudge a reasonable reason, Umbridge thought. Alan, I will prove to you that we can protect ourselves without black magic. Not everyone has the talents like you. Let Neville learn black magic, only hurt him. Dumbledore will not let others learn black magic. That's right. Harry made up his mind that although he felt that Alan was right to promote personal combat skills, as a parent killed by the Dark Lord's black magic, under the influence of Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, he had a sense of mission in the name of the Savior for a long time. He also wanted to correct Alan's wrong decision this time so that this friend who had helped him many times could return to the right path. Chapter 550 Penguin reappears modified. Sincere thanks to the cool watermelon of the leader. Most of the members who stood up to challenge the exchange students were members of DA. Like Harry and Ron, they had everything they needed and had long-term training to make them confident. And Alan's public criticism of Dumbledore in the newspaper made them just dissatisfied with Dumbledore's asylum. He thought that the other party had fallen on Dumbledore while he was in distress and had a chance to fight for justice in the event of revenge against Alan, as Gryffindors. They all stood up. Ron Weasley, are you coming to challenge me? Draco Malfoy turned his wand, looking at Ron who had come by himself, and his eyes showed a beam of excitement. In the past, given Alan's reasons, he can't shoot against Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Now that Ron Weasley has come to the door, Draco will naturally not miss this opportunity. Ron pulled out his wand and glared at Draco Malfoy. Malfoy, you don't need the word challenge, we are a duel. Right. You are lifted up with challenges. You red-haired poor ghosts are the scum and shame of the pure blood family. Wait, I will let you know what is the glory of the pure blood family. Delacio Malfoy watched with disdain as Ron's nose flared sharply, and the freckles on his cheeks became more prominent because of his red cheeks. Alan did not stop them from provoking each other. Although this was not in line with the elegant duel etiquette prevailing in the UK, they were about to start a duel and use words to irritate their opponents. It was also a reasonable method he would teach later. For the little wizards gathered around to see the buzz, many of them knew that Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy would not deal with it, and they also wanted to know what the result of this rivalry of the rival end. For the sake of fairness, I specially invited the former duel champion and our Dean of Ravenclaw College, Professor Flitwick, to serve as the referee for the duel in this class. Alan said. With the presence of Professor Flitwick appeared, warm cheers and applause rang from the stands. Umbridge's eyes narrowed in the stands, but when she looked at Alan who was smiling close to Flitwick, she also slapped. Face your opponent. Professor Flivy, who was called over as a witness and referee, shouted in a sharp voice, bow. Draco pouted, though reluctantly. He bowed to the opponent according to the rules of the duel. Ron was a little surprised to see Draco Malfoy. He remembered that when Malfoy and Harry were dueling, the two did not bow but stared at each other intently, ready to attack. Ron responded hurriedly, bowing to the other party. Raise your wand and get ready. Professor Flitwick said aloud. When I count to 3, I will do magic. Inetwo 3. Draco Malfoy and Ron raised their wands over their shoulders at the same time, and Ron couldn't wait to shout in his heart that he had practiced many times. Accept your weapon. Suddenly a dazzling red light flashed, but Draco just waved his wand. Ron's spell hit an invisible wall and splashed a red light representing your weapon. This is Draco's armor body cast with silent skills. He wanted to learn the Alan spell and bounced back to attack Ron, but apparently just let the spell deflect out. Seeing this, Ron continued to shoot out the petrified spells, coma spells and other spells he knew, and even used the iron armor spell that wanted to break Draco Malfoy. Unfortunately, the spells he knew had been repeated several times, but the other party still hid behind the invisible armor and looked at him with pride, which made him constantly waving his wand, casting the curse. And exhausted. Ron's heart was both angry and helpless. He felt like a clown at the moment. He angrily scolded in anxiety, Malfoy, you skunk, why don't you let go of your strange smell? Your animagus is not a rat. What is it hiding behind the armor? How dare you? Ron said in public that he didn't want to be mentioned by others. Draco Malfoy decided to stop playing with his opponent and instead pointed his wand at Ron's lower body. The tip of Malfoy's wand came out and shot at Ron, who was a little surprised by the curse chosen by the other party. The training for most of the school year was still useful. Ron even avoided the curse just by jumping aside. The vamp and trousers wet the dripping water. Malfoy, who flicked Ron's curse again easily, waved the curse at the ground behind Ron and used a morphing technique, directing a mass of yellow mud on the ground to turn it into a fat penguin with one eye blind. Seeing the appearance of the penguin, Ron's face was pale. He just opened his mouth and wanted to curse, but already realized what the other party wanted to do. Then he closed his mouth tightly, but he didn't learn the silent skills. Losing his ability to attack again because he couldn't continue to read the spell, he ran away from the penguin behind him, but was helpless under the ensuing spell of Draco. Draco used a curse to freeze the wet ground and Ron's soles that were made with clear springs like water. www.untitled.novel.com. Ron, who was running to avoid the penguin behind, was tripped and stepped on the smooth. After sliding a short distance on the ice, he fell heavily on the ground, and the penguin slipped over after putting his belly on the ice. Great front game. Puff puff. Draco's last spell worked perfectly with the penguin, just like after many exercises, Ron's freckled face and mouth that could not be closed because of the crazy growth of the front teeth were shot out of his penguin. The excrement of his face was muddled, and 2 front teeth were also covered with a lot of mud. Even worse, Draco also dispelled the effect of the incisor rod, and the incisors that began to shrink and retracted brought the dirt attached to it back into Ron's mouth. Ron, the nightmare reappearing, picked up his wand and wanted to disarm the penguin's transformation. He turned these filth back into the muddy water, but the unstoppable gagging destroyed his spell. Flivy announced that Draco had won his first victory and immediately rushed to Ron to help him out of the transformation of the penguin and its products. Besides Draco's irons-like Banzai, in addition, many people closed their lips tightly, and some weak wizards and witches vomited out after watching the disgusting pictures on the big screen. At this time, Ron had turned to kneel on the ground and coughed and vomited continuously. He kept picking the mud and vomit in his mouth with his fingers to avoid suffocation. Draco Malfoy walked to Ron's side and pointed at him, learning what it was like in the battle at the start of the 4th grade, deliberately imitating the Scottish accent of one of these red-haired hometowns. The lion shouted, "Shit, Weasley."